To Have and to Hold, written by M.A. Nichols, narrated by Madeline Brolly. Chapter 1. Winter 1820, Burlingford, Oxfordshire. May I speak candidly with you? Charlotte Fordyce-Whittaker knew better than to trust such a question, for it never preceded something innocuous or pleasant. It was the warning shot before a battle commenced. However, two significant factors kept Charlotte from responding in the negative. Firstly, and most irritatingly, curiosity pricked at her, working its way under her skin, and she itched to relieve it. The question was both too vague and too pointed for her to answer with anything but the affirmative. Secondly, and most importantly, she trusted the man asking the question. Charlotte shifted in her seat and smoothed the wrinkles in her gown. "Need you ask, Mr. Davies? You know I enjoy your frankness." The fellow grinned in a manner that lit the parlour, though that was nothing new. Mr. Davies was prone to joyfulness, and he was not afraid to show it, which was yet another reason she enjoyed his company. Though he was a few years older than Charlotte, there was a boyish quality to his features that was enhanced by his light temperament, reminding everyone of the impish child he'd been. Yet there was a tightness to the corner of his lips that gave her pause. Charlotte scoured her thoughts for what might drive Mr. Davies to such seriousness, her muscles tightening with each beat of her heart. Clinging to her affable expression, she tried to hide the emotions churning within. Pulling her thoughts to a halt, Charlotte steadied her nerves. No good came from working herself into a dither, and she'd weather whatever was to come. If Mr. Davies had something unpleasant to say, it likely wasn't cruel. It may be disheartening, but Charlotte was a woman with 30 years to her credit, and time had taught her well how to handle disappointments. A lady only survived spinsterhood if she kept a level head, and Charlotte was determined to thrive. "What is it, Mr. Davies?" she prodded as her gaze darted about the parlour, but the gathering dinner guests paid the pair no heed in their quiet corner. Mr. Davies shifted in his seat, drawing her attention back, and Charlotte gave him another verbal prod before he finally cleared his throat. "Though I had planned on remaining the entire holiday season, I fear my time at home is coming to a close, and I must return to Lancashire." "Before the 12th night festivities?" "Unfortunately, I have just received word that there is urgent business I must attend to. I'm set to take the morning coach tomorrow." Charlotte had been correct. Mr. Davies' news was not welcome, though she had known this interlude would not last forever. For a brief moment, she had found a companion to sit with her during the long evenings, while the gentlemen strutted and the ladies tittered, content in the superiority of their world. Charlotte wondered how so few noticed the ridiculousness of it all, but Mr. Davies did. "That is a shame, but entirely understandable. I wish you a safe journey and hope you will visit again soon." Charlotte was rather proud of how evenly she spoke. Of course, they still had an entire evening together, but looming above the festivities was the knowledge that her friend was leaving, and there were the coming days to consider. Though much of the holidays had passed, there were still a few days left before the end of Christmas, leaving her with a slew of gatherings that would be made all the more tedious by his absence. "That is not what I wish to speak to you about." Mr. Davies shifted in his seat, and though he had asked to speak frankly, the man seemed determined to circumvent the subject. "You have my full attention, and I can hardly wait to hear what you have to say." Charlotte gave him a smile to match the levity in her tone. "With my visit coming to a close, I feel it is time to speak with you concerning the future." Mr. Davies' gaze drifted from her as he shifted once more, fidgeting with the arm of the chair. "Your future, specifically." Charlotte blinked at that. "I had wished to speak with you in private, Miss Fordyce-Whittaker, but I fear there is no other time to broach the subject." Mr. Davies paused, his brow furrowing. "I suppose I ought to have spoken to your father first, but you are a lady who knows her mind and is beyond the age of requiring his consent." The air drained away, leaving Charlotte quite light-headed as Mr. Davies skirted the subject, though he had said enough for her to grasp his meaning. A proposal of marriage. Just thinking the word set Charlotte's world spinning. Her pulse picked up its pace, and though there was an edge of giddiness to the rhythm, her stomach sank to her toes. Of course, there had been whispers. When a man and woman were seen together so often, it was bound to attract speculation. But throughout the past month, Mr. Davies had felt more like a brother than a lover. Charlotte's gaze darted to Headley as he and Papa gazed out at the room with such pride, the baronet and his heir surveying their domain, and she cast aside that insipid descriptor. Brother was too weak a word to describe Mr. Davies, yet beau was far too strong, and although he preferred her company, Charlotte hadn't thought his interest drifted towards the romantic. She glanced at the room. No one except the figures woven into the tapestries along the walls paid her any heed. Never had she been more grateful for her gift of invisibility, for Charlotte was certain that if anyone did pay heed, they would know something was afoot. Could she marry Mr. Davies? Having never considered the prospect, Charlotte didn't have a ready answer. Mr. Davies continued to ramble while her thoughts raced, dredging up all she knew of the fellow and what their future might be together. Though she struggled to imagine being affectionate with him, she couldn't help but think it was a good match. Though not a gentleman in the true sense of the word, Mr. Davies possessed many of the honourable qualities prized among the gentry, and lived them far better than most. And Papa had made it clear with the invitation tonight that Sir Clarence Fordyce-Whittaker welcomed the lowly man of business into his social circle. Clearly, Mr. Davies had made a favourable impression, even if that was only because he was not a scoundrel and had shown an interest in the Fordyce-Whittaker spinster. A home of her own. The thought set Charlotte's heart fluttering. Granted, the household she had imagined was quite different from that which Mr. Davies could provide, but what did that matter? She did not require grand staircases and vast rooms. She would have a place of her own, a marriage filled with respect and friendship. And attraction was such a fickle thing. She adored Mr. Davies, and surely the only reason she hadn't felt drawn to him romantically was she had learned to not view men in such a light. Constantly hoping for them to see her as a marriage prospect only led to heartache, and so Charlotte had shut away that part of her heart. Better not to hope than to have it crushed again and again. Now, Mr. Davies sat beside her, speaking of the future. Like a dog seeing its master after a long absence, hope sprang forward, bounding back into her heart, filling her with all the possibilities of what this could mean to her. A husband, children, a home. "I assure you I wouldn't suggest the match if I did not think highly of him," said Mr. Davies. Charlotte's wayward thoughts halted and she blinked, forcing herself to focus on the matter at hand. "I fear I am lost, Mr. Davies. What is it you're trying to say?" "And I fear I'm making a muck of things." Mr. Davies gave her a wry smile that held more than a hint of apology, and he took a deep breath as though steeling himself to deliver the news. "I am looking for a bride on behalf of my client, Mr. Matthew Bixby." Chapter 2. Charlotte couldn't have been more surprised if Mr. Davies had announced that he'd sprouted a second head. The rest of the party milled about the parlour, their finery glittering in the candlelight as they laughed and chatted, unaware that the ground had tilted beneath their feet. "On his behalf?" Charlotte parroted, as though the repetition might set the world to rights once more. "He is the owner of a prosperous mill in Lancashire, and he finds himself in need of a wife. However, his work is demanding and requires all of his attention, so he thought it best I search for a candidate. I believe you are that lady." Mr. Davies paused, his mouth pinching as he frowned. "I fear I'm making it sound as though he's sent for a pound of beef from the butcher's." "That is precisely what Mr. Bixby is doing," replied Charlotte with a raise of her brows. "It is a bit more complicated than that." "People always think their situation is, though it is rarely true." Charlotte frowned. "He wants a wife, but is unwilling to go to the effort of securing her himself, so he sent his man of business to do so for him, much like one would when purchasing a property or a horse, neither of which is a flattering comparison. Yet even as she said and believed that, Charlotte couldn't help but feel a skitter of joy shoot down her spine. Even if she didn't care for the situation in which she was deemed the best candidate, being considered the best for anything was something of a compliment, and so she chose to focus on that and not the myriad of offences rife in the situation. "I don't disagree with you, Miss Fordyce-Whittaker, but I assure you there is logic behind the lunacy of his request. Mr. Bixby requires a wife, and there is no other lady I can recommend so completely as you." "You wish me to marry Mr. Matthew Bixby." The whole situation was so laughable that Charlotte nearly did so. Only the others in the room and the earnest expression on Mr. Davies' face allowed her the self-possession to remain decorous in the face of such lunacy. Mr. Davies' light brows furrowed as he sorted through his thoughts. Movement from the other end of the room drew Charlotte's attention during the lengthy silence, and she spied her sister-in-law moving from her husband's side, a hand pressed to her middle as Patricia's complexion grew ashen. "Miss Fordyce-Whittaker," he said, "I understand this is an odd request, and doubly so for the manner in which I have made it. But my client wishes for a wife to aid in his endeavours. Though he has built a successful business, I fear Mr. Bixby is not blessed with the wherewithal to navigate society." That drew Charlotte's gaze back to him, and she stared at Mr. Davies for a long moment. "You are not jesting, are you?" "Though I have reason to doubt Mr. Bixby's sanity at present, and my own for accepting this assignment, I assure you I am in earnest." Her eyes snuck another peek at Patricia and found her sister-in-law fanning her face, her shoulders wilting as she struggled to maintain her hostess facade. Recognizing the signs of impending doom, Charlotte rose to her feet. "Please excuse me a moment, Mr. Davies." He gave a few startled blinks before she turned away and hurried to her sister-in-law's side. "Oh, Charlotte, there you are," said Patricia with a smile, though the colour drained from her cheeks. "I thought you had snuck away." There was little point in clarifying the misconception, for Charlotte had been sitting in her usual seat and hadn't moved an inch since she'd taken it a full half an hour earlier. And she rather wished she was still there, for despite her fears for her sister-in-law, Charlotte's attention was fixed on her conversation with Mr. Davies. Instead, Charlotte leaned closer and whispered, "Do you need to retire? I had a bad turn, but I am well enough. I fear your father's preoccupation isn't helping matters." Patricia spoke pointedly, and Charlotte frowned, her brows lowering. "Now don't pretend you haven't noticed. You see everything." Patricia gave a subtle nod towards the far end of the room. Charlotte's gaze darted in that direction, to find that Mr. and Mrs. Waller had arrived, and Papa moved to greet them, though his gaze was fixed upon Miss Ophelia Waller. Good gracious! The young lady made Charlotte feel every one of her 30 years. It was one thing to know the rising generation was entering adulthood, but sharing the courting arena with a girl whom Charlotte had seen in diapers was lowering. Even more so when she realised she had been close to Ophelia Waller's age when the girl was born. Time marched forward, never swaying, never slowing. But in some instances, it felt as though it sped ahead, leaping weeks, months, or even years forward. And in such cases, time's mercurial mood tended towards the cruel, slapping one in the face with the changes it had wrought. Ophelia is a silly name, but watching her make eyes at a man 50 years her senior is even sillier. Patricia paused and added with a frown, "Though I suppose I can understand her wishing to snag herself a baronet. Your father, on the other hand, a man of his years ought to know better than to chase after a girl who hasn't even taken her official step into society yet. I'm shocked her parents allowed her to attend tonight." "Did not your parents allow you to attend the Longmores dinner party when you were her age?" asked Charlotte, her tone laced with false curiosity. She knew it had happened, for Patricia had looked much the same as she flirted and fawned with her future husband, though Headley was a young man at the time, and had shown more restraint than Papa. Snapping open her fan with a flick of the wrist, Patricia sent up a gale that made her dark ringlets bounce, and continued with her thought as though Charlotte hadn't spoken at all. "One would think that your father's last marriage would have taught him to avoid the institution, especially as I am managing the household well enough. Why would he desire a fourth Lady Fordyce-Whittaker?" Patricia fell silent, the whirlwind from her fan battering her maid's work. Lips pinched and jaw clenched, the lady watched Papa and Miss Ophelia Waller. Charlotte couldn't help but agree with her sister-in-law's sharp assessment of the situation as she studied the pair. Papa did not have the blessing of appearing younger than he was, and looked every inch the grandfather he was. Miss Waller was hardly old enough to be pinning up her hair. But as much as she agreed with Patricia, Charlotte couldn't help but wonder if her sister-in-law understood the truth lurking beneath that sharp judgment. Slanting a look at her, Charlotte considered Patricia while her sister-in-law's attention was fixed on Papa and Miss Waller. Few were blessed with the opportunity to run an estate at such a young age, and the previous Lady Fordyce-Whittaker had vacated her position only recently. Having experienced the power of her elevated rank, Patricia was in no hurry to relinquish it, especially to someone like Ophelia Waller. A secret smile tugged at the corner of her lips, and Charlotte wondered if her sister-in-law might not see the hypocrisy born from that irritation. The difference in age between Patricia and Miss Waller was far less than between Charlotte and her sister-in-law, yet Headley's wife had not thought it strange to take precedence over her the moment the marriage vows were spoken. Life was too precious to waste it fretting about such things. There were far better uses for Charlotte's time, and she wasn't about to spend another moment anxious over whether or not her status would be lowered even further because there was another lady in the house. Besides, there were far more pressing issues. "There is little we can do about it, Patricia," said Charlotte, forcing her thoughts back to the specific matter at hand. "If Papa is determined to marry, there is nothing we can say or do to dissuade him, even if that marriage was to a young lady who was little more than a child." "All we can do is enjoy ourselves tonight," added Charlotte, "and that is precisely what I mean to do. Are you certain you are well enough to remain? Papa would not fault you for retiring." Patricia shook her head and pressed her hand to her middle. "Your father would not forgive me for burdening him with my responsibilities. The hostess cannot abandon her party, no matter the reason. This child may be causing me no end of troubles now, but he is not the first to do so." Thoughts of Mr. Davies and the mysterious Mr. Bixby urged Charlotte to hurry away, but something in her sister-in-law's gaze gave her pause. "Are you certain you are well?" Patricia gave a bright but all too brittle smile. "Quite certain, Charlotte, but please excuse me. I must check with Thomas about the dinner." Turning on her heel, her sister-in-law crossed the parlour with a calm but determined manner. As much as Charlotte's thoughts lingered with Patricia, Mr. Davies' words pricked at her, prodding her to return to his side. Though she wished for a touch more nonchalance when approaching him, their interrupted conversation was far too important to delay. "This has taken me quite by surprise, Mr. Davies." Motioning her into her quiet corner, he turned a derisive chuckle inward. "I assure you I have thought much about how to broach this subject, and none of my imaginings went as poorly as tonight. I apologize." A sharp laugh slipped out. "I am curious what explanation would have been less startling." Mr. Davies considered that and gave her a chagrined smile. "I hope my willingness to accept this assignment demonstrates just how much I admire Mr. Bixby. It is certainly not what I had anticipated doing when I began studying the law." "I cannot be certain I comprehend what you are proposing." Glancing around, Charlotte lowered her voice, though no one was listening in, her brows pinching together. "Am I to understand you wish me to marry a stranger simply because he requires a wife and I have no prospects?" Eyes widening, Mr. Davies shook his head, but then paused and nodded, alternating between the two. "You are correct on the first part, but very wrong about the second. I'm extending an offer of marriage on behalf of my client because he requires a wife. However, I am presenting it to you because of how greatly I admire you. We did not move in the same circles in our youth, but your reputation left a favourable impression, and in the weeks during my visit to my parents' home, I've come to know you better. Now, I am certain I cannot find a better lady for Mr. Bixby." Charlotte's brows rose. "That is high praise indeed." "And entirely true, Miss Fordyce-Whittaker," replied Mr. Davies. "I know you will be a boon to him, and I'm eager to see him find a wife who will aid him." "Dinner is served," called Thomas, drawing the guests towards his place at the parlour door as they paired off. Charlotte felt like cursing the wretched butler to Hades for the interruption. As much as she wished to ignore the summons, it was as useless as holding back the tide. Patricia called to Charlotte, beckoning for her to join the family who stood at the parlour entry. Turning away, Charlotte paused when Mr. Davies stopped her with a hand on her elbow. "I am making a muck of things. I assure you I composed a better explanation in my thoughts before arriving here tonight, but I fear I'm struggling to explain things as I ought." Reaching into his pocket, Mr. Davies pulled out a letter and handed it to her. "Mr. Bixby asked that I give you this. I'm certain it will explain all." Charlotte cast a glance around, though no one but her sister-in-law paid her any heed, then snatched the missive from his hand and turned, discreetly tucking it beneath the lip of her elbow glove before joining her family. Chapter 3. "There you are, my dear Charlotte," said Papa. "You ought not to have kept us waiting. I thought you had slipped away." "I apologise, Papa, but I have been here the entire time, speaking with Mr. Davies." And what a conversation it had been. Charlotte's thoughts spun with the implications of Mr. Davies' words, and the chaos made it difficult to focus on anything else. "Ah, that fellow of yours seems quite keen," said Papa with a warm smile. "He may only be a solicitor, but I do hope you're encouraging him." Charlotte's cheeks pinked, her eyes darting to the many listening ears. Though the guests were occupied with pairing off for the grand parade into the dining room, they were close enough to overhear Papa. But thank heavens, Patricia swooped in and took Charlotte by the arm, dragging her away before he could compound her humiliation. "Mr. Longmore, would you be so good as to escort my dear sister-in-law into the dining room?" asked Patricia, beaming at the pair. The gentleman offered his arm, and Charlotte took it, though she paused when Patricia added, "And do not allow her to hide away in her thoughts, Mr. Longmore. She will sit silent the entire meal if left to her own devices." Patricia's tone was light, matching her indulgent smile as she patted her sister-in-law on the hand before leaving them to follow the others. Charlotte's blush deepened, and her eyes refused to turn towards her companion. "Families can be complicated," murmured Mr. Longmore, slanting a look at Charlotte. There was a hint of a smile on his lips and a heavy dose of understanding in his gaze, which helped ease her embarrassment. Taking a breath, Charlotte straightened. She was a woman with 30 years to her name. There was nothing Patricia could say, knowingly or accidentally, that Charlotte hadn't heard before, and none of it altered her place in the world one jot. Even if Patricia's words were quite capable of mortifying her at times. The only good opinion that mattered was Charlotte's own. Besides, it was far more diverting to focus on the ridiculousness of the situation and the hypocrisy in Patricia's behaviour. For all those fears of young Miss Waller usurping her position, Patricia had no issue with acting the lady of the manor, despite Charlotte being the eldest of Sir Clarence Fordyce-Whittaker's children, and 7 years Patricia's senior. The wife of the heir was due her status as the surrogate mistress of the household, and a spinster daughter was not. But no amount of silent laughter could distract Charlotte from the greatest upset of the evening. Patricia had behaved as she always did, and Mr. Longmore's resultant solicitousness as he led her to her chair was equally expected. Such things were far too unremarkable to draw her attention from the letter itching the inside of her arm. Mr. Longmore helped her to her seat, and as the others gathered around the table, he called her attention to various dishes. But Mr. Bixby's letter rubbed her skin, pleading with her to open it. What cared she for stewed breast of veal, boiled herb dumplings, and stuffing topped with white gravy, when a proposal of marriage was sitting just out of sight? Or not so out of sight, for Mr. Davies was seated several places down, and though he was very solicitous to his dining companion, his gaze drifted to Charlotte at regular intervals throughout the meal. Glancing at the edge of her glove, she was certain the others could see the crease of the envelope distorting the white silk. If Papa knew what was contained in the letter, he would likely demand she read it this very moment, dinner party or not, though he would also say reading it was unnecessary, as she should accept Mr. Bixby's proposal post-haste. Was having an unmarried daughter such a burden that he wished her to marry without thought? Charlotte longed to say no, but 10 years ago Papa wouldn't have countenanced allowing a mere man of business at his dining table, and now her father seemed keen on securing one as a son-in-law. Charlotte sawed into her meat and took up a bit of pickled beet with the bite. But the tart zip did little to enhance her enjoyment of the meal. At least Mr. Longmore's attention had been seized by Miss Stillman, who was far better company than herself at present. Scritch, scratch. Each movement of her arm drew her thoughts back to the letter. What sort of man was Mr. Bixby? The answer to that question lay inside that fold of paper, pressed close yet far out of reach. Mr. Davies smiled, and Charlotte jerked her eyes away from him, her thoughts flying through the past few moments, though she could not recall just how long she'd been staring like a simpleton. And all the while, Mr. Bixby's letter scraped at her skin, begging for her to rip it open. A marriage of convenience. No lady passed her 30th birthday without having thought about the possibility. When one could not find a mate on her own, it was natural to wonder if she mightn't hand the decision over to fate. Or a man of business in this case. If Charlotte were to ask the table at large, no one among their company would advise her to snub the offer. Ideals were for those with options and possibilities. And just as Papa's standards for her had altered over the years, so had Charlotte's. Long ago, marriage had seemed such a happy, heady sort of thing. Young lovers pledging their troths before heaven and earth, giving of themselves fully and unabashedly for the rest of their lives. But Charlotte had witnessed too many of those unions to believe all such fairy stories ended with happy homes. Love was grand, but marriage was far more than a heady declaration or stolen kisses. It was a union of souls, and such a decision ought to involve far more than hearts. Although the poets believed love conquered all, too often it could not survive the drudgery of daily life and the minutiae of running a household and building a family without something more to sustain it through the long hours devoid of kisses, tokens, and romance. Marriage was a contract, a partnership, and though young Charlotte had shuddered at entering one without a heaping dose of flowers and poetry, she now knew that such things were like the raspberry ices that ended the feast, delectable and enjoyable, but not necessary for a filling meal. One could be happy in life without ever tasting desserts, but one could not live without meats, grains, and vegetables. However, marrying a stranger held no appeal. Binding herself to an unknown entity was far too foolhardy to consider, but the answers she sought were nestled right against her arm. The gentlemen on the other side of her were turned towards the other ladies, giving her little heed as Charlotte's thoughts flitted about like a hummingbird in a garden, touching on every possibility and variation before flitting off in another direction, unable to stop moving as she contemplated the whole of her existence and the vast future that lay before her. Slanting a look around her, Charlotte reached into the top of her glove and slid the letter out, keeping it hidden as she laid it on her lap. With a single hand, she broke the seal and unfolded the paper as the others chortled at some witticism Headley bestowed upon them. And then her eyes fell to Mr. Bixby's words. Chapter 4. The handwriting alone told Charlotte much about the man. Though tidy, there was a stockiness that spoke of one who had not been educated in any school of note. Headley and Papa took great pride in the elegance of their script, though it was as much habit as pride that guided their behaviour, for their tutors and schoolmasters had been quick to use the rod if their lettering suffered, and such mannerisms were hard to erase once instilled. But then, the unorthodox manner in which Mr. Bixby searched for a bride was evidence enough that he did not approach the world in the same manner gentlemen did. Dear Miss Fordyce-Whittaker, No doubt Mr. Davies has spoken to you concerning my intentions. While I do not doubt his ability to deliver such an important message, I thought it best to add my own words to his petition, as this is a strange yet pivotal decision. Though I have worked hard to build Walsworth Mill into a prosperous venture, there are aspects of business I am ill-suited to conduct. I am the son of a poor mill worker, something of which I am not ashamed. Through my sweat and blood, I have educated myself and built a successful enterprise with a healthy income. However, any sensible man knows not all business is conducted in the office, and I'm ignorant when it comes to ballrooms and parlors. Miss Fordyce-Whittaker. Charlotte's head snapped up. Her smile strained as she turned to Mr. Longmore. Never had Charlotte hated her surname so much, with its ridiculous hyphenation that turned two decent monikers into a mouthful. Yes, Mr. Longmore, Charlotte said, attempting to keep the impatience from her tone, while being only moderately successful. But the gentleman shook his head, motioning towards Mr. Purr across the way. Pardon me, I fear my thoughts strayed, said Charlotte, covering the letter with her hand, though no one except her companions on either side noticed the paper in her lap. What was that, Mr. Purr? Forcing her thoughts to the gentleman before her, Charlotte tried to follow the meandering question about some nonsense plaguing the neighbourhood at present. It always involved a scandal that everyone was certain would be the talk of the town for years to come, only to have it fade from memory within a fortnight or two. Whispers resurfaced from time to time when memory stirred, but rumours were as fleeting as the attention of those who spread them. Charlotte nodded, adding a few vague words here and there to make it sound as though she were listening, while others chimed in with their opinions. It required so little effort that her thoughts strayed again to the letter. Every shift of her leg or hand set the paper crinkling until she was certain it was the loudest thing at the table. What sort of man was Mr. Bixby? Blunt, to be certain. He wrote easily about income, which would have revealed he was not a gentleman, even if he hadn't professed his low birth. Yet Charlotte couldn't say she disliked his forthright nature. It was clear why he placed such store by Mr. Davies, for the two men shared that honest quality. Surely bluntness was better than prevarication. And Mr. Bixby had no qualms about admitting his own shortcomings, laying them out as boldly as he had his successes. That alone was a quality well worth having in a husband. Blindness to one's flaws was the first hurdle one must overcome in the journey for self-improvement, and knowing he lacked that pride was comforting. Casting a glance around her, Charlotte inched the fold of the paper back, her eyes drifting downwards as she took her silverware in hand once more, feigning great interest in dissecting her meal. I require a wife with the breeding and training to understand such things, a partner to manage the social aspects of our business. Partner? Charlotte's brows rose, her eyes widening as the word leapt from the page. Her hands paused, hovering over the edge of her plate, and she reread that sentence once more. The back of her neck tingled as she considered the word again. She had heard many men describe their wives, but Charlotte couldn't think of any who claimed them to be a partner. On the surface, it seemed a cold thing, but it simmered with far more meaning and significance than most definitions of a wife. When she had imagined the possibilities that came with marrying Mr. Bixby, Charlotte hadn't seen it in such a light. But now it swept through her thoughts, painting the images in new colours. Though partner had fiscal insinuations, it was no small thing. The role held power, status. Partners each brought something important to the venture, and neither was greater or lesser than the other. To say nothing of his blatant use of our. What gentleman would refer to his property in such a manner? Charlotte had to admit it was an intriguing prospect. Returning to the letter, she reread the sentence and continued, I require a wife with the breeding and training to understand such things, a partner to manage the social aspects of our business, someone who will aid me in my financial endeavours and see this for the mutually beneficial arrangement it is, a lady who will assist me with my work without adding to it or harbouring romantic expectations. While the first sentence had filled Charlotte with all sorts of hopeful anticipation, Mr. Bixby's conclusion was far more sobering. At least the fellow laid out his requirements clearly. However, Charlotte did not understand why Mr. Bixby would take the far more drastic step of marrying when he could likely find a gentleman with whom to partner and fulfill that role quite admirably. But her eyes leapt to the next sentence, which supplied that answer as though she had asked it of Mr. Bixby directly. Though I have contemplated taking on a gentleman as my partner in the business, it is not nearly as efficient and effective as having a wife on your arm. The sound of her name had her jerking her eyes upwards again as she stuffed the letter beneath the edge of the table linen. "Yes, Patricia?" asked Charlotte with a bright smile, though her sister-in-law's brittle expression confirmed that her reading had been noticed. "I was saying you must play for us tonight." Patricia raised a glass to her lips, covering a flash of a frown. "If you wish." Patricia's expression softened as she lowered the glass and spoke out to the table as a whole. "It is always a treat when our dear Charlotte entertains us." The lady's tone was light, but Charlotte heard the reproof beneath it and bristled at the implications. Certainly it was uncouth to read during a dinner party, but surely there was a clause in social contracts that allowed a woman to read such an important letter. Mr. Bixby's words pricked at her, begging her to wait for the right moment to slip back into his letter, and if her familial loyalty were any weaker, she might have done just that. However, Patricia was entirely correct in her chastisement, and Charlotte couldn't bear to vex the young lady any further. With one hand, Charlotte folded the letter and tucked it into its hiding place once more, as she wondered anew what other secrets lay inside the missive. She contented herself with thoughts of devouring the last of it the moment the ladies withdrew. Turning her attention to her company, Charlotte lapsed into silence. A smile lifted the corner of her lips as she glanced out at the people surrounding the table, reminding her far too much of her time in the nursery. The antics may differ in that the ladies and gentlemen were not tearing about the room, setting their nursemaids on a merry chase like her nieces were doing upstairs at this very moment. However, those who believed people mature and grow had never spent much time truly observing. Even the highest echelons of society were plagued with petty and childish behaviour. Their words grew more sophisticated, but in their hearts, most adults never matured past a child's instincts to demand things and whine about any perceived turns of fate that gave to others more abundantly than themselves, while ignoring all the times things went in their favour. Always secure in the knowledge that their bounty was preordained because of their inherent goodness, while believing that others' good fortune was due to luck's undiscerning taste, or, heaven forfend, a mistake. Charlotte's gaze drifted around the room, watching as the others ate, jabbered, and laughed to varying degrees, the conversations flowing along without any thought for her. Did Mr. Bixby find such gatherings as ridiculous as she? Charlotte had to think that a man with such a blunt personality would not fare well amongst such people, but then neither did she. That realization brought Charlotte's churning thoughts to a sudden stop. If Mr. Bixby required a wife to aid him in such matters, Charlotte was hardly the best candidate, regardless of Mr. Davies' opinion. She possessed the knowledge and understanding, but none of the skill to manage a room of people as Patricia did. As if to prove the point, Charlotte proceeded to be monstrously rude to the rest of the guests and ignore them completely, except for a few passing niceties as she mulled that over. Chapter 5. When Patricia finally called for the ladies to withdraw, Charlotte rose from the dining-room table and left without a backward glance, moving with the herd into the drawing-room and taking her usual seat in the corner. Her gaze drifted as the others milled about, moving past her without pausing or sparing a glance in her direction. Miss Fordyce-Whittaker was as much a fixture here as the armchairs or sofas, and deserved as much notice, allowing her the freedom to do as she pleased. Charlotte preferred to be in her bedchamber, curled up in front of the fireplace with a novel and a cup of drinking chocolate, and some of Cook's pastries, a heaping plate of them. However, at this moment, what she wanted most was to read a certain letter. Pulling it free of her glove, Charlotte scanned the line she'd read already, arriving at her previous stopping point. Should you accept my offer, I shall require you to organise events in our home and secure invitations to others. You will need to ingratiate yourself amongst the other masters' wives and aid me in building the mill's social standing. Greater Edgerton society is not as vast as other towns, but there are regular functions I expect us both to attend. Mr. Davies assures me you are not the sort of lady who wishes to spend the season in London or Bath, but should you fancy doing so, you are free to visit alone as long as it doesn't impede your fulfilling the previously outlined duties. Do not ask me to accompany you. I have far too many responsibilities to be flitting about the country. Good gracious. The fellow sounded as though he was writing an advertisement for a manservant or clerk. Charlotte supposed it was better to be honest about expectations than to enter a marriage blind, but this was certainly not what she expected. Yet it was nothing compared to the next paragraph, which she had to read twice before she believed her eyes. I have broached this as a business venture, but I do not intend for it to be a marriage in name only. Heat seared her skin, and Charlotte shifted in place repeatedly, her fingers fiddling with the edges of the paper as she read through the lines again. There was no mistaking Mr. Bixby's meaning. She glanced about the room. Like all the other times, the ladies paid her no mind. Though she had never received an offer of marriage before, she was certain men did not reference its more intimate aspects, and she was grateful Mr. Bixby had decided to deliver such a shocking message in writing rather than in person. And as much as the bluntness of his speech made her pulse stutter, she was doubly grateful for the certainty concerning their future. Charlotte wanted to believe they'd allow themselves time to come to know one another first, but Mr. Bixby was clearly not one to beat about the bush, so to speak. She doubted a man like him understood such discomfort. After all, many couples married without love or any degree of friendship between them, and it was expected the marriage would be made real and complete without delay. There was no reason for her to expect differently, even if she preferred a degree of emotional intimacy first. Could she share a bed with someone little more than a stranger? But even as she longed to escape into the cool winter night, Charlotte knew her answer to this question. She doubted most young ladies approached their wedding night completely at ease. Between the element of the unknown that came with new experiences and the vulnerability inherent in the act, even eager brides felt a touch of jitters, and then it faded. Her feelings may be more heightened, but there was no reason to think she wouldn't come to feel the same. Temporary discomfort and embarrassment were a small price to pay if it allowed her the opportunity to have a family of her own. Would she prefer that Mr. Bixby kept his distance, leaving them without progeny? To surrender any hope of having children simply because the thought of marital intimacy without love was discomforting? The answer to that conundrum was clear enough. No matter how unconventionally it begins, this will be a marriage in every sense of the word, and I require fidelity on both our parts. Though others give no thought to breaking their marriage vows, I cannot abide such dishonesty to each other, to our future children, and to the promises we will make before God, to say nothing of the scandal such actions will bring. Despite the bluntness of his words, peace washed over her, quenching the fire that burned her skin. Yes, there were continued references to the private aspects of their marriage, but beneath it was the bright and shining truth of the matter. Mr. Bixby was a man of honour. Whatever the basis of their marriage, he would approach their vows with conviction and expected the same of her. There was no need for him to worry, for she felt the same, but seeing it written so boldly without equivocation or caveat told her far more about his character than he likely knew. Or perhaps he did. In exchange, you will be given a home and a healthy allowance. Walsworth House is by no means the grand estate to which you're accustomed, but it is comfortable, and you will have complete control over its management. As long as you fulfill your duties listed above, you are free to spend your time as you see fit. I have no requirements for you beyond what I have listed, nor do I wish to dictate your life beyond those parameters. Should you find this offer acceptable, give word to Mr. Davies, and he will negotiate the marriage settlements with your father. Sincerely yours, Matthew Bixby. What was a lady to do with such a letter? Charlotte couldn't decide if she was affronted, amused, or enamoured with the puzzle that was Mr. Matthew Bixby. There was certainly a healthy dose of all three stirring inside her, battling for dominance, which did nothing for her equilibrium. A marriage of convenience. She frowned, her fingers fiddling with the paper. Why do you insist on sitting in the corner, away from everyone else? Do you not wish to enjoy yourself? Patricia's questions snapped Charlotte out of her thoughts. Lips quirking upward without thought, Charlotte rose to her feet, quickly folding the letter and slipping it into her elbow glove. "Do you think it impossible for me to enjoy my own company?" replied Charlotte with an arched brow. "Why is it that people who adore the thrust of social politics cannot comprehend why others do not? I assure you I find it far more diverting to watch from afar while getting lost in my thoughts than venture into the fray." With a sigh, Patricia shook her head and spoke the words that every sociable person invoked when confronting their solitary associates. "You simply need to try harder, Charlotte. If you made more of an effort, I am certain you would enjoy yourself." Charlotte nodded, as she knew she must. There was no arguing with those who so staunchly believed in the universality of personalities and preferences. Brow furrowed, Patricia snapped open her fan and battered it before her face. "Perhaps I ought to do more to encourage you. A mother's duty is to introduce her daughter to the right people, and though I cannot lay claim to that role, I am the mistress of the house and the hostess of these functions. I ought to ensure you are in the thick of things, rather than allowing you to disappear into the background." "I've had enough of that, thank you very much," said Charlotte with a laugh. "I do not need another well-intentioned matron meddling in my prospects." "You forget I knew your last stepmother, and though I may not have been witness to the entirety of your relationship, I feel fairly certain she did little to aid you in social pursuits. Rosamond and Letitia both struggled, but they had the wherewithal to make opportunities for themselves. You simply hide away." Charlotte stiffened, her smile holding, but only just. Her half-sisters had done well for themselves, but even if Lady Belinda Fordyce-Whittaker had taken an interest in her motherly responsibilities to her three stepdaughters, Rosamond and Letitia possessed enticements Charlotte could never match. Society as a whole had dubbed Charlotte lacking. Whether it was her plain looks or her retiring personality, there was no mistaking the fact that others found her unacceptable, and Charlotte would have fared no better amongst the bachelors had her stepmother done her duty. "What's done is done, Patricia. There is no need to bemoan the past, and I am quite content with my situation." That had not always been the case, but there was no need to educate Patricia on that fact. "Content with sitting in silence, counting down the seconds until Mr. Davies joins us?" Patricia's complexion grew ashen again, her fan fluttering harder as her lips clenched together. Charlotte placed a hand on her elbow to guide her out of the drawing-room, but Patricia shook her head and swallowed. "It is nothing," she said, her voice far too weak and quivering to be reassuring. Patricia pressed a hand to her middle and gave Charlotte a tremulous smile. "This babe is determined to keep his mamma on her toes." Charlotte tried to match Patricia's teasing grin, but it was difficult to feel amused when Patricia spoke that all-too-important pronoun with the determination of one who would not accept that her unborn child was anything but a boy. "Do not try to distract me," said Patricia, as though the turn of her stomach were of Charlotte's making. "Distract you from what?" Charlotte's thoughts sped through the past few minutes. "From Mr. Davies?" Patricia nodded. "You are quite keen on the fellow." The room grew several degrees hotter, and Charlotte opened her fan, but the breeze did little good. "I would say we are keen for each other's company. We enjoy our conversation. That is all." Patricia's brows rose and her eyes narrowed, studying her sister-in-law. "The fellow may only be a solicitor, but Papa seems set on the match." Charlotte let out a huff, though she covered it with the bat of her fan. "I assure you Mr. Davies and I are nothing more than friends. There never shall be anything between us." "I am glad to hear it," said Patricia, patting Charlotte's hand. "Do not allow yourself to be swayed by honeyed words and the throes of affection. You have a home with Headley and me for as long as you wish, so there is no need for you to surrender your freedom. You needn't marry." Shoulders tensing, Charlotte studied the strain in Patricia's eyes, the force of her tone, and the determined way the lady now held Charlotte's hand. "Are you unhappy, Patricia?" she asked, dropping her voice to a mere whisper. Letting out a sigh, the lady released Charlotte's hand and pressed her own to her forehead. Dropping it with another huff, Patricia shook her head. "Men only want women who can warm their bed and produce an heir. That is all. They may speak sweet words when you're courting, but when the marriage vows are spoken, such tenderness is gone for good, leaving behind the never-ending demands for an heir. What joy is there to be found in that life, Charlotte? Please, learn from my mistake. Do not marry." "I hardly think all men behave in that manner." "All men want heirs. What other reason do they have for marrying?" said Patricia with a swipe of her hand. Mentioning love was of no use, as many didn't marry for that either, so Charlotte seized on a few other reasons. Companionship, aid in running their household, a partner in life. They have friends and housekeepers for that. Men marry for heirs, and they will never leave you be until they get one. Excuses and defences sprang into Charlotte's thoughts. She couldn't decide which to voice, though she knew she must say something. Patricia's statement was too definitive and sweeping to remain uncontested. "Look at your father, Charlotte. Despite his children being grown and producing children of their own, he isn't content with having a single son and continues to marry, determined to secure his family's holdings by producing his precious spare heir. He will not rest until we are overrun by boys. Believe me, Charlotte." But Patricia's words were cut short as the drawing-room door opened and the menfolk spilled through the doorway, seeking out the various ladies, both young and old, who held their fancy. Miss Waller met Papa mere steps from the doorway, and Headley took his usual place at his father's side. Papa's expression was so bright that it was clear to all and sundry that Sir Clarence Fordyce-Whittaker was in his element. But why shouldn't he be when wedged between a pretty lady who fancied him and his heir? Papa's gaze lifted from the two and turned about the drawing-room. It settled on Charlotte, and she straightened, but his eyes drifted past her and landed on his daughter-in-law. "Mrs. Fordyce-Whittaker, dear, would you join us?" Papa motioned her over, and Patricia pasted on a smile and moved to her father-in-law's side. Headley stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her waist while taking one of her hands in his and placing a kiss on her knuckles. Though they had been married some 6 years, Patricia still looked every inch the blushing bride. Yet beneath the joyous exterior, Charlotte saw the tension in her lips and at the corners of her eyes. "I had wanted to keep silent on the subject, but I fear I am bursting with such pride that I cannot keep it quiet a moment longer," said Papa to the room at large. "I am pleased to announce that the Fordyce-Whittakers are anticipating another edition this autumn." Patricia's blush deepened, and Headley kissed her hand once more, drawing her tighter into his side. The guests erupted in various congratulations as they came over to shake hands with the expectant father and grandfather. Charlotte wasn't certain which of them was beaming more. "Nothing makes a father prouder than knowing his legacy will live on long after he is gone," said Papa, clapping a firm hand on Headley's shoulder. "And I will certainly rest easy when the newest edition blesses our family and secures the line." Then, giving Patricia a narrowed look that held only a dash of jest, Papa added, "We've enough girls now. Let this one be a boy. Do not disappoint us, my dear." "Too right," added Headley, giving his wife a playful squeeze of the hand. The guests all laughed with their host, and Charlotte's smile strained alongside Patricia's. She tried to catch her sister-in-law's gaze, but Mrs. Headley Fordyce-Whittaker was on full display, looking at her guests, yet not meeting any of their eyes. Charlotte longed to pull the young lady into an embrace, but even without the audience looking on, their relationship had never been the affectionate kind. There was so much he wished she could share with Patricia, bestowing the lessons she'd learned through hard-fought internal wars. Charlotte felt Patricia's pain echoing through herself, thumping in time with her heartbeat. Old scars pricked, reminding her of so many times she'd stood in a similar situation, feeling superfluous, unwanted, a mere distraction from that which Papa truly wanted, his heir and spare, the second of which had never materialized. But the pain she felt was not her own, not any more. Charlotte would be lying if she said it mattered not that her father had so little use for her, but neither did it trouble her. At 30 years old, she had fought to secure her place in the world, and it was hers, and she adored it. However, Patricia was so young, married off before she knew what sort of person she was, far away from her familiar life and struggling to find her footing in this new one. Charlotte's heart ached, and she longed for a manner in which she could help Patricia. But experience was not something to be borrowed. "Have you had a moment to read the letter?" Chapter 6. Mr. Davies' sudden words startled Charlotte, and she jerked around, her fan swinging in a quick arc and smacking him in the face. "Oh, gracious!" Her cheeks turned a light pink, though she chased the embarrassment away with a self-deprecating smile. "I doubt you intended to be brained tonight. I do apologize, not only for attacking you, but for being so preoccupied with my thoughts that I did not hear you approach." The fellow rubbed at his cheek, giving far more of a wince than was warranted. "I suppose I earned it by being so tardy in joining you." Pressing a hand to her mouth, Charlotte tried to hold back a laugh, but Mr. Davies' eyes shone with mirth, and she couldn't help but chuckle at the ridiculousness of it. Trust her to assault a guest. "Surely you've heard tell of the Fordyce-Whittaker tradition?" she replied with a smile she couldn't hide, no matter how she tried to keep her expression serious. "The last guest to arrive in the drawing-room is subjected to a swift smack to the cheek by the hostess. As my sister-in-law is currently occupied, I thought it best that I do so on her behalf." "That is a brilliant manner in which to ensure your guests move promptly from dinner to the entertainment." Mr. Davies' tone matched his smile as he lowered his hand and turned the injured cheek toward Charlotte. "Have you left a mark?" She winced and gave him a sad shake of the head. "I am afraid if you are planning on drawing attention tonight, it shan't be because of your lovely waistcoat." "But it is so very fine," he said in a put-upon tone, and though Mr. Davies spoke in jest, there was truth in the statement. The fellow was by no means the best dressed amongst the company, for there were guests aplenty who spent far more on their evening costume, but Mr. Davies had chosen a fine shade of green that complemented his fair colouring to perfection. As the others mostly clung to the strict black and white requirements for gentlemen that had ruled the evenings for so long, the attire made Mr. Davies look even grander, even if the silk was not of the finest quality. Giving his person a brush of his hand, as though dusting away the slight, Mr. Davies gave her a serious look, though he could not erase the spark of laughter that always clung to his gaze. "Now that you have abused me in every fashion, might I ask if you've read Mr. Bixby's letter?" "I have." That was all Charlotte could think to say, for she wasn't certain what ought to follow. Unfortunately for her, Mr. Davies did not leave it alone. "And?" Charlotte's brows furrowed, her mouth opening as though to speak, though no words emerged. Mr. Davies sighed. "Surely you can see why he is searching for a wife. Mr. Bixby is an upstanding and generous man, and will do good things with his position, if he can find a wife to assist him with social politics. Mr. Bixby is very capable of owning and running a mill successfully, but his business doesn't exist on its own, and he will do better if there is someone to—" His words trailed away as Mr. Davies hunted for the correct one, and so Charlotte supplied, "Soften his rough edges." With a wan smile, Mr. Davies gave a firm nod. "He is a good man. He simply lacks social grace." While that was abundantly clear, Charlotte found herself thinking of all the fine qualities he showed in the letter, and she couldn't help but be intrigued by the man. "Might I speak candidly with you?" she asked, borrowing Mr. Davies' words. His lips quirked up, his eyes brightening. Have we ever stopped being candid? But Charlotte felt no mirth at that cheeky response. Focused on the question she needed to ask, she spoke slowly, ensuring each word was the right one. There are plenty of ladies who would accept such an arrangement without question, and so I feel I can trust you to be honest with me, as I am not the only solution to your employer's quest. Mr. Davies' brows rose at that. Regardless of the circumstances, I am a man of my word and would not lie to further Mr. Bixby's interests, Miss Fordyce-Whittaker. Surely you know that. It is the only reason I would bother to ask this of you, for I know you will answer truthfully. Pausing, Charlotte found her way to the proper question. If I were your sister, would you support this unconventional union between myself and Mr. Bixby? Would you entrust my happiness and well-being to him? Do you trust him that much? I give you my word that, client or not, I would not aid Mr. Bixby in this matter if I thought it would be detrimental to the lady. No amount of money would induce me to be underhanded, said Mr. Davies, with more than a bit of bite to his tone. I meant no disrespect to you or your honour, Mr. Davies, but too many men believe financial stability is all a woman requires to make a good match. I am not foolish enough to expect love and romance from Mr. Bixby, but the fact that he will take care of my financial needs is not enough either. Many a wealthy man is short-tempered and cruel. So, if I were your blood relative dependent on your guidance and protection, would you trust him to treat me kindly and with respect? Do I have the possibility of being at least as happy as I am now? Mr. Davies straightened, giving those questions due consideration. Whatever brightness was left in his gaze dulled, his eyes fixing on Charlotte as the thoughts churned in his head. Those are excellent questions, Miss Fordyce-Whittaker, and had I any doubts about your suitability for Mr. Bixby, they would be erased because of that show of intelligence. That smile of his returned, though with a softness to it. You are precisely what he needs. Charlotte brushed aside the blush that threatened to bloom. But what of me? Is he what I need? Miss Fordyce-Whittaker, There you are, said Patricia, sweeping in and taking her sister-in-law by the arm. Do excuse us, Mr. Davies, but everyone is clamouring to hear Charlotte perform. Patricia, please, might it wait another moment? But the lady tugged Charlotte away from Mr. Davies and their quiet corner of the drawing-room, forcing her towards the pianoforte. If not for the others in the room, she might have pulled herself free of Patricia's grip and rushed back to his side. But then her sister-in-law's hold was far too strong to be easily cast off. Patricia babbled on about how the people were desperate for her to perform, though to Charlotte's eyes, the room as a whole seemed only moderately interested. A few guests were seated beside the instrument, but most were scattered around the room, deeply entrenched in their conversations. And if Charlotte recalled correctly, Patricia had intended this evening's entertainments to be cards. Leading Charlotte to the seat of honour, Patricia leaned close and whispered, "It is better this way." Then she straightened and turned to the room. "Perhaps you might sing 'Of Plighted Faith So Truly Kept.' I adore that piece, and you play it so well." "I think 'Ask If Yon Damask Rose Be Sweet' is a better choice," Charlotte replied while holding on to her tight smile and the last shred of her sanity. Her gaze flicked to Mr. Davies, who had taken a seat closer to the instrument, but there was nothing to be done. Patricia was determined for her to play, but it could not last forever, and in the meantime, Charlotte would choose pieces that required little effort. She had sung this so many times that her body moved without command, starting into the piece with the solemn reverence Handel's work demanded. The tune had some tricky moments, but Charlotte had mastered them long ago, and her thoughts meandered far from the instrument and dinner party, sorting through all the many upsets of the evening. A marriage of convenience. The more Charlotte thought of it, the less the idea frightened her. For all that Patricia hoped to convince her of the evils of marriage, her behaviour only served to demonstrate why it mightn't be so terrible. Her sister-in-law warned her not to surrender the freedom of maidenhood, but it was not as though Charlotte were mistress of her own life while living in Borswood Hall. Papa and Patricia made all the decisions for her, which was self-evident from the fact that she was sitting at the piano against her will, during a party she had not wished to attend. Her eyes drifted across the top of the instrument to see her father standing beside Miss Waller, and Charlotte couldn't imagine her life would improve if the young lady became the next Lady Fordyce-Whittaker. At best, Miss Waller would ignore her new stepdaughter. At worst, Charlotte's life would be at the mercy of a girl half her age. With no means to live apart from her family, Charlotte was left with two options: remain in her present situation or marry. Marriage would leave her to be subjected to only one person's whims, and with no expectations of love and romance, Charlotte wasn't about to be disenchanted as Patricia was. She would be mistress of her own home. There would be children. Yet none of those would be worth it if Mr. Bixby proved himself a scoundrel or cruel. Could she truly hand her future and happiness to another, someone whom she had never met? The piece wound to a close and was met with a smattering of applause, though most continued with their conversations. Mr. Davies gave her the strongest ovation, and Patricia glanced at the fellow before hurrying to the pianoforte. "Why not grace us with another piece?" she asked. Charlotte rose to her feet, stepping around the instrument. "I have already taken enough of everyone's time." "Nonsense!" And with that, Patricia ushered her back to the seat, and Charlotte did the only thing she could do. The first notes of "The Sapling Oak Lost" rang out as Charlotte's thoughts coalesced into one grand revelation. Patricia's determination had worked, though not in the direction she wished, for Charlotte knew in that instant that if Mr. Bixby were a good man, marriage to him could not be any worse than remaining where she was, living according to the whims of dictators. But another question pricked at her conscience, demanding an answer. Could she uphold her part of their bargain? Tonight had proved yet again that she lacked the skills required to manage society. Yet even as she considered that problem, Charlotte contented herself with the knowledge that Mr. Davies wouldn't suggest her as a viable candidate if she were unable to fulfill Mr. Bixby's needs. And the fact that she did not enjoy society was not the same as being incapable of navigating it. Having never been granted the opportunity to throw parties or set her family's social calendar, Charlotte couldn't say she was unable to do so. A bit of practice was required, that was all, and after reading Mr. Bixby's letter, it was clear that even her meagre social skill was greater than his by leaps and bounds. Her fingers flew through the notes faster than the piece called for, but Charlotte could not bear to let time pass by. With such a large question looming before her, she had to make a decision, and the final piece of the puzzle sat on the other side of the drawing-room, watching her with far more rapt attention than anyone else. When the piece came to a close, Charlotte shot to her feet, though Patricia attempted to rout her again. "Surely Miss Waller would like to exhibit her talents as well," said Charlotte, motioning for the young lady who was guaranteed to accept the offer. In a trice, Miss Waller took her place at the pianoforte, allowing Charlotte to slip back to Mr. Davies. "Patricia, dearest, might I have a moment?" asked Headley. Patricia's gaze darted between her sister-in-law and her husband, though Charlotte knew which impulse Patricia would follow. Turning away, the lady moved to his side, leaving the way clear for Charlotte to take her seat once more at Mr. Davies' side. "As you were saying, Mr. Davies?" The words tumbled out in a rush. Charlotte sounded a fair bit winded, but she couldn't allow another opportunity for this conversation to be interrupted. "Your sister-in-law is very determined," said Mr. Davies with a laugh. But Charlotte waved the jest away. "Please, sir, I am far too anxious for your answer to wait another moment." Mr. Davies nodded. "To be honest, I am grateful I had a few more minutes to give your question proper consideration. I would not wish to give you poor or half-formed advice." The fellow paused, and Charlotte's hand circled in the air before her. "And?" Turning towards her, Mr. Davies leaned closer, holding her gaze with the firm honesty that had appealed to her since their first meeting. "I cannot guarantee anything about your future, but I can tell you with absolute certainty that I would not hesitate to entrust my sister's happiness to Mr. Bixby. He's not only a client, but a dear friend, and from the very beginning of our acquaintance, I've been impressed by his generosity and kindness. He's by no means perfect, he has faults aplenty, but he is an honourable man to his core. He takes his responsibility as a son, brother, friend, and master seriously, and he will do the same in his role as husband. There is no one I would rather have at my side than him." Charlotte's brows rose. "That is high praise indeed." "And I mean every word of it," said Mr. Davies. His light eyes were firm and unshakable as he added, "I give you my word I would not extend his proposal to you if I did not think it would be a good situation for you both. I trust Mr. Matthew Bixby implicitly, and he will make you a fine husband." The tightness in her chest eased, and Charlotte straightened. Some women read the future in tea leaves or the wrinkles in one's palms, and though she could not claim some preternatural sense akin to that, there were moments when it felt as though the curtains of the here and now drew back, giving her a glimpse into what was to come. Whether instinct or some higher power, Charlotte did not know. She supposed it did not matter. It came without prompting and filled her to the brim with such peace and certainty that she could not turn away from the course it presented. "Though I have to leave for Greater Edgerton tomorrow, I can return in a few weeks' time, and you can give me your answer then," said Mr. Davies. But Charlotte shook her head. "There is no need. I will marry Mr. Bixby." Chapter 7. 1 month later. Greater Edgerton, Lancashire. On a lazy afternoon there was nothing better than a snowy day when the flakes floated down from the heavens, covering the world in a layer of fluff. There were few greater pleasures than sitting in a comfy chair with a cup of drinking chocolate while watching the snow paint the world in pristine white. But today was no lazy afternoon, and Charlotte cursed the weather. With her nose fairly pressed to the carriage window glass, she willed the roads to clear, the horses to fight through the snowdrifts, and the clocks to slow. Wretched winter, and wretched pride that had pushed her to take extra time at the last stop to change her gown. A lady mustn't be tardy to her wedding, but surely affording herself a few moments to prepare for the ceremony wasn't a terrible thing. Charlotte would have preferred waiting until they arrived, but with time so tight, she couldn't risk it. A lady ought not to marry in her travelling clothes with the dirt of the road clinging to her. "What time is it, Papa?" That question earned her a heavy sigh, and her father spoke in a distracted tone, his gaze never turning from his newspaper. "It's been 5 minutes since you last pestered me about the time. We're already 4 days later than anticipated. A few more minutes shan't make much of a difference. Even if we are a tad tardy to the ceremony, it is understandable. The roads have been atrocious. Besides, I sent word ahead, and they're expecting us, so you needn't worry that your Mr. Bixby will think you've jilted him." Lips pinched together, Charlotte forced herself not to dwell on all that she wished to say. Had they left Oxfordshire earlier, as she had desired, the poor weather would have been a minor inconvenience, but she held her tongue as no good came from saying such things to Sir Clarence. If only they could postpone the wedding a day or two, though she supposed it mattered little, for the decision had been made, and a few hours of conversation were unlikely to change the outcome. Leaning forward, Charlotte looked out at the white world, scouring the landscape for signs of the town. Faint flashes of red brick were the only warning before the carriage rolled past the boundary of Greater Edgerton. The road turned and followed a river, though the row of buildings lining either side kept her from seeing anything more than the occasional flash of children skating across the frozen surface. Having read much about industrial cities over the past 4 weeks, Charlotte had anticipated sooty buildings, the stench of commerce, and hordes of people, but even this bustling town was at the mercy of the weather, leaving most people sequestered in their homes or businesses. With the snow hanging heavy on the eaves and windowsills, the place was rather picturesque as the white complemented the deep reddish-brown of the buildings. "Is it much farther?" asked Charlotte, though she didn't know why she bothered, for her father was no more familiar with Greater Edgerton than she. "I am reading, Charlotte," came the quiet admonition as Papa continued to examine his newspaper. The sight of a spire had her heart stilling, and her breath caught as the building drew ever closer. But then they passed by, and then past another. How many churches did one town require? But finally, the coachman slowed the horses, drawing them to a halt before the gates to the churchyard. Charlotte had the carriage door open before they came to a full stop. "It is unwise to look so eager, my dear," said Papa with a huffing chuckle, folding his paper carefully before setting it on the seat beside him and placing his hat on his head. Stepping out, he gathered his greatcoat close while Charlotte lifted her skirts, though there was no saving them from the flurries. Papa stepped forward, placing a hand on her back. "Come, they're waiting." Charlotte held back a frown. Now he wished to be expeditious. But the fellow was quite determined, ushering her past the churchyard and up the front steps before she could straighten her cloak. Her hands shook and her muscles tightened, clutching the layers of fabric to her as they hurried through the empty nave. Her eyes passed over the vicar and Mr. Davies, fixing on the man that must be Mr. Matthew Bixby. Good gracious! He was somehow both exactly as she imagined and nothing like it. At first glance, Charlotte thought him tall, but a quick comparison with the other men showed he was entirely average. His presence filled the space, making him seem a broad mountain of a man. Mr. Bixby's dark hair curled with abandon, falling easily into the windswept mane that so many gentlemen spent hours to perfect, but a few unruly locks fell precisely as they wished, making it clear his coiffure was entirely natural. It matched his simple clothes, which displayed quality tailoring and fine fabric suitable for this important day, but without any of the overwrought decoration or patterns that marked a gentleman of fashion. Charlotte passed over all of that in a heartbeat, landing on his eyes, which watched her with just the sort of determination and focus she expected from the man who'd written that letter. But his gaze wasn't the dark pool she'd envisioned. His eyes were crystalline blue, standing out like shining diamonds against his dark hair, and with an implacability that was as hard as rocks, too. What was she doing? This was pure insanity. Charlotte searched for the rightness she'd felt when she'd made this decision and found a void, which was quickly filling with all the whispering doubts that had plagued her since she'd agreed to this ridiculous union. Her gaze darted to Mr. Davies, whose smile grew tighter the longer he studied her. It was as though he knew precisely where her thoughts lay, for he gave her a solemn nod, his eyes echoing the promises he'd given her all those weeks ago. For better or for worse, this was her decision, and it had been made. "You are tardy," said the vicar, motioning for her and her father to join them at the altar. Charlotte moved into place, her gaze fixed on Mr. Bixby, who stared back at her. His expression gave no hint as to his thoughts or feelings at that moment, and she felt like gaping at this stranger who was about to become her husband. It was only then that she realized she still held her skirts. Releasing them, she tried to smooth them out, but her hands shook too much to be of any use. The vicar huffed and motioned her forward. "Come now, miss, we've waited long enough. A moment." Mr. Bixby's voice cut through the air. Reaching for Charlotte's elbow, he motioned her aside, but the pair paused when the vicar interrupted. "Mr. Bixby, I have other business that requires my attention today, and I cannot stand around waiting indefinitely." Those striking eyes moved off of Charlotte and fixed on the vicar. "I have paid you well for your time, Mr. Snelling. Unless one of your flock is dead or dying, there is no reason you cannot give this lady a few moments to compose herself." Mr. Bixby's tone brooked no refusal and invited no debate, and he turned away from the vicar with absolute certainty that no further argument would be mounted. Mr. Snelling's lips pinched together, but he stood there silently, clutching his scriptures. Turning back to the task at hand, Mr. Bixby led her to the far end of the nave. "I hope your journey was not wholly unpleasant. It is unfortunate that you had such troubles on the road." His tone was low, and though not entirely gentle, it lacked any of the sharpness he'd given the vicar. Mr. Bixby studied her as though seeing every silent distress she had suffered in the past weeks. "I am only sorry we did not arrive as planned," she replied. "I do hope you haven't waited long." Mr. Bixby waved her apologies away. "Before we begin, I wanted a moment with you. Though I have received your written assurances, I wish to hear from your own lips that you accept this marriage. If you have any doubts, you are free to leave." Charlotte's brows rose. "Are you having doubts?" "Certainly." The response came without hesitation, and was spoken with as much certainty as the word itself, and Charlotte found herself blinking at that. Not that his having such thoughts was surprising, but the selfsame bluntness she had read in his letter was far more shocking when spoken aloud. "However," he continued, "I'm determined to go through with it, as I feel this will be beneficial to us both. But I have no desire to trap you. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so." And face the scorn of society. Charlotte silently considered that, knowing it was not something she ought to express to a person who was more a force of will than a man of flesh and blood. People like Mr. Bixby understood the power of society, but did not bow to its whims. That was the entire reason he had petitioned for her hand, after all. It was her place to sort out all that nonsense and manage those affairs. Mr. Bixby was relying on her. Her, Charlotte Fordyce-Whittaker, the baronet's spinster daughter who had as much skill at managing the thrust and jab of social politics as a blind man in a fencing match. Liar. Though not entirely deserving of that word, Charlotte felt it thrum beneath her skin, weaving through her. In the weeks since she had agreed to this ridiculous scheme, the realization had grown in strength until it drowned out any other objection or fear. Mr. Bixby wished for a certain sort of wife, and Charlotte did not fit the bill. Forcing her lungs to expand, she seized those thoughts and stuffed them away. True, Charlotte cared not for such things, but that did not mean she was incapable. Surely she would thrive if she simply chose to engage with society. And, whatever Charlotte lacked, she was infinitely more capable than Matthew Bixby with his bluntness and intimidation. And his letter did not require her to excel at such things, only that she surpassed his limited ability. Mr. Bixby frowned. "You have no reason to fear retribution." "I considered my choices before accepting, and I have no desire to alter course now." Though her heartbeat quickened and her hands grew clammy inside her gloves, Charlotte spoke the words with utter sincerity. Mr. Bixby studied her with that piercing gaze of his, and Charlotte knew such an expression did not aid his cause amongst Greater Egerton society, for there were few who could meet such a look without quaking in their boots. She straightened her spine, forcing herself to meet it. He was to be her husband, after all, her partner. It would not do to begin such an alliance on uneasy footing. Charlotte looked back at him, not matching his intensity, yet not turning away from it, and something shifted in his gaze. She wished to think it was a hint of respect, though there was no upward turn of his lips or lightening of his expression to confirm the impression. Turning her about, Mr. Bixby unfastened her cloak whilst Charlotte removed her bonnet and straightened her skirts, and then he sent Mr. Snelling another quelling look, silencing the gentleman's impatient huffs as she readied herself. Holding up his arm, Mr. Bixby waited for her to take it before leading her to the altar. Though Mr. Snelling scowled, his expression cleared when that earned him yet another narrowed look from her husband-to-be. This was her choice, and Charlotte knew she was quite capable of thriving as a wife and partner. Mr. Bixby felt so solid beside her, and when he placed his free hand atop hers, she cleared her thoughts of all doubts and worries. The decision was made. The time had come. Chapter 8. Mr. Bixby and the future Mrs. Bixby. Charlotte supposed she ought to think of him as Matthew, but taking such liberties, even in her thoughts, felt odd and unnatural. Her intended he may be, but surely they ought to have a proper introduction before being on such intimate terms. With her thoughts so fixed on that inanity, Charlotte hardly noticed that they stood before the vicar, with Papa and Mr. Davies witnessing the vows that bound her and Matthew Bixby irrevocably. To have and to hold, for better, for worse. Charlotte hardly had time to breathe before the registry was signed and they were whisked into the waiting carriage. Helping her inside, her husband sat opposite. "Ought not a husband to sit beside his wife?" asked Papa with a laugh, though he took the empty seat readily enough. Mr. Bixby shook his head. "You and she have only just finished a lengthy journey and ought to have the better seat." Charlotte studied the man, her thoughts attempting to sort through just what sort of fellow he was. With a word here and there, Mr. Bixby showed more genuine concern and attention than those with gentler exteriors. Papa certainly lacked her husband's hardness, yet he settled into the offered seat without batting an eye, accepting his due without further question. Surely a man who was conscientious enough to contend with the vicar and surrender a preferable seat for her would make a fine husband. No doubt he noticed her staring, but Charlotte refused to turn away. A wife was allowed such luxuries, was she not? And, with his gaze fixed upon Papa, it was far easier to peruse the lines of his face and the sweep of his hair, though there was little more to decipher. Sifting through all she might say and wished to say, Charlotte tried to grasp something to break the silence as Mr. Davies climbed in beside her husband. But what did one say to a stranger, even if he were her husband? If anything, their marital status made the prospect more daunting. "The roads have been positively wretched. I'm surprised we made it at all," said Papa as the carriage rolled away from the church. "It is not uncommon this time of year," replied Mr. Davies. Mr. Bixby folded his arms. "I'm surprised you waited so long to set off. Winter weather is unpredictable and bound to slow your progress, and you ought to have given yourself a few more days." Though the fellow couldn't know it, Charlotte felt a glow of warmth at that statement that aligned so thoroughly with her own thinking. Though his words were far more forthright than she had dared to be with her father, it was precisely what she wished she could have said. Papa waved it off with a huff. "Nonsense. We arrived near enough to the proper time, and I could not spare another moment. My son and I had business to attend to." Pinching her lips tight together, Charlotte forced herself not to say the precise nature of that business, for it was hardly worth noting. Mr. Bixby huffed in reply. "What business would that be? Surely your daughter's wedding trumps all other matters." Mr. Davies cleared his throat, and Mr. Bixby turned his gaze away, though Papa noted none of it and unfolded his abandoned newspaper. "As your business forced us to conduct this affair here instead of our home parish, you have no reason to be put out, Mr. Bixby," said Papa with a huff as he turned the page. "Hurrying here and there has been quite a nuisance, and in this weather." Charlotte's eyes fell to her lap, and she fiddled with the edge of her travelling cloak. Casting a look at her husband, she saw the tension in his jaw and the tightness of his shoulders. As she scoured her thoughts for something to draw him into conversation, Charlotte struggled to think of a single appropriate subject. There were topics to broach with a near stranger that can foster a fledgling conversation, but she already knew what he did for a profession and where he hailed from. Opening her mouth, Charlotte hoped some brilliant subject would emerge, but Mr. Bixby spoke first, asking Papa about a finer point concerning the marriage contract. The edge of her father's paper fell, revealing wide eyes as he sputtered and hemmed, casting sideways looks at Charlotte, though the delicate subject didn't bother her in the slightest. Whether her husband didn't see or didn't care, Mr. Bixby pressed forward, and the gentleman dove into a discussion of investments and jointures. As it pertained to her future, Charlotte knew she ought to pay greater heed, but the papers were signed already, so the business was over and done, and she hadn't a single ounce of strength remaining to care about such things. Not that Papa would welcome her input in those matters. The here and now was overwhelming enough. She couldn't fret about the future. Turning her gaze to the window, Charlotte inched forward on her seat, searching the passing scene for her future home. Mr. Davies had told her many details, but they stemmed from that which a man found interesting, and gave her little insight into what living at Walsworth House would be like. Yet each building passed by without them slowing, and Charlotte strained to see any sign of her new home. The town petered out enough for her to see the river that powered the mills in town. Trees pressed up against the water's edge, and with winter having stripped the limbs bare, Charlotte spied the roof of a mill nestled on the riverbank. Turning down the driveway, the carriage drew closer, allowing her to spy the machinery and people through the windows, which skittered about like ants in an anthill. The blocky structure rang with noise and movement, a great behemoth compared to the house sitting some yards away, which was a simple square of brick that had been plastered over in pale white, blending into the snow surrounding it, except for the slate roof that stood out stark and grey. Though nature hadn't been cut away entirely, the ground around the buildings was barren, leaving only a few trees to break up the emptiness stretching between the two. The structures looked so forlorn, sitting there away from the bustling streets of Greater Egerton. Yet Charlotte's mind stripped away the sorry weather and saw the possibilities. In the summertime, it must be lush and verdant. Her imagination planted ivy, which crawled up the sides of the mill and gave it a bright burst of colour. The river stretched along the back edge of the buildings, which provided a perfect place to stroll, and Walsworth House boasted a decent piece of land that begged to be made into a garden. With a little work, it would be quite fine indeed. Papa glanced out alongside her and made a sound Charlotte had heard many a time before. Her new home may not be as fine as Borswood Hall, but it was by no means small, and there was a cosiness to it her former home could never match. Walsworth House was large enough for entertaining, but without the great gaping rooms that made one feel so very small and alone. In a word, it was perfect. The carriage stopped, and Mr. Bixby stepped out, offering his hand to Charlotte. Gathering up her skirts, she stepped out, and the snow trickled over the edges of her slippers. No doubt they were ruined, but it wasn't their loss or the bite of cold that held her attention. Hand clasped in his, Charlotte turned her gaze from their home to meet her husband's eyes. "It is lovely," she said, giving him the only words she could think to say. His bright blue eyes glinted despite the sun being hidden behind thick clouds. The pitched edges of his lips eased, the corners of his mouth turning upwards in a faint smile. This was her husband. Her husband. Charlotte could hardly breathe as he held her in his gaze. She longed for something amusing to say, or intelligent, or anything, but her wits were entirely lacking at present. "I fear I must be on my way." Papa's words broke through Charlotte's foggy brain, and she turned to stare at him, though his attention was fixed on the fluttering snow with a frown. "If the return journey is to be as arduous, I must not delay. I have a pressing matter that cannot be put off." Papa spoke with a regretful but entirely false tone. Though he would not say as much in mixed company, Charlotte guessed the pressing matter was sport, likely boxing, as this was not the time of year for hunting or horse races. She prayed Mr. Davies had been correct when he claimed Mr. Bixby was no sportsman. She couldn't bear to watch her husband fritter away money with ridiculous wages like Papa and Headley. They could sustain a good many families on the amount the pair lost in such foolhardy pursuits. "You cannot delay your journey even an hour or two?" Mr. Bixby's tone was impossible to mistake, for it was as disapproving as the frown he turned on her father. "As this wedding business has already commandeered so much of my time, I hardly think I need to waste any more of it now that the deed is done," said Papa as Mr. Davies climbed out. "And as you so boldly said, my boy, travelling such a long distance requires far more time than one anticipates. So I leave my daughter in your capable hands, Mr. Bixby." Charlotte blinked at her father, her gaze darting between him and her husband. She hadn't expected him to break his journey long, but neither had she anticipated Papa dumping her on Mr. Bixby's doorstep. But as much as she longed to beg him to stay, she knew too well the look in his eyes to voice any of the thoughts in her head. Giving him a nod, as she knew he expected, Charlotte watched as her father climbed back into the carriage. Before the groom closed the door, Papa leaned forward, reaching through the doorway to give her a pat on the cheek and a warm smile. "I am happy for you." Then he sat back, snapping the door closed. With a nudge, Mr. Bixby moved her away as the carriage rolled forward. Charlotte stared after her father as he disappeared down the road. Pressing a hand to the small of her back, Her husband motioned her towards the entrance, and Charlotte did as bidden, her thoughts freezing as thoroughly as her toes. The front door opened, and a flurry of noise struck her. She hardly had time to step through the doorway before hands divested her of her cloak, bonnet and gloves, and then she was passed around as a horde of people all gave their introductions. The room swirled around her, and she struggled to get her feet beneath her. Nothing about the present situation should surprise her. Her father had acted exactly as expected, and, of course, her new husband would arrange a wedding breakfast to present his wife to society. Neither should have startled her, yet Charlotte struggled to steady herself during this sudden shift. After all that had happened, to say nothing of the days of travel, she longed to curl up in a quiet corner. Filling her lungs, she forced her dizzying thoughts to calm, holding on to a pleasant smile as she nodded and curtsied to yet another stranger. This was her role in their marriage, and she was going to do her best to fulfill it. Charlotte scoured her memories, and though she had few of her mother, she had the examples of 2 stepmothers from which to draw. Florence and Belinda Fordyce-Whittaker had done little to teach her any of the ways of society, but they had set enough of a precedent that Charlotte gathered their lessons close. Then, borrowing Patricia's hostess smile, she threw herself into the fray. Chapter 9. Only a few short hours into the day, and Matthew Bixby was ready to be done with it, or at least lock himself away in his study. Several unanswered letters pricked at his thoughts, prodding him to leave his new wife to manage this mess. It was her responsibility, after all. Hands tucked behind him, he nodded as the other gentlemen rambled on about the same subjects that had dominated their conversations the last few months. Their sentiments were nothing new, and their words were a regurgitation of all that had been said before. It was a pointless conversation, but as repetition and ennui were the best society had to offer, Matthew wasn't surprised. "It's naught but a bit of nonsense," said Mr. Pelham with a wave of his hand and a tone of finality. Matthew would have preferred to tell the fellow that his sentiment was the true nonsense, but even Matthew knew that would not fare well with the others, and he was in no mood for a heated debate. "Preposterous," said Mr. Anglesey. "The government's actions during the Peterloo massacre and the months since have only served to stir up the people. This is not going to fade away." Mr. Culpepper huffed. "What do the lower class expect? Do they think they can simply march about, shouting for a better life? If they do not like their positions in the mills and factories, they should work harder and become their own master." "It is not that simple," replied Mr. Leggett. "And why ever not? Mr. Bixby and I both came from humble beginnings and have done well for ourselves," he said, nodding at Matthew. "It's not as though we were gifted with anything more than a determination to better ourselves, and we have. If others wish to do so, they simply need to apply themselves." "That is precisely what they are doing with their rallies and protests," replied Matthew. "Then they ought to do so without hurting our profits," came the quick retort. "If they didn't break the law, they'd have nothing to fear." Matthew's shoulders tensed. They were not breaking the law until those ridiculous acts were passed in December. Parliament cannot hope to abolish freedom without repercussions. The world is changing, and it is short-sighted to think government strong-arming will keep progress from happening. "My, you do sound like a revolutionary. Ought we to expect you to lead the protests in our dear town?" asked Mr. Culpepper with such a snide tone that Matthew felt ready to pummel the man. They were both from humble origins, after all. Surely Mr. Culpepper knew as well as Matthew how to use his fists to settle disagreements. "Would you rather we call in the militia to put down a peaceful gathering with violence?" But Matthew's words were cut short at the sound of a voice that had his teeth grinding together. "Why am I not surprised to find you all discussing such a dreary subject?" Life was full of irritants, many of which occupied this very room. That was the entire reason Matthew had wished to marry. It was far better to have someone else handle the annoyances of society. But Mr. Ambrose Ashbrook was more than bothersome. He was a megrim of the highest order. The fellows swanned into their circle, bringing with him his wretched smile that blended cockiness and vacuousness to a degree Matthew hadn't thought possible. But then, he was ignorant of society. Mr. Ashbrook's behaviour might be unremarkable amongst the hordes of fribbles dominating London. Life had been far better before the Ashbrooks had settled in Greater Egerton. Matthew may have fared no better amongst his fellow masters, but Mr. Ashbrook's easy entrance into their circle only served as a stark contrast to Matthew's floundering attempts. Thank goodness that, in the rare times when Ambrose Ashbrook bothered saying anything of substance, the gentleman advocated moderation rather than espousing Mr. Culpepper's extremist views. "I do not see why we should shy away from serious subjects, Mr. Ashbrook, even at a wedding breakfast," said Matthew. "Surely, as the owner of a mill, you have some opinion on the recent unrest and what is to come?" Mr. Ashbrook gave him another beaming smile that likely made women swoon, and if the answering expressions around him were any indication, it worked wonders with many men as well. "What will come," said the fellow, "and there is no need to spoil such a happy occasion with dour conversations. Such things ought to be left alone while emotions are running high." Matthew lifted a glass to cover his grimace. He didn't know what he expected of such a young man. Ambrose Ashbrook may be a mill owner, but Matthew doubted the fellow had 30 years to his credit. That wasn't terribly younger than Matthew's own 33, but Mr. Ashbrook behaved like someone far more immature. To say nothing of the fact that the fellow's business had only been procured through the aid of his brother-in-law. Though Matthew couldn't discover just how invested Mr. Simon Kingsley was in the venture, from what he knew of Mr. Ashbrook, Matthew was certain it must be a fair amount. No doubt, Newland Mills would be bankrupted in a trice, and Mr. Kingsley's money would be lost. With a few more bits of nonsense, Mr. Ashbrook had the others laughing, their attention diverted entirely away from the subject at hand. Matthew studied the fellow, his thoughts churning as he tried to see what was so appealing to the others. Even putting aside his dislike of the frivolous manner in which Mr. Ashbrook approached life, there was something about him that left Matthew unsettled. Something more than the general falseness of society. "Please excuse me," interjected Matthew, cutting off whatever inanity the fellow was about to spew next. With a curt bow, Matthew turned away, and they returned to their conversation with equal speed, voicing no objections about his withdrawal. Walsworth House was by no means a vast building with many twisting passageways or nooks in which to hide, but Matthew squeezed past the hordes, moving out of the parlour, past the dining room, which was equally stuffed, and turned towards the stairs. As much as he wished to escape to his study, he held firm and tucked himself away at the bottom. Guests occasionally moved between the two rooms, but the majority remained in their claimed area, leaving him still in attendance, but far less visible than before. Having worked long hours at jobs that would have broken the backs of anyone else here, Matthew didn't understand why he was so fatigued. His movements were sluggish and slow, and his head felt like a lead weight pressing down on his neck. His eyelids struggled to remain open. Just a moment to gather himself. That was all he needed. Why couldn't he simply run his business? Ledgers were so much easier than these silly people and their pointless squabbles. What little they chose to discuss was only surface deep, never delving into the heart of the matter. Burying their heads in the sand while ignoring the trouble barreling toward them, completely content in their place in the world and willfully ignorant of how easily and quickly all their comforts could be lost. Matthew shook himself free of those thoughts. As true as they weren't helpful. There was nothing to be done about it. If he wished to own a mill, he was forced to interact with the other masters. A necessary evil. Thank goodness for his wife. As the daughter of a baronet, she had the skills and clout to manage things. His wife. Matthew blinked. He sagged against the wall as his shoulders loosened. It was finally done. And quite well done, he might add. When he'd first laid eyes on Walsworth Mill, the building had been neglected for nigh on a decade, and though others had warned him against such a gamble, a solid, unshakable sentiment had settled over him, giving him no doubt as to what he should do. And he had felt that certainty once more when he'd spoken his marriage vows. First impressions weren't sacrosanct, but there was a lot of truth to be found in introductory moments, and Matthew's instincts told him Charlotte Fordyce-Whittaker suited his needs perfectly. The lady was circumspect in her conversation, so it was unlikely she would jabber on, demanding his attention concerning lace and what-not. Yet, if the manner in which he delved into the crowd when they arrived were any indication, Charlotte socialized with ease. That was why he'd insisted on a lady with some years to her credit. His wife was still young enough for children, yet mature enough to be sensible. Crossing his arms, Matthew drummed a quick beat of his fingers along his sleeve. The only fault he could see at present was that she had remained unwed for so long. Surely a lady of her standing and situation ought to have found herself a husband long before now. Davy seemed certain she was a catch, but Matthew couldn't help but wonder why such a find would remain unclaimed for so long. True, Charlotte was no beauty, but her looks were pleasing enough. Her figure was quite plump, and though he had heard others snipe at a lady carrying a few extra stone, Matthew thought it becoming on her. Charlotte bore herself with the confidence inherent in those born to titles and wealth, though, as Matthew thought about it, there was a touch of something different to her demeanour. An ease without condescension. It brought to mind a painting he'd once seen of Demeter seated on her throne and surveying her bounty with benevolence. Charlotte's colouring was unremarkable, for the vast majority of people in his acquaintance boasted the same, but her brown eyes shone with intelligence and warmth. And there was something to the colour of her hair that was striking. He wondered what it would look like when free of her hairpins. Yes, Charlotte was not a handsome lady, but Matthew thought her quite appealing. In short, she was precisely what Mr. Davies claimed her to be, even if the other dunderheads of his gender could not see past a few surface imperfections. But then, there was no accounting for taste, and if Mr. Ashbrook were any indication, gentlemen of his class weren't insightful. When the previous owner had declared bankruptcy, Walsworth Mill had remained empty for some time due to short-sighted men who couldn't see its potential. Matthew had gotten a good deal on his business, and it seemed he was to do so again with his wife. "Ah, there you are," said James. Straightening, Matthew gave his brother a nod, though the fellow hardly noted it. "I had hoped to steal away a few moments to speak with you," he said, glancing around at the empty hall. "I am glad we shan't be bothered, for it is direly important. I hardly got a moment's rest last night. Did Mother write to you?" "She often does," replied Matthew, though his brother needed no prodding. "I can't help but be concerned about Peter." James's fingers worried the buttons on his waistcoat. "This venture he's undertaking seems like quite the risk." "It is a calculated one. I have pored over his accounts and projections, and I think his building project should be a success if he continues as he has. And though Timothy seems to enjoy his profession, I worry whether or not he's settled in the right situation." Forcing his hands apart, James tucked them behind him and frowned. "I wish both he and Mother had remained closer to home, rather than joining Betsy in Dorset. It is too far away." "Mother is happy with Betsy," said Matthew, "and heaven knows she and Leonard can use the assistance with the children. You and Eliza have not the space to house Mother, nor do you need her, and she longs to be useful." But James paid him no heed, dissecting each worry and concern like a raven picking apart a carcass. There was little to say in such moments, for there was no stopping the flow of words until James had come to his natural conclusion. Matthew nodded and nodded. Things were as they should be, or as much as they could be. There was no telling the future, but Matthew had done as much as he could to guarantee his family's comfort and prosperity. Peter's reports were regular and thorough. His brother had a good sense of business, and with Matthew's continued guidance, there was no doubt he'd succeed, assuming the labourers didn't revolt. And though Matthew had fewer ways to aid Timothy, building up his social status and connections was bound to be useful not only to his brothers, but to his nephews, who would be entering the workforce far too soon. Finding positions was as much about who you knew as your skill. When James finally took a breath, Matthew replied, "I am watching over everything. I assure you I have things well in hand." Yet his stomach twisted as he spoke those words. They were true enough, but Matthew knew well that unforeseen events could ruin his family's chances for success. His thoughts sifted through the possibilities, calculating how to mitigate possible problems. The greatest thing he could do to secure his future had been done this morning at the church, and there was little more to be done but press forward. "But what of the unrest I've read about?" asked James, his dark brows pulling together. "And now, with a wife for you to support?" Words bubbled in Matthew's brain that longed to be spoken, but barking at James over his fretting would do no good. His brother had no advice or aid to offer, simply a slew of words that cast every one of Matthew's actions in doubt. For all that James shared the Bixby colouring and build, his brother had a fragile quality that made him look as though he was on the verge of collapse at the slightest distress, and if Matthew did not tread carefully, James would stir up the rest of his family into a flurry. "I shall manage," said Matthew, "and my wife hardly needs my support. I have ensured that her wedding settlements will provide for her amply, and in the meantime, she will be a boon to my business." "I did not mean financially, Matthew," said James with a raise of his brows. "You already have many demands on your time." "It is good of you to be concerned, but I assure you I have everything in hand," said Matthew, giving his brother a pat on the back. But James continued to drone on about the various issues they faced. Though he did not understand the compulsion, Matthew knew well enough there was no holding James back when he was in such a mood, so he allowed his thoughts to drift. There was no good to be had in fretting. Not now. What could be done had been done. Matthew only hoped Charlotte would manage the rest. His gaze drifted to the parlour door. Through the opening, he caught sight of the new Mrs. Bixby, surrounded by guests, as she tittered like all the rest. While James fretted about the added burden, Matthew felt the tension in his shoulders ease at the sight. The gentlemen were fools for overlooking Charlotte Fordyce-Whittaker, but Matthew counted himself lucky. In other circumstances, a lady like Charlotte had no need for a man who was little more than a street urchin, no matter that he clothed himself in silk and gold. But because of others' blindness, Matthew had been able to give her his name and household. In return, she would give him the footing in society his business and family required. A mutually beneficial arrangement if ever he saw one. But as James nattered on, the words and concerns pressed down on Matthew. Not that his brother's dire predictions were worth noting, for they had little foundation in reality. But there were troubles enough to go around. A stack of letters awaited him upstairs, each with issues both large and small that needed attending. And here he was wasting his time on nothingness. They whispered to him, clamouring for his attention. Matthew held them at bay for as long as he could before giving his brother a bow and scurrying away to his study. Chapter 10. Why were there so many names? Surely the world would be far simpler if the number of surnames were limited. Instead, Charlotte was forced to try to recall Fowlers, Hampstalls, Brookmans, and so many others that they evaporated from her thoughts the moment they were spoken. If only some seamstress or tailor would create a fashion for stitching one's surname upon one's lapel, then Charlotte would be quite safe. Holding on to her smile, Charlotte nodded at Mrs. Breadmore. Or was it Mrs. Nightingale? It was monstrously unfair that she had so many to recall when they had only her own, which was easy enough, as they were already acquainted with her new husband. The exhaustion from travel plagued her thoughts, making them move at such a sluggish rate that Charlotte was certain she was speaking gibberish. Added to that was the strain of the crowd that seeped into her, buzzing beneath her skin like angry hornets until she was ready to burst. She manoeuvred among the guests, chatting here and there, and with each passing moment her mind and body grew more disjointed. Goodness, she could use a moment to herself, or at the very least a quiet corner. Casting a glance about her, Charlotte spied a lady standing off to one side. Though not occupied in conversation, the lady seemed neither inclined to venture into the fray nor discomfited with her situation. In Charlotte's experience, wallflowers were often cast in the role of desperate onlooker, Yet this lady showed none of that tension or sorrow. Though lacking features or a figure to catch the eye, the lady was stately, regal almost, and entirely the sort of lady Charlotte wished to know. Though she was the guest of honour and hostess of sorts, Charlotte extricated herself from the current conversation with little difficulty and wandered over to the lady's side. "You look cosy here," said Charlotte with a sigh. "Do you mind if I borrow your quiet corner for a moment?" "As you wish. It is your home, after all." Charlotte clung to her smile, though it faltered a touch. There was a bite to the lady's tone that set Charlotte's insides churning, though she didn't think the lady's expression was so terribly out of sorts. "I am glad you were able to join us, Mrs. prodded Charlotte. A muscle in the lady's cheek twitched, her brows furrowing. "Ashbrook. Mary Ashbrook." Mrs. Ashbrook's shoulders tensed, her expression tightening, and Charlotte cursed at herself. Was there a tactful way to retreat post-haste without making it apparent she was doing so? Charlotte could not think how, though it was clear from the pinching of her lips that Mary Ashbrook wished for solitude. It was as though someone had put up an invisible rope around the lady, blocking people from getting too close, and Charlotte had most certainly intruded. Charlotte opened her mouth but struggled to know what to say. "Is Greater Egerton to your liking?" asked Mrs. Ashbrook. "I fear I have seen little of it. I arrived just before the wedding." Mrs. Ashbrook's eyes snapped to her. Thoughts clearly slipped through the lady's mind, but Charlotte could not discern a single one, and as Mrs. Ashbrook did not elaborate, she thought it best not to ask. So, standing side by side, they stared out at the gathering in silence. Charlotte wished she knew what to say, but the more she searched for a subject, the more conversation eluded her. Then a gentleman swept over to their place with a beaming smile. "Ah, there you are, dearest. I wondered where you'd gotten yourself to." Mrs. Ashbrook's husband took hold of her hand, his thumb brushing across her knuckles before he wove it through his arm. Turning to Charlotte, he added with a nod, "Mrs. Bixby, it is a pleasure to meet you. Now, we shan't be the newest additions to the neighbourhood." Charlotte hardly knew what to say, though his sudden appearance startled her far less than the smile that stretched across Mrs. Ashbrook's face as she gazed at her husband. But then, if Charlotte held the arm of such an arresting gentleman, she would be beaming too. Mr. Ashbrook was not handsome per se, but there was a lightness to his expression that made his ordinary features extraordinary, and begged those around him to smile. "You are new to Greater Egerton?" asked Charlotte. "My wife and I married last summer and purchased Newland Mills." Mr. Ashbrook fairly beamed at his bride as he rested his free hand atop hers. Mrs. Ashbrook's expression softened, and Charlotte swore a hint of pink coloured the lady's cheeks, though there was no mistaking the pleased smile that brightened her face. Then, turning back to Charlotte, he gave her a tight grimace. "Of course, we hadn't anticipated all this wretched business crashing down upon us so soon after." "Peterloo," replied Charlotte, her brows knitting together. Even in their quiet corner of the country, far from the madness rife in the industrial towns, the papers had shouted to the high heavens about how that peaceful gathering of radicals in Manchester had descended into bloodshed. Even now, Charlotte could not understand how the cavalry could charge on the unarmed people whose only crime was asking for reform, and she sent out a silent prayer for the injured and fallen. Mr. Ashbrook nodded. "When the soldiers descended upon the rally, they thought to stamp out unrest and only kicked the hornet's nest. And Parliament isn't happy unless they're adding to the trouble. Of course, our local businessmen are doing what they can to fan the flames of indignation. I fear you've come at a terrible time." Or the very best time. The whispers permeating even this joyous occasion testified to just how much unrest there was, and though Charlotte was not foolish or prideful enough to think she might solve it all, it was growing ever clearer that Mr. Bixby was correct in wishing to strengthen his position in society. Those without a voice were doomed to be at the mercy of those in power. But where was her husband? I do wish we could stay longer, but I fear we must away. Sometime after you've had a chance to settle in, we should have you and Mr. Bixby over for dinner," said Mr. Ashbrook. "That sounds lovely," she replied, though her words were cut short when the fellow bowed low over her hand with the sort of gallantry befitting a grand ballroom. His wife huffed at the antics and shooed him towards the door while giving a nod in farewell. Charlotte cast a look around and found only a few guests remained. There were farewells aplenty, with many well wishes and promises of future visits once the couple were settled. Though few in number, the last guests took far longer than any others to collect their things. Or perhaps it was merely impatience on Charlotte's part that had her watching the clock, now that a respite was so very close. But she clung to her smile as the door finally shut behind them. And Charlotte could breathe once more. Staring at the wood, she took several steadying breaths, enjoying the relative quiet while the servants began clearing up the celebration. Turning, she forced herself to move, but her body dragged as she searched for her husband. "Where is Mr. Bixby?" she asked a passing maid. "In his study, ma'am." As the party had taken up the whole of the downstairs, there was only one place it could be. Stairs ought not to be so difficult to mount, but Charlotte huffed as she forced her legs to move. To lie down on a bed would be heavenly, but the knowledge that her husband was wandering about somewhere piqued at her too much for her to bother with resting. The study was easy enough to locate, as it was the only room on the next floor with its door closed, and when Charlotte knocked, a low voice called for her to enter. Papa's study was more decorative than useful. It was a place for him, Headley, and their friends to smoke and imbibe, while regaling one another about the latest races and boxing matches. But it was clear her husband spent a vast deal of time here, and none of it was frivolous. Mr. Bixby's desk was a large, mighty thing that looked like a solid piece of wood carved, polished, and plunked down beneath a window. Ledgers and newspapers filled the shelves around him, making him look like an overworked clerk shoved into a dark corner of an office, though everything was placed in a manner that made her think Mr. Bixby knew the precise location of every piece of paper in this room. "Was the wedding breakfast a success?" he asked, not looking up from his quill scratching across the paper. He paused with a huff as he quickly sharpened the tip before hurrying back to his writing. "Yes," though Charlotte's thoughts were so muddled she couldn't say with any certainty one way or another. It was better to be optimistic at such a moment. "Good." Mr. Bixby's hollow tone made it clear his thoughts were far from the conversation, and Charlotte glanced about at the room that was far too dark for the sort of work he was doing. Reaching for a box atop the mantelpiece, she opened the lid, hoping to find his collection of spills, as it was the only possible hiding place for them. She plucked out the thin twist of paper and held it to the fireplace before carrying the flame over to light the candle sitting on his desk. "And you?" she asked. When Mr. Bixby glanced at her with a furrowed brow, she clarified, "Do you think it was a success?" He gave her a sharp nod, though his attention was fixed back on his work before the movement was completed. Blowing out the remnant of her spill, Charlotte glanced about, wondering where to put it. Having used only half of it, the paper had a good couple of inches left and could be used again. But keeping a recently lit spill with the others seemed a terrible idea. Placing it on the mantelpiece beside the spill box, Charlotte turned to face her husband. She tucked her hands behind her, unsure of what to do now. Stepping gingerly around the room, she studied the shelves while she sought for something to say. "Have you had anything to eat?" she asked. "I haven't had a morsel, and I can ring for some luncheon to be brought up." "I have too much to do here, but feel free to speak to the servants if you require anything." Mr. Bixby didn't even pause in his work, his quill scratching quickly along the page. And though Charlotte longed to find some reason to stay, she felt the dismissal. His tone and posture had no snap or bite to them, but neither did he spare her a thought as he immersed himself in what was of utmost importance to him. On his wedding day. Charlotte forced herself not to gape. She had anticipated passing an hour or two together. It seemed the very least one could do on such an important day. Yet Mr. Bixby continued sorting through his books and papers, scribbling away as she stood there, watching him. Her mouth opened and closed as she tried to sort out what to say. But what could she say without seeming bothersome, or make her sound like a child begging for him to play with her, or both? Mr. Bixby's letter came to mind. As she had read through it many times in the past weeks, she was quite familiar with his words, and her thoughts rang with his requirements. Matthew Bixby wanted a partner, not a burden. In all the needs he listed, not a single one mentioned conversation or friendship or anything of the like. With a nod, Charlotte turned around and left, though she suspected Mr. Bixby hadn't noticed. Her heart sank with each step, the weight of her situation pressing down on her as she went in search of her bedchamber. It was not hard to locate the room, as her luggage had been delivered and unpacked, and the empty trunk stood to one side, ready to be tucked into the attics. This was the space she would share with her husband. Her heartbeat quickened as she considered what was to come, both in the near and distant future. Would there ever be any other part of their lives that intersected? Married for some 3 or 4 hours, yet she had still not shared a proper conversation with her husband. Her shoulders fell, her steps moving slowly as she strode to her bed. Pausing, Charlotte straightened, forcing her spine up. This was precisely what she had agreed to. Whatever else she might have hoped for, she couldn't claim Mr. Bixby had deceived her, and she had accepted his offer of her own free will, knowing full well what his terms were. To have and to hold, for better, for worse, and they had a lifetime to come to know one another. Shaking the remnant thoughts aside, Charlotte turned her attention to exploring her new home and planning her future. Chapter 11. 1 month later. Light slipped through a crack in the blinds, streaking across the bedchamber and skittering over Charlotte's toes. The glimmer broke through the darkness, pricking at her sleep, bringing her out of the realm of dreams until she was aware of her surroundings, yet not wholly able to interact with them. Shifting, she rolled to her side, and her eyes popped open when she was met with empty air. Matthew was too apt to spread into her side of the bed, and most nights found her colliding with him. She ought to have asked Mr. Davies if Matthew Bixby was an early riser, though the knowledge that he often rose with the sun wouldn't have deterred her. But as she burrowed deeper into the bedclothes to stave off a shiver, she wished her husband preferred to lounge about. One of the unexpected blessings of marriage was the extra warmth that came from sharing one's bed. Sleep. Dreamlands called to her, teasing her with promises of more restful hours, but she was too awake now to believe such falsehoods. How she longed to take breakfast in bed, but Charlotte knew herself too well to allow such behaviour. Leisurely mornings led to leisurely afternoons, and before she knew it, the day would be done without having accomplished anything. Casting aside her bedclothes, she moved through her morning ablutions and wandered toward the dining room. As there were only the 2 of them in residence, breakfast was a quiet affair, and upon entering the dining room, Charlotte was amazed to find the manservant already had a plate prepared and placed at her seat before she sat. The aroma called to her, begging her to lean in and savour the scent of breads and cakes filled with cinnamon, ginger, sultanas, and goodness knew what else. Cook's skill with pastries was unrivalled, and Charlotte thought it might be time to have a serious discussion with the woman about the menu, for it was impossible to show moderation when faced with such delectable dishes, and Charlotte's waistline needed no encouragement. She poured herself a cup of tea and added the requisite milk and sugar, her mind churning as readily as the spoon through her drink. The Athertons' card party was fast approaching. Their invitation had not yet arrived, though Charlotte was certain it would soon. That was something to celebrate, though her heart stuttered at the possibility that it might not. No matter how she tried to talk herself out of such fretting, she couldn't help but consider every possibility. Perhaps she might call on Mrs. Atherton. "Charlotte?" With a high-pitched squeak, Charlotte turned in her seat, her tea sloshing up over the cup's rim to splatter across her husband's waistcoat. Her free hand flew to her mouth as he stared at the wetness seeping across the fabric. Snatching a serviette, she blotted at the mess as she tried to think of something witty to ease the heat burning her cheeks, but her words failed her. "That was quite the welcome," Matthew murmured. "I apologize, but I fear I was lost in my thoughts and didn't hear you approach." He waved that and her attempts to salvage his clothes away and took the seat beside her. "You're usually at the mill by now," she said, turning her attention back to her meal. "I hadn't expected to find you here." "I got distracted with some work in my study," he replied, unfolding a newspaper. "I stopped for a bite to eat before I leave." And that solved the mystery of why her plate had been prepared so quickly. Charlotte glanced at the food intended for the master before the mistress had stolen it. She slanted a look at him, but he was studying the newspaper in his hands, hiding behind the folds of the paper. Biting into a bit of spice cake, Charlotte studied the wall of paper blocking her husband from view. "What has you so occupied this morning?" "I received some correspondence from my London contacts," he murmured, turning the page. "Concerning?" He gave a vague grunt. "The usual issues." Charlotte felt like laughing at that ridiculous answer, for it gave her no more information than if he'd remained silent. Glancing at the black and white writing on his newspaper, she scoured her thoughts for something else to ask him, but there was little point, for it would receive no warmer reception than any of the other times she'd attempted conversation with her husband. Perhaps her wits had completely fled her, for surely only a bedlamite insisted on repeating the same fruitless act again and again while expecting a different outcome than before. Joseph entered again with another plate and set it before his master, who gave the manservant a word of gratitude before picking at a bit of the dried toast, his eyes never leaving the information plastered across the newspaper. If there was one thing to be grateful for, and, truth be told, Charlotte thought there were many blessings to be found in her new life, it was that peace and quiet were plentiful in her home. Under her father's roof, she'd expended much time and energy searching for nooks in which to hide away, but there was no need at Walsworth House. "And what do you have planned for today?" asked Matthew. The question had Charlotte's brows rising, her attention turning from her food, though Matthew remained hidden behind his paper. Scouring her thoughts, she tried to find something to report, but her husband had no interest in her attempts to finish her latest painting, master another of Beethoven's sonatas, or complete her reading of Endymion, and there was little else to tell. Though Charlotte had taken over some duties, Mrs. Thompson had the household in order, requiring little oversight from her mistress. The accounts were in order, the staff was well trained. Of all the responsibilities Charlotte had to fulfill, there was only one that required her attention. "I believe we shall receive an invitation to the Athertons' card party," she said, her heart sending out a silent prayer that it was true. "And enough time has passed since I joined the neighbourhood that I ought to establish my at-home mornings for calls. Of course, I shall need to return the calls others paid when welcoming me to town." Matthew made a vague noise that revealed he was hardly listening, and Charlotte returned her attention to her breakfast. A knock at the door signalled Joseph's entrance, a salver in his hand as he offered a missive to his master. Popping open the wax seal, Matthew read the lines. "It appears I will be working from home this afternoon. Mr. Davies has some business he needs to discuss in private." Then, taking another few bites that were hardly enough to keep a man of his stature properly fed, Matthew rose, tucked the newspaper beneath his arm, and turned to leave. "Will Mr. Davies join us for luncheon?" Matthew paused and gave her a puzzled look. "Were you expecting him to?" "No, but I hope he will from time to time." Charlotte hadn't thought her previous question odd, but the manner in which Matthew held her gaze caused her to reassess the situation. His bright eyes stared into hers, and Charlotte simply sat there, studying his expression for a long moment before returning to her meal. "You do not need to extend the invitation if you do not wish to. I was only curious." I will ask him." Those were the only words he offered, and Charlotte didn't have time enough to respond before the fellow turned on his heel and strode out of the dining room. She stared at the empty doorway for a moment longer before turning back to her breakfast. Taking another bite, she tried to sort out her work for the day, yet nothing came to mind. That was a lie. Puffing out her cheeks, Charlotte sighed. For all her complaining about her lack of tasks, there was something she could do today. She crumpled her serviette and gave another heavy sigh. There was no putting it off forever, and the weather was warm enough to tackle her first project for Walsworth House. Chapter 12. Letters were like rabbits. If left unattended, they multiplied with reckless abandon. Yet no matter how much Matthew tried to stay atop the mounting pile, there were always more. By the time he'd written a response to one, another missive arrived on his desk, demanding his attention. His associate's reaction to the growing unease made it sound as though the end of days had arrived. Of course, many among the gentry ignored it altogether, and neither approach was productive. Matthew felt the weight of all those bits of paper settling onto his shoulders. He required no flash of divine inspiration to see that difficult times lay ahead. Anyone with sense knew it. But working oneself into a dither was useless. Scratching a few more words, Matthew scowled at the blurred letters. His thoughts flowed faster than his quill, and having to stop constantly to sharpen the blasted thing did nothing to ease his irritation. After eking out another sentence, he paused and reached for his penknife. The study door opened, and Davies swept into the room, taking the chair opposite without a word of greeting. "I don't know who is more foolish, Parliament or the rabble-rousers." Tossing a newspaper onto the desk, Davies huffed and shook his head. "Both sides are going to lose if they keep pushing in such extreme fashions." Glancing at the discarded paper, Matthew thanked his good fortune at having found a man of business with as much sense as Mr. Anthony Davies. As much as the masters of Greater Egerton believed themselves intelligent creatures, they were proving far too mule-headed and fearful, and Mr. Davies' thoughts and feelings aligned with Matthew's more often than not, despite having such vastly different temperaments. Matthew huffed. "There are whispers that Parliament incited the Cato Street conspirators to violence to strengthen the government's stance against the radicals and revolutionaries. But that seems as foolish as the conspirators' plans to murder Parliament and the Prime Minister. Even if they'd succeeded, it would have only made the situation worse. And in the meantime, the fools behind the plot are facing death by drawing and quartering," replied Davies. "Though I suspect Parliament will attempt to garner favour by commuting the sentences to hanging for the leaders and transportation for the rest. But they are fools if they think it will do any good." Casting aside his quill, Matthew leaned back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. "No amount of beneficence will placate the masses. Even the threat of prison shan't stop them from defying the ban on trade unions. The people want fair treatment and the right to vote, and they will not stop until they get it." "Amen," murmured Davies in a distracted manner that likely hadn't meant to be overheard, despite Matthew fully supporting the sentiment. Being a relatively new landowner, the novelty of casting a ballot hadn't faded yet, and Matthew well remembered the frustration that came with being among the powerless majority who had not the right to choose his leadership. Even many of the masters in town hadn't that ability, as they leased the land upon which their mills and factories sat. If not for the fact that the revolutionaries were also calling for fair labour practices, the masters would have cast their lots in with them. But any major societal reformation inevitably led to others, and thus, restricting votes to landowners was a necessary evil if they wished to maintain their stranglehold on their labourers. Straightening, Davies snapped back to the conversation. "Mr. Ashbrook is of the same opinion. Eventually, the people will have their way." Matthew huffed. "That popinjay. I doubt he has any opinions beyond the most effective ways in which to make others laugh." Brows raised high, Davies said, "He is far more intelligent than he appears at first glance. I've had a few conversations with him that were quite enlightening." I will take your word for it, Davies, but forgive me if I think your assessment is far too generous. Scratching at his jaw, Matthew asked, I assume a local union is already forming. Do you know who the leaders will be? Head bobbing back and forth, Davies considered that question. I have some inklings, though I would hate to speculate about such a thing. I will make some inquiries. But as long as Parliament clings to its laws against the unions, the workers will remain tight-lipped, as they should. Puffing out his cheeks, Matthew sighed and leaned his head against the back of the chair. The future would come, one way or another, but perhaps they might keep Greater Edgerton from crumbling around them, and perhaps it was time for them to throw a party in which they could gather the more like-minded masters together. A united front would help matters greatly. He would have to speak to Charlotte about organising something. "You're invited to luncheon," said Matthew. Davy's brows rose yet again, though a quirk of a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "You wish me to intrude on a private meal between a newly married couple?" "You make it sound sordid," grumbled Matthew, barely restraining another huff. "There is nothing to intrude upon. Besides, you often joined me before the wedding." "I had thought you might wish for some time alone with your bride." Davy's tone held too much disbelief to be ignored. He clearly thought Matthew's wits were lacking, but his statement proved the lackwit was himself. "There is no need for all that," said Matthew with a dismissive wave. "Charlotte manages her duties. I manage mine. When we have a few moments free, we pass it companionably. On the whole, the arrangement is as perfect as I had hoped it would be. It was she who asked me to extend the invitation." Davies blinked at him as though Matthew were speaking Greek. "You needn't be so surprised, Davies. You knew the arrangement when you extended my offer to her." "I am merely surprised you can speak of her in such unfeeling terms. I had thought you would be her friend, if nothing else. Your wife is delightful company." "She is." Charlotte was quiet and didn't pester him with all the little nothings about gowns and frippery. She didn't titter or chastise him when his manners weren't the height of fashion. She left him be. What more could a man ask for? Davies gave a grunt that felt more condemnation than agreement, his gaze narrowing on Matthew as he asked, "How is Thomasina faring?" Matthew knew better than to ask who that was. He could well guess it was someone connected to Charlotte, for Davies' tone had more than a hint of challenge to it, and so he watched his solicitor with a narrowed look and gave the only reply he could. "If there was anything amiss, Charlotte would have mentioned it," said Matthew. Another grunt. "As Thomasina's health is so terribly important to you, why don't you enlighten me?" Davies shook his head. "Your wife is eager enough to speak if you ask her. I shan't divulge her confidences." Matthew shifted in his seat, and it felt as though his shirt were made of the itchy homespun fabric he used to wear. "What did she give you?" Davies nodded at a side table, upon which sat a long box wrapped in a bow. The thing had appeared on his desk 3 days ago, and it had been set aside in favour of more pressing issues and promptly forgotten. "Why do you think Charlotte gave it to me?" asked Matthew. Davies shrugged. "She's the only person who would, especially wrapping it up as she did." Standing, his man of business gave him a gimlet eye, and Matthew felt like shrinking away. The feeling was quite unusual and unwelcome. There were few in this world whose opinions could elicit such a reaction, and the fact that it came from a fellow in his employ only added to the growing unease skittering through Matthew. Without another word, Davies turned and left him to his thoughts, which was a far more effective torture than arguing with him. Tugging at the ribbon, Matthew opened the box and found a pen with a metal nib. There was no accompanying note to it, but Davies' logic was sound, and Matthew knew the gift must have come from his wife. Picking it up, he dipped it in the inkwell and continued with his correspondence. It wrote differently from his quills, and it took a few sentences before he grew accustomed to the feel of it scratching across the paper. Sharpening a quill was an art, one Matthew had never quite mastered. He did so enough that he ought to be better at it. but if the number of times he had to sharpen it was any indication, he was quite poor at managing the thing. But the metal nib never dulled, never slowed. It continued without needing maintenance and effort. Matthew had heard of such things before, but the expense was great enough that he hadn't thought it worthwhile. Yet the more he wrote, the more impressed he grew with this little instrument. This new pen was quite the gift, one that pricked at him as he tried to turn his attention to his work. Standing, he freed himself of his tailcoat, hanging it on the back of his chair. Then, pressing on the small of his back, he stretched, allowing the movement to ease away the stiffness in his muscles. It was nothing like the soreness he'd felt as a lad during those long hours working in the mill, but with 33 years to his name, he was growing familiar with random aches and pains. Turning, he glanced out the window and saw Charlotte standing some distance away, a book clutched to her chest as she shared a few words with Davies. Matthew paused, staring at the pair. From the moment he'd proposed Charlotte as a candidate, Davies had spoken of his admiration for the lady, and though Matthew thought her quite a fine wife, he couldn't see what had captured the fellow's attention. Yet the lady standing with Davies bore little resemblance to the Charlotte Matthew had come to know. Gone was the quiet creature who favoured long silences and empty smiles. This Charlotte laughed, matching each of Davies' words with animation as her expression brightened in a manner that sparked a simmering heat in Matthew's chest. Clearly, the lady was quite reserved at home. Glancing at the mound of work on his desk, Matthew stepped towards his seat, but a weight settled in his chest as he cast another look at Charlotte and Davies together. At the very least, he ought to be on friendly terms with his wife, and he ought to thank her for the gift. Surely he could spare 5 minutes. Matthew turned from his desk and wove his way through the halls to where Charlotte now stood alone. Glancing about, he spied Davies wandering down the lane, and Matthew tried not to scowl. He truly did, but this would have been easier if the fellow had remained. Davies had behaved as though a conversation with Charlotte was something simple, easy. But what did a man like Matthew Bixby have to say to the daughter of a baronet? Chapter 13. Standing with her back to Matthew, Charlotte gazed out at the lawn surrounding the house, her hands clutching a book, and though he could not see her expression, he knew her brows were furrowed together in that manner they always did when she was deep in thought. At the first sound of his voice, she spun about, her arms flying open and flinging the book. Hand darting out, Matthew caught it before it fell to the grass as Charlotte covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Was she always so tightly strung? Or did he bring that out in her? Matthew didn't care for the implications if the second question were true. This may be a partnership, but a woman ought to feel at ease in her own home. Is something amiss at the mill? Charlotte's eyes were wide as she spoke, her hands drifting from her mouth to twist together against her middle. There were plenty of things amiss with the mill, but not one was the reason for this visit, and there was little good to be done by sharing those troubles with Charlotte. Matthew did not feel up to calming hysterics at present. "I wanted to see how you are faring today," he said. His wife blinked at him. She did not go so far as to gape, but the surprise in her expression was evident, and Matthew shifted his coat, straightening his sleeves. He didn't know whether to growl at himself or her. The very reason he had wanted this arrangement was to simplify his life and relieve some of his burdens, not introduce yet another person into his life who required his oversight. The fact that his conscience pricked in response to her shock was both vexing and disconcerting. "I am well," she replied when she had enough sense to speak again. "And how is Thomasina?" Matthew wished he recalled the woman's connection to Charlotte, for his ignorance only served to strengthen the allegation against him. From the significance in Davy's tone when he'd spoken of her, Matthew would hazard to say Thomasina was a close friend or family member, and surely a husband ought to know the connection at the very least. He knew much about Davy's family and tidbits about his various workers, so even as a partner, he was failing. "I understand she's been ill," he added. Charlotte stared at him, and Matthew held back a sigh. Surely his inquiry was not so great a shock that it rendered her speechless. "My sister-in-law writes that she is on the mend." Though Charlotte did not tack on a "sir" to the end of her sentence, Matthew swore he heard it there like an invisible jester mocking him. This was ridiculous. There was no need to feel uneasy. As strange as it first had seemed to have a woman in his space, Charlotte had quickly blended into it. Her presence in the house was already a familiar one, and their routines had blended quite nicely, proving that his decision to marry had been the right one. The time they spent together was easy, comfortable. Yet Matthew still did not know who Thomasina was to his wife. Surely he ought to. Davies was well acquainted with the details of her life, despite having known her only a few weeks longer than Matthew, an advantage that was quickly overshadowed when one considered the fact that the latter was her husband. Matthew sighed to himself. He didn't know why he was suddenly so determined to learn everything this very minute. They had developed a rapport, albeit a quiet one, and their situation was mutually beneficial. There was no need to stir up trouble by altering things now. With time, they would learn more about one another, and he needn't rush matters by coming over and demanding she tell him all. He gave her a sketch of a bow and turned away, adding, "Thank you for your gift. It is greatly appreciated." "You liked it?" That question had Matthew pausing and turning back to face her once more. "Of course I did. Why wouldn't I?" Charlotte gave an airy wave of her hand. "You said nothing, so I had assumed you didn't care for it." "Do you have that low an opinion of me?" Her brows rose. "Not at all. If I had a low opinion of you, I would have assumed you hated it and were waiting for an inopportune moment to tell me." That was something, though not of enough value to keep him from fidgeting. "I wish you had said something." "It is of little concern either way." Charlotte punctuated that statement with a wave of her hand, before taking the book Matthew still held. "You are a busy man and needn't be bothered with such things. You wanted a wife who would be a boon and not a burden. I would hardly be fulfilling my duties if I pestered you with trifles." Matthew doubted she could have struck his conscience with any more strength if she had deliberately attempted to do so. Of course, that was what made the strike so precise. Charlotte was describing the world as she saw it, without embellishments or dramatics. A simple acceptance that she was beneath his notice. Even his staff knew better than that, and this was his wife. With Davy's words prodding him, Matthew tried to think of what to say. Though Charlotte was quick enough to speak to that fellow about any number of subjects, she always seemed so hesitant to say a word to her husband. And what did one say to a lady? They had no commonalities, no shared interests. Beyond the marriage license, little bound them together. "What are you doing in the garden?" he asked. "Making it a garden." The response was given in such a dry tone that Matthew found himself blinking for a moment before taking in the barren space around them. "I suppose it is rather disappointing." "Entirely unworthy of being called a garden, but I am going to remedy that." Turning the book in her hands, Charlotte flipped through the pages, scanning the sketches outlining various compositions and plants to be used in such circumstances. "And what are you going to do?" he prodded. "Plant flowers and shrubbery to begin with, perhaps install a trellis or two. A bench would be lovely." Charlotte rattled off the list with as much care as a customer rattling off a list of supplies to the greengrocer, her gaze fixed on the book and future garden. Matthew shifted from foot to foot, a frown tugging down his lips. This wasn't a conversation. It was a report. Though it was entirely uncharitable to think it, Charlotte wished Matthew would leave her be. She may have wished for a different dynamic in the first days of their marriage, but they had fallen into a pattern that was understandable, predictable. What did he mean by coming here in such a determined fashion to pester her about her plans for the garden? Charlotte rambled about the various details she had considered, but all the while her thoughts picked apart his action and words. Matthew never spoke to her beyond a passing inquiry or short subject, yet he stood there as though he had no intention of leaving any time soon, which only made her sentences meander even more, slipping out at an even quicker pace. What was she even saying? There was a simple way to discern his behaviour, and though Charlotte didn't care for that course of action, she knew it was best. Matthew was a man of action, not prevarication. "May I speak candidly with you, Matthew?" His brows rose at that. "Are you not candid with me always?" The question was gruff, curt, and with enough bite to give a woman pause. But although Charlotte did not know Matthew as well as she would like, she felt more than the impatience his tone conveyed. She studied him, wondering what was beneath it, and though it seemed odd to think such a thing, she was almost certain he was distraught. No, that was certainly too strong a word for it. Disconcerted. "I try to be," she replied. Something in his shoulders relaxed, and Charlotte hid a responding smile. "Then you needn't ever ask such a thing. Always speak candidly." Matthew punctuated that with a jerky nod as though that settled matters. Charlotte stared at the man, and she struggled to know what she was feeling. Admiration? Gratitude? Those sentiments flowed through her and overwhelmed her senses, and even if she could not decipher her heart at present, she knew at that moment she had made the proper choice in marrying this man, who shuddered at the thought of his wife not speaking her mind. She couldn't think of another person of her acquaintance who desired her undiluted opinion. But back to the business at hand. Charlotte studied her husband and asked, "Have I done something to upset you?" Matthew frowned. "Of course not. Why would you think such a thing? You've never sought my company before, and you looked so dour as you approached." The fellow shifted from foot to foot, and though he continued to fidget, he did not turn his gaze from her. "It has come to my attention that I have neglected you." Charlotte stiffened, her brows leaping upwards, and it was as though someone had thrown a great chunk of ice into her bathwater. "Not in the slightest, Matthew. You needn't fret about me. I'm quite capable of managing on my own. You needn't trouble yourself." Gripping the book tight to her chest, she forced her expression into a calm facade. She did not understand her husband's motives at present, but she trusted this strange conversation wasn't due to a dereliction of her duties. Elsewise, he would have said so. Of course, it was harder to feign indifference when Matthew was studying her with unmasked curiosity, while a hint of that frown still tugged at his lips. "I know little about you, and I mean to rectify that," he said. "Oh," that was the only response Charlotte could seem to give. After so many weeks of them rubbing along in an easy, although quiet, manner, she wasn't certain what to make of his sudden shift, or that it seemed more a duty than a desire. "However, I fear I do not know how to go about befriending a lady," he added. Despite the uncertainty of this moment, Charlotte laughed. "You speak as though we are a different species." Though Matthew did not speak his thoughts aloud, his expression made it clear enough that her statement wasn't far from the mark, and that only served to make her laugh more, though she had the decency to smother it. A bit. Luckily, Matthew's frown turned more to chagrin, and Charlotte decided it was best to simply continue as she had already begun. Turning towards the river, she pointed in that direction. "I think such a discussion deserves a stroll, don't you? There are some lovely paths here." Without a word, Matthew took the book from her hands and tucked it into his coat pocket, though it was too unwieldy to fit there with any comfort. As the ground was uneven, they could not walk at a brisk pace, which was for the best. A leisurely stroll was far more conducive to conversation, and Matthew was a man who tended towards bruising paces. When her foot wobbled, his hand came to her elbow, and he wove her arm through his, giving her a firm support. Chapter 14. Despite the dismal state of their garden, the grounds around Walsworth House were lovely in their own right. River Fenwick cut through the earth, and though the trees had been cut back from the riverbank along the patch that flowed past the mill's water wheel, the rest had been left to their own devices. Thick trees sprouted along the edge, some leaning precariously over, awaiting the storm or winter's thaw that might finally pull them from their perch, allowing another generation of trees to sprout up in their place. Someone had carved a route through the grass, weaving through the copses along the edge of the river, and the pair followed it further into the countryside. Though winter's touch lingered, spring was beginning to make itself known, and a sheen of green clung to the passing branches, promising that leaves would appear before long. With the sun hanging high in the sky, Charlotte wished she'd chosen a shawl instead of a cloak, but the bite in the breeze at times made her grateful for the extra layer. And oh, that air! A spring wind was invigorating after the long, cold dark of winter, a mixture of crisp and warm, like a tart apple after it had been mellowed with sugar, cinnamon, and heat. Charlotte allowed the silence to continue for a few minutes. She couldn't decipher Matthew's thoughts at present, but they were clearly churning. "To begin with, we might discuss our favourite pastimes," she said, slanting him a bright look. "Have you a love of ledgers?" replied Matthew. "On the whole, no," she replied with a shake of her head. Her eyes brightened with a spark of a smile as she added, "However, there is something wonderful about a thoroughly organised ledger with all its sums correctly tabulated." Matthew gave her a considering look. "You think so?" "Not enough to wax poetic about the subject, but seeing the household account properly laid out makes me quite happy. Though, truth be told, there was little need of it at Walsworth House, since Mrs. Thompson kept all the records and did so with all the exactness expected of the woman managing Matthew Bixby's household." Her right foot wobbled again, but Matthew kept her from losing her balance, and Charlotte made a note to lay out some proper paths in her plans for the grounds. "Then I suppose I have nothing more to say on the subject of pastimes," replied Matthew, pulling Charlotte from her thoughts. She smiled. "You have none beyond admiring your ledgers?" "One must have time on one's hands to indulge in pastimes." Reaching into his waistcoat pocket, Matthew retrieved his pocket watch and glanced at the face, then tucked it away once more. "Do you have something to see to?" He shook his head, but Charlotte knew better. "Please, do not feel you must waste your day with me if you have more important things to do, Matthew. I have not felt neglected. Though not entirely true, it was close enough to it." "I cannot think of a better thing for me to do at this very moment." Goodness. How was a woman supposed to keep her equilibrium when her husband said such a lovely thing? No, it was not a declaration of adoration or undying affection, but it was firm, resolute, unwavering. And having spent a month watching Matthew fill every moment of his day, Charlotte knew just how much he prized his time and how many important things he had to accomplish in a day. Saying that she was first on that list meant quite a lot when coming from Matthew Bixby. Clearing her throat, Charlotte dragged her thoughts back to the present and snatched at a possible subject. "You ride?" Matthew's brows scrunched together. "I know how to, but I've never ridden for the sake of riding." She echoed his expression and glanced down at his legs. "I had thought you must ride a fair amount. You have a cavalryman's gait." Even as she said it, Charlotte knew she was wrong. Having never given it much thought, she'd assumed his bow-legged walk was due to spending time atop a mount, but she hadn't seen him in the saddle often enough to cause such a thing. "Rickets. Not uncommon among the factory and mill children. My legs have healed, though I still carry a small remembrance of it." Charlotte wanted to pull him to a stop and interrogate him right then and there, but Matthew spoke so matter-of-factly, as though such a horrible thing was of no consequence. So she kept her emotions in check and said, "I knew you were descended from mill workers, but I didn't realize you had spent time working there yourself." "This is a lovely bit of land," said Matthew, casting his gaze out to the riverbank. The crack willows hung low, their branches dipping into the water. Swollen with winter's bounty, the edge of the river crept up their trunks, but they held firm to the ground, anchoring themselves in place. "Matthew?" Turning his attention back to her once more, he shook his head. "As I said, it was of little consequence. I secured myself a position with the manager before any significant damage was done. That threw me in the path of men who helped me better my situation. In many ways, it was a blessing." "Not everyone would count rickets as such," she replied as he helped her over a fallen log. Matthew shrugged. "It exacted a small price and gave me back tenfold. If all my ventures gave such great returns, I would be very wealthy indeed." "You are wealthy." "But not very." Charlotte gave him a slanted look. "Are you teasing me?" "Is that such a surprise?" The hint of humour that had shown in his tone came out in his smile. "To be entirely candid, as you have made clear you wish me to be, yes. I don't know if I've seen you jest or grin, for that matter." When his frown appeared once more, Charlotte felt like frowning herself. "You have much on your mind. It is understandable." "Just as it is understandable for me to ignore you." Pulling them to a stop, she crouched low and stared at the green leaves sprouting along the base of the trees. "The first of the spring flowers are beginning to grow. Isn't it divine? After so much white and brown, it will be good to see some colour." Then, straightening once more, she took Matthew's arm, pulling them close together. "What of your father? You said you secured your position, but wouldn't he be the one to find you an apprenticeship?" "Are you simply going to ignore my previous question?" Matthew reached for a passing branch and pushed it out of her way. "Yes," replied Charlotte with a curt nod. "Your father?" "Dead." Charlotte blinked at that, though the word was far less startling than the manner in which Matthew spoke it. She had guessed the truth, but hearing it delivered in Matthew's succinct manner was a tad disconcerting. However, as she studied his profile, she suspected his dismissive tone was due to an abundance of sentiment rather than a lack of it. "That is how I secured such a prime situation, despite being an uneducated mill worker," he added. "Father died in an accident. The manager at the time was grossly incompetent. I will spare you the details, but due to that cad's negligence, my father was killed, leaving behind a wife and 7 children. The owner was a good man, and when I petitioned for the position, he eagerly gave it to me to appease his conscience." "How old were you?" she asked, her gaze drifting to the tufts of grass at her feet. 8. Charlotte raised her free hand to rest it atop his forearm, wishing she might have done something to spare him that. She knew enough of the world to know it was not unusual for such a young child to be working in the factories and mills, but her heart ached for the years of lost innocence. However, she couldn't argue with Matthew's logic. That suffering had produced an incredible man. With a little prodding, he began to speak of his childhood, what little there was of it, and for all the hardships and pains, Charlotte was quite surprised at how every memory he shared had some hint of light and goodness. The mischievous antics of his siblings, the games they'd played, even the simplest moment had some glimmer of brightness to it, and Charlotte couldn't decide if it were truly a matter of his home being such a happy place, or if this seemingly dour man had a naturally optimistic view of life. Either way, she found herself wishing for a taste of the joy that had permeated the Bixby's home. "James is older than you?" The question burst out before she could think better of it. Not that she regretted it either. "From your interactions, I thought you were the eldest of your siblings." Matthew frowned, though the furrow of his brow made her think it was confusion and not irritation that pulled at his expression. "Not at all. James is 4 years older. And there is Betsy as well." That made Charlotte pull him to a stop. That puzzled expression remained as she studied him. "Forgive me, but I find that odd. James defers to you in all family matters." With a shrug, Matthew nudged her forward, and she allowed herself to be led along as she considered that revelation and his acceptance of it. Having moved in higher circles, Charlotte was not as familiar with the goings-on of the lower orders, but she could not think of another family in which a son took precedence over an elder brother. Yet, both James and Matthew accepted it as the natural order. And if his father had passed when Matthew was a mere lad of 8, his brother would have been a young man of 12 by that point. Had this dynamic been set even back then, or had the pair grown into it? What sort of man was Matthew Bixby? Stepping closer to her husband, Charlotte held fast to his arm, and though she had taken only small steps towards answering that question, she knew Matthew Bixby was honest and capable. She had never given much thought to the appeal of competency before, but holding fast to that rock of a man, she knew she was grateful life had given her husband a heaping portion of it. Chapter 15. Dour. Was that Charlotte's opinion of him? But even as Matthew tried to recall the last few weeks since their marriage, he knew there'd been few reasons for him to show any liveliness of temperament. Yet, realizing his wife thought him grave and unsmiling, left an unpleasant taste in his mouth. What had become of him? Things were precarious at present, but had his world become so focused that he could not find a moment to laugh with his wife? But then, in the years since he'd purchased Walsworth House, Matthew hadn't ever visited this part of the property. Had he not found a free moment in the past 5 years to explore his grounds? Yet even as lovely as the property was, the trees and river could not hold his attention. No, it was fixed on the lady at his side. In all his plans for his marriage, Matthew hadn't thought to enjoy his wife. Not that he had anticipated disliking her, but neither had he expected the conversation to flow between them as steady and meandering as the river at their side. Charlotte prodded him along, asking after his family and dredging up memories he hadn't recalled in many years. Happy moments of long ago, both before and after his father's passing. With a few questions of his own, Matthew dug into her childhood, but found little that made either of them smile, though he was pleased to discover that Thomasina was, in fact, her niece. His free hand drifted upwards, resting atop hers, as Charlotte described a life as different from his as the sun was from the moon. He had learned all he needed to know about her father during that one unfortunate interlude they'd shared on his wedding day, but Matthew hadn't given much thought to what Charlotte's life must have been whilst living under that man's roof. "Your childhood sounds lonely," he said. Charlotte's brows rose. "Perhaps. My stepmother showed little interest in me, and Papa always preferred Headley. But I kept myself occupied, and as long as I did not cause anyone trouble, I was left to my own devices, which is more than many young ladies can claim." "You are an odd lady," said Matthew, with a hint of teasing in his tone, though the sentiment was true enough. "You speak as though I am a two-headed monster," she replied, matching his inflection and expression. "Those are your words and not mine," he replied with a shrug. Charlotte gave a melodramatic gasp and scowl, though she still held fast to his arm as she huffed with laughter. Matthew's gaze drifted to her hands wrapped around his. "I only mean you are not at all like the ladies I've met. You are far more interesting." "That doesn't speak well of the ladies you know. I promise I am not so unique and special as to be the only one of my kind," said Charlotte with a grin. "Perhaps if you had bothered to speak with one or two, you would have discovered that most are level-headed creatures who enjoy good conversation about a variety of subjects." But Matthew wasn't certain about that. Something in Charlotte shone out, calling to him. Some unique combination of her heart, mind and soul that was altogether appealing and unlike any lady he'd encountered. A brightness of spirit and natural optimism that was quite intriguing. Davies deserved a hefty bonus. They approached a rock wall that marked the edge of their property, and Matthew felt like sighing, for he was in no mood to turn back. He couldn't think of another conversation he'd enjoyed more, and he was not ready to surrender it. But before he could say a word, Charlotte turned down the length of the stone barrier, pulling them farther into the fields and away from Walsworth House. The sun was high, and though remnants of snow still clung to the shadows, the fields were wide and open, with the first sprouts of spring starting to make themselves known. No doubt in high summer the grass would stand up to their waists, making it difficult to maneuver through the thick growth. Sheep bleated in the distance, and though the occasional burst of breeze brought with it their scent, the ever-changing winds carried it away just as quickly. "What are you building towards?" asked Charlotte. Matthew's brows rose. "Pardon?" Casting a look in his direction, she lifted the edge of her skirts as they stepped gingerly around a muddy patch. "You work with the fervour and determination of someone aiming for a grand goal. As I am to aid you in achieving it, I'm curious what that is." "Financial stability." The answer came quickly to his lips. "I have known what it is to live with nothing. I wish for my family, both the one I came from and the one we built together, to be comfortable, to not fear the workhouse or know the sting of starvation." Charlotte stiffened, turning a furrowed brow in his direction. "Is that a concern, Matthew?" Cursing his tongue, he gave her what he hoped was a comforting smile. "Of course not. You needn't worry on that score." But she shook her head with a halting laugh. "I am not afraid, Matthew. Even if the worst was to happen, you are far too capable to allow circumstances to hold you hostage for long. You would find a way out." A spark of warmth filled his chest at that pronouncement, but his attention did not linger on it long, for Charlotte followed that by saying, "I was asking if that is your fear, Matthew. Is that why you work so feverishly, despite having a healthy income and vast investments? You may not be very wealthy, but I would wager you have far exceeded financial stability." Matthew's ribs tightened, his muscles straining as he forced his expression to remain light. How wrong she was, but saying as much would only add to her fears. But before he could think of how to answer that, she spoke again. "I am simply wondering what you wish your life to be. You've worked for your family's well-being for so long. No doubt, you need to maintain what you've grown, but is there something more you wish to accomplish? Something else that pushes you to work such long hours?" Patting her hand, Matthew smiled at her. "I'm touched by your faith in me, Charlotte, but I assure you I have much to do before I can claim success. I fear securing my family's prosperity will be a lifelong endeavour. Until it is settled properly, I cannot slow down." Charlotte nodded, though her brows remained furrowed. Matthew's own expression was troubled as he scoured the landscape for something that might distract them from this unhappy subject. As much as he had bemoaned his inability to start a conversation with her not long ago, the intervening time had given him quite the education concerning his wife, and several subjects came to mind. "I think you ought to come here and paint this view," he said, nodding at the landscape before them. "I'd wager that in the height of spring and summer it is even more lovely, and we could certainly use a painting or two in the house." Her gaze darted in that direction, and with narrowed eyes she studied the subject, turning her head this way and that, as though those little movements might reveal something new. Then, turning a bright smile in his direction, she asked, "Would you like me to?" Clearing his throat, Matthew nodded. "Or perhaps we might put it in my office." Chapter 16. Snatching his coat off the peg, Matthew threw it about him and stuffed his arms through the sleeves, and paused. Was he humming? With a huff, he straightened his cuffs and considered that. But there was no denying that he had indeed been humming "Beg Your Leave." Turning about his office, Matthew stared at the space. With the machine stopping for the day, it was quiet for once. No sounds of commerce, no thrumming, no shouts. Only his silly humming broke the silence. But he couldn't stop himself. Not that there was any reason to, nor would he deny the source of that spring in his step. Thank goodness not all plans unfolded as intended, and thank goodness for Davy's good sense. Charlotte was a wonder, and with each day, Matthew found himself inventing more and more reasons to pass an extra hour at home. And then there was the humming. Matthew had caught quite a few puzzled looks from his clerks over the past fortnight, though they had the good sense not to say a word about it. A knock on the door had him calling out for the person to enter, and his brother stepped through the doorway. "I fear you've caught me at a bad time, James," said Matthew, reaching for his hat. "I have an appointment with Charlotte, and I need to return home." Holding his own hat in his hands, James nodded, though he made no move to take his leave. "I understand, but with all the commotion in town, I had to see you. I know you say everything will be set to rights, but—" "Commotion?" Matthew straightened and studied his brother. "The rally." James's tone was matter-of-fact, as though everyone knew precisely what he meant, but Matthew could not think of any rumour or whisper he had heard about it. When his brother said nothing more, James added, "The workers have a rally in the town square. There must be almost 1,000 people, and they're calling for a strike." Stuffing his hat on his head, Matthew grabbed his gloves and hurried out the door with James close on his heels. The pair hurried out of the mill and down the lane towards Greater Edgerton. Though his business was situated in a prime location to avoid any competition for the water power along this portion of the river, Matthew cursed the distance from the heart of town. A rally? Those fools! Parliament had banned all such gatherings after the Peterloo massacre, and this was precisely the sort of thing the masters like Mr. Culpepper would use to bring in the militia or their own hired muscle. No matter how peaceful it may begin, it would devolve into bloodshed. Anyone who believed otherwise clearly hadn't read the newspapers, for they were full of such wretched stories. "If they strike, my bookstore may be in trouble," said James, keeping a hand on his hat as he struggled to match his brother's pace. "They are hardly your clientele." But sales weren't Matthew's concern. Violence often followed such actions, and that could certainly touch his brother's business as readily as Matthew's own. "But—" Matthew slowed his steps enough to put an arm around his brother. "Do not fret, James. Whatever comes, we will weather it. I have set enough aside to see us through." But no amount of assurances would divert James from that course. Allowing his arm to drop away, Matthew focused on the path, giving his brother the usual assurances that never seemed to assure. With each step, James spouted another worry, another concern, detailing the ruin of the entire family if the strike came to pass. It was as though he never heard a single word Matthew said in response. Their footsteps quickened, pounding into the ground as they crossed into Greater Edgerton proper. Matthew's shoulders felt like granite, all stiff and unyielding, and he tried shifting them to loosen up the muscles, but James's fears kept picking at him. They would manage. They would. Whatever was to come would come. There was no fighting it. But Matthew had done all he could to prepare himself and his family for every possibility. The Bixbys had weathered many storms in the past, and they would weather this one too. He would make certain of it. And Charlotte. Charlotte. Matthew nearly halted in place at that thought. Digging into his waistcoat, he took out his pocket watch. He was certainly tardy, but not terribly so, and certainly this was far more pressing. But thoughts of her drifted away as a wave of shouts and cheers stole his attention. Turning down a side street, Matthew and James slipped into the crowd gathered at the market. At the far end of the square sat a wagon, a man standing on the back of the makeshift podium. The fellow was far more enthusiastic than eloquent, his words meandering about in a haphazard manner that said little, but the crowd seemed not to care, their fists raised in the air as they clamoured for more. "No more shall we be enslaved to those who would profit from our labours," he said, his voice ringing out. The crowd erupted in cheers, their fervour filling the air. The people pressed in around the speaker, reaching out as though a single touch of his trouser cuff might grant them the promised blessings. "We must fight for our place in the world. If they try to stop us, we will rise up and show them our might," he bellowed. Matthew slipped along the edges of the gathering, avoiding much of the jostling as the crowd worked itself into a frenzy. Through the mass, he spied a familiar face, though it took a few more glimpses before he could be certain. Leading James through the teeming crowd, Matthew slipped in beside Davies, only to find Mr. Ambrose Ashbrook at the fellow's side. Leaning close, Davies shouted just loud enough to be heard. "Things have picked up quickly, and I fear they're getting out of hand." No doubt Culpepper and his cronies are sending for the militia as we speak, added Mr. Ashbrook, his usually vapid smile pulled into a hard frown. We must do something, said James, though much of his words were drowned out by the jeering crowd. There is nothing to be done, replied Mr. Ashbrook. They do not want to hear reason at present. Matthew scowled at the fellow. We must try. We cannot allow ourselves to be stepped on, trampled upon, and if they will not listen to us, we will make them, cried the speaker, and the crowd cheered in response, the horde shifting to and fro, knocking Matthew and the others about in the frenzy. You must desist, shouted Matthew, pushing back against the barrage. Turning towards the wagon, he slipped through the crowd and fought his way to the speakers. With a few well-placed elbows, he arrived at the edge of the podium. Ah, look, said the speaker, sneering down at Matthew and the others. Our lords and masters are here to demand we disperse. We are here to help you see reason, replied Matthew, raising his voice, though the crowd's jeers drowned him out. Straining, he turned to them, raising his hands. I know what it is to be a worker. I understand why you are so angry, and I support your efforts to change the system that so often abuses you. But this is not the way. Will your family go hungry tonight? Shouted a voice from the crowd, which sent another surge through the square. Please understand, we're trying to find a peaceable solution, added Matthew. Rallies and strikes will only bring the militia. Violence begets violence, and it will be you who suffer, not the masters. So we must accept our lot and hope that you, in your benevolence, will treat us fairly. The crowd added their own heckles to the speakers, throwing their fists in the air and shoving against one another. Something in the air shifted, like that heavy moment before the heavens opened and drenched the world. Mr. Ashbrook reached for Matthew, pulling at him, with Davies and James following the fellow's lead. Come, Mr. Bixby, prodded Mr. Ashbrook, and when Matthew hesitated, he added, Now is not the time for debate and discussion. They are ready to tear us apart with their bare hands. A rock smashed into the wall beside Matthew's head, causing all four men to flinch. Needing no further evidence, they hurried out of the square as more rocks slammed into the buildings around them. The clamour of the crowd faded as the men put distance between themselves and the rally, but the crowd's cries echoed throughout Greater Edgerton. I admire your bravery, Mr. Bixby, but that was foolhardy, said Mr. Ashbrook, glancing over his shoulder. Matthew frowned and turned on the fellow. You prefer that I remain quiet, allow them to work themselves up into a frenzy? Confronting them at this time only adds to that frenzy, replied Mr. Ashbrook. I had to say something. Violence will not solve this problem any more than it has with any of the other riots. Matthew turned and continued on his way, his footsteps bearing out his anger on the cobblestones. Unfortunately, it is coming, replied Mr. Ashbrook as he came up beside Matthew, with Davies and James trailing behind. Matthew paused again and studied the young man. Mr. Ashbrook held his gaze with equal intensity and far more intelligence than Matthew had believed he possessed, stripping away that youthful flippancy so often on display. I think you may be one of the only other mill owners who sees what is coming, said Mr. Ashbrook, his brow furrowing. The others believe this to be a passing fancy, or something they can beat into submission. Gentlemen, said Mr. Davies, glancing between the men, perhaps we might take this to a more private location. My office is not far from here, said Mr. Ashbrook, nodding down the street. I must return to my shop, said James, and Matthew gave his brother a quick farewell before following Davies and Mr. Ashbrook to Newland Mills. Chapter 17. The world maintained a steady course through the heavens, never deviating from that set journey it had taken for millennia. Charlotte knew that. There was no reason to think anything had altered, yet nothing around her felt the same. Standing at the parlour window, she looked out at their bedraggled garden dappled with sunshine, her lungs filling to bursting as she considered the view. Turning away, she moved to the sofa, though her heart begged her to run about. Sitting was far too tepid a pastime after the past fortnight. Reaching for the tea tray, Charlotte poured herself a cup, adding a generous dollop of cream and sugar. She held the cup close, though she could hardly drink with her lips stretched into such a ridiculous grin. A pleasant sort of pressure built in her chest, as though all the joy coursing through her could not be contained, and Charlotte set down the teacup and took in a steadying breath. The world had not changed, but hers had, and she could not begin to describe just how grateful she was for that. She retrieved Patricia's latest letter from the side table and broke the seal. The time had long come for her to peruse the missive, though it was as uninteresting as Charlotte had dreaded it would be. Though her sister-in-law could be an entertaining companion, more and more Patricia's correspondence tended towards dark predictions and dire warnings, and this was no exception. There were frettings about Headley, Papa, Miss Waller, and even herself, though Charlotte had done her best to convey all her newfound hope and enthusiasm in her last letter to Patricia, and her sister-in-law had plenty of unsolicited advice concerning Charlotte's marriage. "I am pleased you are happy, but you must be more mindful of your wifely duties. You may think me overly concerned about such things, but it is folly to ignore the advice of those with more experience. Your husband may be content at present, but he will expect an heir soon, and it is vital you do what you must to ensure success." For all that Matthew's proposal letter had brought a blush to Charlotte's cheek, it was nothing compared to Patricia's bald statement of facts and the detailed advice she gave to ensure the next generations of Bixbys arrived. Folding the letter up, she stuffed it away, already composing a response in her thoughts, for it would take some delicacy to discourage Patricia from discussing such topics in the future. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed, and Charlotte shook herself free of her thoughts and smiled. Matthew should be home any moment. Standing, she moved to the table she'd placed under the window. The study or library would be better equipped, but the parlour gave them a better vantage of the project at hand. Shifting the books and her notes here and there, she glanced at the clock. Then, straightening, she looked at the sketches she had done, though she was not pleased with any of the ideas she had for the garden. She'd found a few additional concepts in books and magazines, but none of them felt right for their space. A knock sounded, and she turned to find Jane opening the door. Charlotte stepped forward, a smile stretched across her face, but she halted when she spied Mrs. Mary Ashbrook standing just behind the maid. "Mrs. Ashbrook is here to see you," said Jane. Charlotte blinked and nodded, motioning for the lady to come inside, only then noticing that Mrs. Ashbrook had a babe on her hip. "I do beg your pardon for the mess, but I'm working on plans for our gardens." "Do not fret," replied Mrs. Ashbrook. "There is no need to stand on ceremony." "And who is this, dear?" she asked as Mrs. Ashbrook drew near. "This is our Dotty." The lady gave the darling a few gentle bounces, and the child's little lips pulled into a broad smile that drew forth dimples in her cheeks. "Oh, aren't you a flirt?" said Charlotte, reaching forth to offer up her finger. Dotty grabbed it and gave it a strong squeeze before pushing against her mamma in a bid to be let down. Charlotte glanced at the clock, counting the minutes. A social call rarely lasted long, and when Matthew arrived, she wagered he would be pleased to see her making progress with her duties and wouldn't mind the delay. Motioning Mrs. Ashbrook towards a seat, Charlotte ordered Jane to bring more tea before joining the visitor on the sofa. "I ought to have called sooner, but I fear I've had my hands full of late." Mrs. Ashbrook shifted in her seat while Dotty pushed at her mamma once more. "She is free to explore if she wishes," said Charlotte. Kissing the child on her temple, Mrs. Ashbrook let the girl down, who immediately began toddling around the sitting room on shaky legs. In their previous interactions, the lady seemed as different from her husband as one could be. Reserved, cold even. But at that moment, Charlotte saw a flash of something warm beneath that frosty exterior as Mrs. Ashbrook watched her daughter explore. And, when she turned her attention back to her hostess, the lady looked far more at ease than before. "Your daughter is quite the ray of sunshine," said Charlotte while pouring Mrs. Ashbrook a cup of tea. "She has her father's smile." "That is kind of you to say, but Mr. Ashbrook and I are her guardians," she said. Charlotte handed over the cup. "I apologize." But Mrs. Ashbrook held up a staying hand before taking the drink. "No offence was taken, Mrs. Bixby. It is a natural assumption. She is a distant cousin of Mr. Ashbrook's." "So, she has the Ashbrook smile," said Charlotte with a grin of her own. Mrs. Ashbrook lifted the cup to her lips. Then, lowering it to her saucer, she looked at Charlotte as silence settled in the room. The lady straightened her skirts and fiddled with the handle of her teacup. Charlotte's mind emptied of any subject she might broach. The other ladies in the neighbourhood required little conversational assistance. They eagerly asked about Charlotte's home and family, and were quite happy to ask her all sorts of questions concerning the baronet. Mrs. Ashbrook merely looked uncomfortable. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed, and Charlotte glanced at the numbers. Matthew ought to have returned by now, so he would likely appear any moment and rescue them from further conversation. "I understand your sister is lately married," said Charlotte. Mrs. Ashbrook set the teacup on the side table and turned her attention to Dotty as the child reached for a book on the nearby table, though it was well out of reach. "To Sir Duncan Whiting." "The baronet?" Charlotte's brows rose as she quickly calculated the difference in age between the new bride and her husband. Though she did not know the precise number for either, even with a heaping portion of generosity, the gap in their respective ages must be great. And, judging by Mrs. Ashbrook's tight expression, Charlotte guessed she was as pleased with her sister's match as Patricia was with Papa chasing Miss Ophelia Waller, though Charlotte guessed the age difference was far greater with the latter. Struggling for anything to say, Charlotte tried to find something that might be of comfort. "I cannot say I know the baronet well, but I have met him a time or two. I hear his estate is quite lovely." That earned her a strained smile. "Over here, dearest," said Mrs. Ashbrook, drawing Dotty's attention with a bit of cake. "I suppose your husband is as occupied with all the upheaval as my own is." Charlotte blinked at that bald statement. Although everyone recognized the anger festering beneath Greater Edgerton's surface, most of the ladies ignored the trouble and spoke of happier things. "He is," said Charlotte, glancing at the clock. "He was also quite late." "I think we are bound for trouble, though too many believe otherwise," said Mrs. Ashbrook. "True," said Charlotte, though no one seems willing to speak the words aloud. "It is ridiculous, isn't it?" said Mrs. Ashbrook with a shake of her head. "As though hiding from trouble does any good." "Do you truly think we might see riots?" asked Charlotte, her brow furrowing. "Strikes, at the very least," said Mrs. Ashbrook. "I was just reading in the newspaper about unrest near Manchester." And with that, the lady launched into a lively discussion of the riots and the likely outcomes, and Charlotte found herself sucked deep into that subject, for it had occupied much of her thoughts, though few people ever spoke in such a blunt manner concerning it. Matthew claimed he was managing things and remained mum. The lady simply ignored it. The gentleman simply ignored her. Despite the seriousness of the subject, the longer they spoke, the more Mrs. Ashbrook's expression relaxed. That rigidity eased away until Charlotte found herself speaking with the lady she'd glimpsed during the wedding breakfast when Mr. Ashbrook had joined them. Mrs. Ashbrook spoke with a bluntness at times that would do Matthew proud, and her comments showed a keen intellect and understanding that left Charlotte in awe, a fact that she was quick to share, which earned her a bit of flustered stammering from Mrs. Ashbrook before the lady offered up a list of resources Charlotte might study to familiarise herself with the situation. And as the conversation grew, Mrs. Ashbrook showed interest in Charlotte beyond baronetcy, status, or family estates. The hints of derision and irritation she showed at society's foibles brought more than a few smiles to Charlotte's face. Mrs. Ashbrook wasn't witty per se, but she certainly had a biting sense of humour. She would be a good lady to count as a friend. Charlotte's gaze darted to the clock again. "Am I keeping you from something?" Mrs. Ashbrook stiffened, her expression tightening. "Not at all." It was not Mrs. Ashbrook who was the problem, but Charlotte wasn't about to tell her guest that she was anxiously awaiting her husband's return. Matthew was late, That was all, even if that was entirely out of character for him. Yet there was no avoiding the fact that he was nearly half an hour tardy. Charlotte's stomach soured, and though there was a small hint of fear churning inside, she doubted Matthew's absence was due to any harm befalling him. He had simply forgotten her, though that thought did nothing to set her insides to rights. Her heart sank, but she refused to allow it more than a single unhappy dip. If he had thrown her over, then it was likely for a good reason. But he hadn't even sent a note. Mrs. Ashbrook's gaze drifted to the books and drawings sitting on the table. Seizing on that subject, Charlotte asked, "Have you any experience with gardening?" The lady's eyes brightened. "I oversaw my family's gardens before I married, and though I love my new home, I miss my patch of earth and long for something more than a few potted plants." "Might I ask for your assistance?" Charlotte stood, led the lady to the table, and showed her the various ideas she had. "Our grounds are in dire need of work, but I fear I know little about such things." Mrs. Ashbrook smiled, her expression warming. "I would love to." Chapter 18. The events of the afternoon haunted Matthew's thoughts as he wandered through the streets and followed the road that ran parallel to the river Fenwick. Both sides of the waterway were choked with commerce, until one could hardly see the river bank unless standing on one of the bridges spanning the Great Divide. The economy had continued to dip ever since the end of the war, and the masters had not been circumspect in their development along the river. There were too many utilising the water, leaving those further down without enough power to turn their wheels, which was one of the many reasons Matthew was grateful Walsworth Mill stood some distance from the edge of town, even if he despised the walk home. The workers were going to rise up. That thought made him feel as though a sack of bricks were slung over his shoulders, the weight pressing down as the sharp corners poked into his back. His brothers, his mother, his sisters. Though the latter were married and in the care of their husbands, they all relied on him to one degree or another. That role usually lightened his heart and gave him immense satisfaction. But what would they do if his mill failed and Greater Egerton were pulled apart by the coming storm? They had weathered such troubles before, but there was far more at stake. There was a far greater distance to fall. At least he was not the only one seeing the truth for what it was. Life was full of surprises, both small and large. Matthew didn't know how to categorize the one he had received this afternoon, but discovering that Ambrose Ashbrook wasn't an empty-headed ninny was a pleasant one nonetheless. Whether or not the fellow was intelligent was yet to be seen, but Matthew welcomed an ally of any sort. Making his way home, he climbed the stairs and stepped into his bedchamber to find Charlotte before the mirror. Her gown was made of some light and gauzy fabric that likely had some fancy French name, and it gathered around her in light layers, showing off the cream-coloured underskirts. A flurry of embroidery stretched across the skirts, making it look as though the flowers floated around her, and her hair was gathered up in braids and ribbons that matched the blue sash tied at her waist. Empirically, Matthew knew she was considered plain. He had heard a whisper or two to that effect when she'd arrived, though the townsfolk had quickly learned not to say such things in his hearing. But Matthew could not comprehend that short-sightedness. Charlotte possessed a light about her. Like a candle in a dark room, she shone with a warmth and brightness no other beauty could match. But though he couldn't explain why others were blind to Charlotte's inherent loveliness, he wouldn't have it any other way. Such oversight was the very reason he'd snagged himself such a prize for a wife. "You are home," she said, turning from the mirror. Charlotte's dark eyes met his, and she smiled. And it was at that very moment that Matthew recalled their appointment. "Charlotte," he said, his neckerchief growing tight around his throat. "I should have sent word." Though Matthew scoured his thoughts for the reason he hadn't, he couldn't lay hold of a single one. He'd simply forgotten her. "It is of no significance, Matthew," she said with a wave of her hand. Then, motioning him towards the dressing room, she added, You must hurry and dress. I assure you it was not negligence that kept me from our appointment. Something urgent arose that couldn't be put off. Charlotte straightened and blinked. Of course, else you wouldn't have thrown me over. And though she spoke in a light tone, Matthew's heart twisted in his chest, that weight on his shoulders pressing down even further, adding yet a few more bricks to his metaphorical bag. What happened? She said, drawing closer. Standing before him, Charlotte straightened his lapels and the folds of his neckerchief, and Matthew stared at her, uncertain what to do. He knew what he wanted to say. Charlotte had proven herself a fine confidante and prone to giving good guidance. But James surfaced in his memory, his fretful words, his wringing hands. Though Matthew enjoyed his siblings and missed their company now that they were scattered across the country, there was a modicum of peace to be found in having their fears and worries contained in a weekly letter rather than standing before him. It was some business concerning the mill workers, he said, giving her a smile. I have it sorted out. You were gone a long time, she said, her brows furrowing together. Matthew's muscles tensed at the sight, and he took her hands in his. There is nothing to fret about, Charlotte. I have everything in hand. As he had little skill with words, he didn't know why he attempted to reassure her, but he continued in that vein, trying to give her any assurances he could that all was well and express his sorrow for having not arrived home when he'd promised to do so. Tugging at the neckerchief, Matthew tried to relieve some of the pressure there, but it did no good. The tightness radiated down, taking hold of his chest and making his ribs constrict. Charlotte was level-headed. She wouldn't fly off the handle like James, forever certain that doom was just around the corner, or burst into tears like his sisters often had. Matthew was certain she would bear up, but did he want to force that burden on her shoulders? No, there was no reason to subject Charlotte to it. He had carried such things on his own for so long, and he would do so now. You must get dressed, she said, breaking through his internal monologue. Her lips pinched, her expression tightening as she turned him towards the dressing room. Are you angry I threw you over? I am not. But everything in her tone said she was, and Matthew didn't know what to do with that. Charlotte was always so honest with him. How did one handle a wife who wouldn't admit the truth? Perhaps there was something he might do to heal the breach he'd caused. Charlotte added, We are expected at the assembly tonight, and if we do not leave soon, we shall be late. Matthew's gaze darted to the mirror. His cravat was pulled loose, his hair had taken on more of a wild look than usual, and the exhaustion in his gaze testified to just how much he wanted to remain at home tonight. After such a day, the best solution was dinner before the fire with Charlotte curled up beside him. Perhaps they might read a book together, or one of those serials she gobbled up, something ridiculous and with no basis in reality, so they might ignore the lunacy stirring right outside their front door. Just as he was about to propose such a venture, his gaze returned to Charlotte. Matthew doubted his wife knew how to mask her emotions, for he saw the hurt there, and he had caused it. I shall be quick, he said, turning towards the dressing room and hurrying to do as bidden. There is no need for you to attend if you do not wish to, repeated Charlotte as the carriage came to a stop before the assembly rooms. Other vehicles clogged the road, not allowing them any closer, and so Matthew opened the door and stepped out, offering his hand to hers. I am precisely where I wish to be, he said as she emerged from the carriage. Anyone seeing his expression when he went to the dressing room would know Matthew did not wish to go out tonight, but no matter how Charlotte had tried to convince him to remain at home, he refused to listen. And she could not decide whether arguing or conceding the point would be more troublesome. If this were her father, the answer would be clear. Silence was always preferable. However, Matthew prized honesty. But how much could she offer before he tired of her badgering? Her conscience pricked at her. She was supposed to be easing his burden, not adding to it. If left to her own devices, She would far prefer to stay at home. As much as she adored her evening gown, Charlotte longed for her dressing gown. Perhaps even a cup of drinking chocolate before the fire, a selection of cook's delectable treats, a quiet evening in. But her role in this marriage was clear, and she could not allow a social event such as this to pass her by. She took him by the arm, and the pair wound their way along the pavement and stepped into the main entrance. Greater Egerton's assembly rooms were not grand, but the fact that they had any was impressive, as the town was not large. The rooms were spacious, allowing anyone within a few hours' drive to attend. Though simply adorned, the room felt light and airy, with the blue of the walls brightening the space as much as the candles hanging from the brass chandeliers and sconces. Along the edge of the space were open doorways, leading to rooms with card tables and refreshments. And once Charlotte was deposited amongst the dancers, Matthew took his leave and went in search of a game or two. Charlotte sighed. Her mind was too scattered for such an evening. Her gaze followed Matthew's progress, her thoughts fixing on that man. For all his forthrightness, Matthew Bixby was keeping secrets. Something important had kept him away this evening, yet he remained mum on the subject. Had it to do with the tension rife in town? Only a fool would be blind to the upheaval, yet he was forever handling or managing things, giving Charlotte no hint that anything was amiss. Why would he not speak? She clenched her teeth together, forcing her lips into a smile as she gazed out at the growing crowd. In her current state, she needed a bit of familiarity, someone easy to speak to. And when Charlotte's gaze fell to Mrs. Ashbrook, she knew precisely whom she ought to approach first. The lady stood to one side, gazing out at the dancing, her hands clenched before her, and Charlotte came over with a broad smile. "Mrs. Ashbrook, how good to see you." "Mrs. Bixby?" The lady gave her a stiff curtsy and said nothing more. Charlotte came to stand beside her and watched the dancers gathering for the next set. "How is Dotty?" Though she had seen the child only a few hours ago, it seemed a safe subject to broach. Mrs. Ashbrook gave a brittle smile. "She is well." Charlotte turned her gaze away, staring at the far side of the dance floor, so Mrs. Ashbrook would not see the deep frown that marred her expression. But Charlotte couldn't help herself. Where was the lady who had expounded at length about flowers and garden design? The mother who cooed and played with her daughter without reservation? The woman Charlotte was coming to think of as a friend. But despite a few conversational nudges, Mrs. Ashbrook remained mostly silent, staring at the dancers with a determination Charlotte could not comprehend. Clearly, Mrs. Ashbrook was quite happy to claim an acquaintance when there was no one about, but in public she snubbed. Charlotte was too familiar with this dance to misinterpret the steps, though she had never quite understood why others thought her so detrimental to their social standing. With a quick farewell, she left Mrs. Ashbrook to her own devices and went in search of better conversation. Of course, there was little of that to find. Plenty deigned to allow her in their circle, but the interaction always left Charlotte feeling like an interloper. It was hard to describe precisely why that was, but there was something about the flow of conversation that excluded her. Not a snub, precisely. They occasionally acknowledged her, but they showed no interest in including her in their discussion either. Forever choosing subjects that pertained only to their circle, or giving vague but uninterested responses to Charlotte when she attempted to engage with them. This was precisely why she detested attending events alone. When accompanying friends, it was a rousing evening, but when left to her own devices, she hovered at the edges of the gathering, allowed to watch but not participate. After a full hour of stumbling over herself, Charlotte allowed herself a moment's rest and slipped out the side door for a bit of fresh air. With spring well on its way, the breeze's bite had eased enough to be pleasant against her flushed skin. Standing in the alleyway, she stared up at the sky, though the stars were hidden beneath a blanket of clouds. Leaning back, she rested against the wall and sighed. Another minute or two was all she needed before venturing back into the fray. Hours more of awkwardness, forcing conversation, straining against that feeling of intrusion. It was all so very exhausting. "A baronet's daughter?" A voice echoed through the window to her right, which had been cracked to allow a little air into the stifling ballroom. "Certainly not what I expected," said another. Charlotte leaned closer, hidden just out of sight as the two ladies tittered. "A lady of her breeding should take better care of her toilette. She looks a fright." "And her bearing," added a third. "One would think she was a servant with all the simpering and scraping she does, practically begging someone to notice her." "When there is nothing of worth to notice," added the second. "It amazes me how the low-born think they can buy their way into society, but really, if Mr. Bixby wishes to elevate his station, he would do better than to wed a frumpy spinster." Even if Charlotte hadn't recognised that final voice, a glance through the glass confirmed the speaker. Mrs. Culpepper was as charming as her husband, but with the added talent of being a hypocrite of the highest order. Not only had her low-born mill-owner of a husband married the lady to buy his way into society, but Mrs. Culpepper's money had originated with her low-born tradesman of a grandfather. For all that her family was separated from such lowly origins by her father's generation, their money was still so new that the banknotes were liable to smear. The other women, whom Charlotte recognised but whose names she could not recall, agreed, and the trio tittered and sniped, saying things that were wholly unoriginal and insipid. Charlotte didn't know why society found her so off-putting, but she had received such criticism since her first forays into their ranks. Hearing such wretched things was not enjoyable, but since she thought them equally laughable and irritating, she felt no sting at their words. Nevertheless, they were indicative of a greater problem, one that pricked and poked at her conscience, refusing to be ignored. Charlotte was failing in her duties. Though she attempted again and again to ingratiate herself amongst the ladies of Greater Egerton, she was having no more success now than she had as a young lady. Matthew had so very much to contend with, and the one thing he'd asked of her was to assist him socially, and she was falling short again and again. Charlotte's insides knotted together, writhing and twisting. Turning down the alleyway, she paced back and forth, trying to think of what she could do. She had lied to him, married him whilst knowing she might very well end up in this precise position, spoken her marriage vows to better her own situation, regardless of whether or not it was best for Matthew. And now, seeing the upheaval bubbling beneath the town's surface, her conscience could not be ignored. Charlotte saw his need for a socially savvy wife to calm the waters amongst the masters, and she had deceived him, leaving him to shoulder the consequences. Chapter 19. "You ought to have seen it, Mr. Rothschild." Mr. Hamstall could hardly speak for his laughter. He held a now empty glass of port in one hand, his free one gesturing out as though the crowd surrounded them. "Mr. Bixby, standing there in all his righteous glory, pleading with them to desist." The gentleman chortled as several clapped Matthew on the shoulder as though he were an errant schoolboy. "As if they can be reasoned with," said Mr. Knott, while topping off Mr. Hamstall's drink once more. "I had only hoped," began Matthew, but the others shouted over him, each trying to get in their lick while fighting back their guffaws. None of their jabs were particularly witty, though the spirits flowed freely enough that many of the men found even the smallest quip supremely hilarious. "You ought not to make light of the situation, Mr. Hamstall," replied Mr. Rothschild. "Aye," added Mr. Leggett, gripping his glass with white knuckles. "I'm certain the nobles in France thought the people's unrest was nothing of concern. I, for one, do not want to see that sort of bloodshed reach our shores." The murmured agreements and whispers of revolution sobered a few of the men, though most threw back their glasses and topped them off once more. Glancing at the far door, Matthew wished he had remained in the card room, but the conversation was no better there than here. In every quarter, the menfolk either fretted about their impending death by guillotine or laughed about the whole situation. Both responses were supremely vexing. Why could people not embrace moderation? Matthew's teeth ground together as he thought through what to say. "Have you heard of The Observer?" asked Mr. Hamstall. "It seems someone in town has started a radical newspaper. I caught one of my workers with a copy of it in his pocket. Sacked him on the spot." But the fellow's words were cut short by a chorus of exclamations, which drew the gazes of others. "Something must be done," said Mr. Leggett, his brows pulled low. "The Acts do not allow such publications." "But the 6 Acts only matter if they're enforced," replied Mr. Hamstall. "If the rabble-rousers have started an illegal publication, in flagrant disregard for the laws Parliament has set down, it is up to us to end it and bring those responsible to justice." "By persecuting people who are struggling to survive?" asked Matthew. "By stamping out what little liberties they had and crushing their very souls?" Mr. Culpepper slid in beside him, clapping a hand on Matthew's shoulder. "You are being melodramatic, Bixby." "I am not," he replied, shaking off Mr. Culpepper's hand. "The people are angry because their limited freedoms are being taken away in hopes of quashing their spirits, and we are adding fuel to the fire. Change is coming, my dear boy," said Mr. Hamstall with a smile that was even more condescending than his tone and choice of words. "The God Almighty placed us in positions of power. It is not for us to upset the natural order of things and go against His plan. It is our duty to do what we can to keep the workers from hurting themselves. Why is it that whenever there is a bit of merriment to be had, you all decide to spend it discussing such dreary subjects?" asked Mr. Ashbrook. Matthew turned to see the fellow standing behind him, that simpering smile on his lips. The others greeted him like an old friend, bringing him into their circle with good-natured jostling and ribbing, which only made Mr. Ashbrook smile all the more. Matthew's lips curled, and he fought back the sneer. Though he hadn't agreed with all of Mr. Ashbrook's ideas, the gentleman had seemed an ally of sorts, yet now he stood there like some popinjay, laughing and jesting when there were far more serious subjects to be discussed. A hand on his arm drew Matthew's gaze, and he met Charlotte's eyes. Her brows were pinched together, asking an unspoken question that Matthew was surprised he understood. He gave her a shake of the head. There was nothing amiss. Rather, everything was amiss at present, but there was nothing to be done about it. Slipping her arm through his, Charlotte held tight to him, and Matthew took a breath, allowing her touch to settle him. The tension in his shoulders eased, and he slanted her a grateful smile, which she met with one of her own, though there was a touch of something disconcerting in her expression that had Matthew searching her features. But he could not decipher that odd turn, and as much as he wished to ask her about it, he wasn't about to do so in mixed company. "And what are your thoughts about this new development, Mr. Ashbrook?" asked Mr. Culpepper as others hurried to summarize their discussion. Mr. Ashbrook's brows pulled low, and his gaze darted to Matthew for a brief moment, his eyes flashing with a heaping portion of concern. But it drifted away as he turned his attention back to the others, that bright smile of his returning. "Is that all? You are working yourself up into a dither over a newspaper?" The others cried out about justice and revolution, with the fretters and the fighters each taking up their stance, demanding action. During that rambling discourse, in which Matthew could not get a word in edgewise, Mrs. Ashbrook slipped up beside her husband, taking his arm much as Charlotte had done. The fellow rested his hand atop hers, brushing a thumb against it. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Ashbrook with a wry smile, "you all seem determined to either ignore or overreact to the situation, and neither is useful." "Then what would you have us do?" asked Mr. Leggett. Mrs. Ashbrook gave her husband's arm a gentle squeeze, though Matthew doubted anyone else noticed it. He wondered if he would have given it any thought if his own wife weren't doing the same. Mr. Ashbrook's expression softened, his smile fading. "Stamping out their newspaper will only make matters worse. We cannot continue to quash their liberties and expect it to solve anything. That only feeds their anger. We need to open a discussion with their leaders." Mr. Culpepper huffed, taking a drink from his glass. "You sound like Bixby. There is no reasoning with them." "Mr. Bixby is right," said Mr. Ashbrook, giving Matthew a nod. You ought to heed his opinions." Apparently their discussion had grown more heated than any of them realized, for Mrs. Culpepper and some of the other wives slid up next to their husbands, and a glance about the room confirmed that most of the attention was fixed on them. "If we listened to him, we would hand over the keys to our mills," replied Mr. Hamstall, swigging yet another glass before his wife slipped it from his hand. "Treating our workers with dignity and fairness is hardly ceding control to them," muttered Matthew. "Things are going to change," said Mr. Ashbrook. "To ignore progress is to be crushed beneath it." Matthew stiffened, glancing at the fellow, unsure what to make of him. One moment he was vapid and charming, or attempting to be at any rate. The next he was spouting words plucked from Matthew's own thoughts, though judging by the expressions on the other men's faces, Mr. Ashbrook delivered them in a manner that was far more pleasing. If it weren't for the fact that it was aiding his cause, Matthew would have been quite put out by it. However, he wasn't about to turn aside an ally, even if the gentleman proved irritating at times. "You must forgive Mr. Bixby," added Mr. Rothschild. "His history amongst the workers gives him a unique perspective on the subject." Mr. Hamstall snatched the glass from his wife and motioned for a refill. "Yes, it must be difficult to shake off the dust of such humble beginnings. Breeding does win out, doesn't it?" With the exception of the Ashbrooks and Charlotte, the rest of the group tittered, and Matthew sighed. He didn't know why he expected creativity from a lush, especially a wealthy one. Though capable of the occasional witticism, the workers these men disdained were far more colourful in their abuse. Charlotte stiffened, her hold on his arm turning into a vice, and he glanced at her to find her eyes brewing with a silent storm as she glared at the others. Matthew patted her hand, giving it a comforting squeeze as the sight of her righteous anger warmed his heart. "Breeding is such an interesting subject," said Charlotte, her lips pulling into a smile that was far too sharp for comfort. "Isn't it fascinating that so many cling to their bloodlines as though it imbues them with moral superiority?" She paused for the briefest moment before asking, "How is your father, Mr. Hamstall? I understand he is travelling the continent. It must be difficult to have him so far from home." Mrs. Culpepper sucked in a sharp breath, the murmur of conversation around them ceasing as they stared at Mr. Hamstall, who straightened, though his bleary gaze struggled to fix on Charlotte. Matthew shifted to move between them, but she stepped around him, facing Mr. Hamstall with that falsely sweet smile. "Though I suppose it is easier on your family to have him gone after the incident," said Charlotte with a shake of her head. "And your brothers? I hear they are quite popular in town, amongst the moneylenders, that is. How many nights did they spend in Marshalsea before you paid to have them released?" "How dare you speak of such things, madam?" Mr. Hamstall spoke in a low voice, his eyes narrowing. "You may think yourself far above us because you are descended from a baronet, but I have ties to nobility." "I only mention your family to illustrate my point, sir," said Charlotte with a dismissive wave of her hand, as though openly referencing those scandals was of little importance. "People sneer at my husband's humble origins and disparage his status as a self-made man of means. Yet even the highest-born agree he has elevated his family far above their station. Yet, except for a small few, those high and mighty bloodlines grow complacent and allow their family fortunes to stagnate, forcing each generation to slip closer and closer to penury." With raised brows, she nodded at Mr. Hamstall. "As your family with your noble connections so aptly demonstrates. You may be descended from kings, but with each passing year, the Hamstall station lowers, and I cannot help wondering how long it will be before your progeny works in a Bixby mill." Giving a tittering laugh, Charlotte waved that aside. "But at least they can comfort themselves by knowing they have better breeding than their low-born master." Mr. Hamstall scoffed, turning his gaze to Matthew. "You allow your wife to fight your battles?" "I would hardly call it a battle. 'Twas a massacre," said Mr. Ashbrook, taking a sip from his glass to hide his smile. Matthew's thumb brushed across the back of Charlotte's hand, and he turned his gaze to hers. But she was not looking at him or any of the others as they continued mocking Mr. Hamstell's attempts to salvage his pride. The gentleman finally surrendered and retreated with Mrs. Hamstall trailing behind him as she tried to pry the port glass from his fingers. "Please excuse me," whispered Charlotte, withdrawing her hand and turning away. Matthew tried to follow after her, but someone took hold of him, keeping him in place. His gaze followed her as she disappeared into the crowd, and his feet longed to give chase, but the conversation began in a new vein, pulling him back in. There were good-natured jabs at him, but the tone shifted, and Matthew knew he couldn't leave. Not yet. Chapter 20. Sitting before her dressing table, Charlotte ran a brush through her hair. Every pass was a delicious agony as she allowed her scalp to rest after the torture she'd put it through tonight. In truth, Charlotte both adored and detested her locks. The colour was deep and rich like polished mahogany, and her fingers loved brushing through the silky strands as they hung loose about her, but the thickness that her half-sisters coveted so very much made it a beast to arrange. And there was the matter of curls, or the lack thereof. No matter how much time she spent heating and fixing ringlets, they lasted no more than an hour before they were hanging as limp as overcooked asparagus. If only fashion allowed her to wear it down. Or Charlotte supposed she could cut it to a more manageable length, but her vanity, little though it may be, wouldn't allow her to mar her one true beauty. Besides, it was so calming to sit here and run the brush through her long tresses. Usually. Impetuousness was not a word attributed to Charlotte Fordyce-Whittaker. That lady had been dubbed quiet, reserved, solitary. Though others might think them slights, Charlotte had learned to embrace such categorizations, for they were true more often than not, and there was no shame in being taciturn. Charlotte Bixby, on the other hand, was simpering and rash. Her hands moved quicker through her hair as she replayed that dreadful scene. How had she allowed her tongue to take control of her senses? Matthew was quite capable of defending himself, and he had chosen to remain silent. The far better course if one wished to ingratiate oneself into the good graces of an infuriating group of puffed-up fools. Pausing, Charlotte forced her jaw to unclench, her shoulders to relax. Such thoughts were not helping to cool her temper. But even hours later, she could not recall those gentlemen's words without tensing. Matthew Bixby was no bit of rubbish to be tossed aside. He was a good man, a good husband, and he would be a far better father than Sir Clarence Fordyce-Whittaker, Baronet. Having been raised by a man who cared more for breeding and status than the content of people's hearts, Charlotte was all too familiar with those refrains. Such gentlemen never understand that someone of inferior birth could be far more honourable and gentlemanly than those who were given that title through birth alone. Working the brush through her hair with firm strokes, she considered it all again, and her jaw clenched with each pass, growing tighter once more. Charlotte couldn't say she regretted her action, not precisely, but she knew it would exact a toll. Mr. Hamstall was popular amongst the mill owners, and though his wife was not counted among the top tiers, she had friends enough that a slight against her family would not be forgotten. Impetuous she may be, but Charlotte was no fool. Her words, however justified, had been too aggressive. Had she been wittier or subtler in her defence of Matthew, her biting remarks would have earned her respect among that fickle crowd. But no, she had kicked over the rocks in Mr. Hamstall's life and pointed at the worms squirming beneath. What had she done? Good heavens, her stomach was churning. Pressing a hand to it, Charlotte struggled to calm her heartbeat. She was failing Matthew and the promises she'd made him. A wife to aid in his business, that was what he wanted. His letter had been very clear on that score, and Charlotte had done nothing to earn her keep. Her overtures of friendship were met with silence. The lady snickered and sneered at her. The gentleman ignored her. Clearly, A lack of effort hadn't been the source of her social isolation. Charlotte lowered the brush, and it hit the top of her dressing table with far more force than she'd intended. The thunk rang out in the empty bedchamber, cutting through the fog of thoughts and drawing her attention back to the mirror. Staring into her own eyes, Charlotte frowned. She was not this lady. She was not. She had spent far too much time in her younger years weeping and wailing over things she could not change, and she was not that woman any more. She was Charlotte Bixby. She may lack in some areas, but that had no impact on her value. And despite having things she wished to alter, she liked the woman she was. Charlotte held her own gaze and told herself that she was strong and capable. Not in the way others might value, but she was. Charlotte Bixby was reasonably intelligent, and she would sort out a manner in which she could be a boon to her husband. Picking up the brush in a firm grip, she turned her thoughts towards more helpful avenues. What could she do tomorrow to be less of a burden? Standing in the bedchamber doorway, Matthew watched Charlotte going through her nightly ritual and wished it was his fingers running through her locks. But that would require him to surrender his current position, and he enjoyed watching the movement of her hands. Matthew wondered if she knew how often she hummed while doing that. Though he knew many ladies prized their hair, he thought the feel was far more appealing than the appearance. All twisted up in hairpins and ribbons, a lady's hair looked unyielding, and he had been surprised just how soft those tresses were when they hung loose. His wife. That word was coming to mean so many things, each vastly different from the narrow definition Matthew had given Davies. Matthew still liked thinking of her as a partner, but Charlotte felt like something more. Still not noticing him, she turned from the mirror, and her long, bare neck caught the candlelight. Heavens above, she was lovely. When Davies first suggested Miss Fordyce-Whittaker as Matthew's bride-to-be, he'd anticipated a plain, practical creature. The lady was willing to accept a marriage of convenience with a stranger, which spoke of someone with no prospects. But his Charlotte was extraordinary. How had she reached such an age without marrying? How had every man of her acquaintance overlooked such a creature? But then, perhaps they had never seen her in such a light, with her hair hanging loose, that distant look in her eyes, and a low tune on her lips. No man alive could resist such a picture. Stepping across the room, Matthew leaned down and pressed a kiss to that soft neck. Charlotte jerked, her lungs letting out a sharp squeal as she sent her hairbrush sailing across the room. Her empty hands flew to her mouth, her eyes wide, as she stared at Matthew in the mirror, and he held that gaze with his own wide eyes. "Did I startle you?" he asked, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Squeezing her eyes shut, Charlotte let out a jerking laugh and came to her feet with a wince. There was no need to answer the question. In the weeks since their marriage, Matthew had grown adept at dodging flying objects. One might think he'd learned not to startle her, but that had proved fruitless so far. Matthew reached her hairbrush before her, and when he straightened, he found her standing so very close, a spark of humour still shining in her eyes. "At least I didn't hit you this time," she said, a faint blush stealing across her cheek. Lifting his free hand, Matthew caressed that pink skin, and Charlotte's brows rose. He reached around to place her brush on her dressing table and found he was unable to step away. Granted, he didn't know why he ought to. The movement drew them even closer together, and he followed the impulse that told him to slip his arms around her waist. Charlotte's breath caught, and her eyes held his, wide and questioning, as she stood there like a statue for several long heartbeats. Then she raised her hand and rested it against his chest, her muscles relaxing as she leaned into him. And now it was Matthew who couldn't breathe. His heart thundered beneath her hand and his throat dried. Though their cosy situation had been his doing, he felt as though he was standing on a precipice. He wasn't even certain how they had arrived there, but he felt that anticipation thrumming through him. This woman, his wife, His Charlotte. "No one ever comes to my defence," he whispered. Charlotte's brows rose for a moment before lowering and drawing tight together. "You do not deserve such ill treatment. I could not bear to hear you maligned, Matthew." She shifted, though Matthew would not release his hold of her, and her gaze dropped to the lapels of his dressing gown. "I did not embarrass you?" she asked. Matthew blinked, hardly believing he'd heard her quiet question correctly. "I was proud of you. The other ladies skirt the edges of our conversations, never daring to voice an opinion, and there you were, wading into the thick of things and delivering Mr. Hampstall a killing blow." "Did you ask Mr. Davies to find you a bride with backbone?" she asked with a hint of that humour returning. His arms rested comfortably around her. He loved the feel of her soft figure leaning against his. "Fool as I was, I didn't mention such a thing. I shudder to think that he might have found me some simpering lady who never dares to speak up." Charlotte's fingers fiddled with the lapels of his dressing gown, her cheeks turning a charming shade of pink, though the smile she tried to suppress hinted that the feelings inspiring the blush were not unpleasant. He wanted to see into her eyes, but she would not meet his gaze. A quick nudge of his finger would get him what he desired, but he did not want to release his hold of her. "Charlotte," he whispered, and that did the trick. Matthew studied her eyes, that warm, bright gaze that showed so much of her heart and soul, and in them he saw an echo of the sentiments stirring in his heart. He didn't understand how or when it had happened, but he was fairly certain he was in love with his wife. It coursed through his blood, seeping into every part of him. Leaning in, he pressed his lips to hers, a soft and gentle touch that held a hint of the bewilderment that had his insides fluttering like a silly youth. But such tepid sentiments evaporated when Charlotte's hand brushed his neck as she fiddled with the collar of his nightshirt. Heat swept through him, and Matthew deepened the kiss, exploring the feel of her in his arms. This was not their first embrace. They had shared many before, and of a far more intimate nature, but this was as different from those as the first fluttering flakes of winter were to a blizzard. People spoke of the rashness of youth, and Matthew had always felt he had avoided such silliness. A man in his position could not be impetuous. Yet with Charlotte snuggled in his arms, her touch enveloping him, he felt every inch the silly young man. Invincible, powerful, able to conquer the entire world if she asked it. Had she fallen asleep? Charlotte could only think she must have slipped into a dream, for the manner in which Matthew held her was unlike all the other embraces they had shared. Their previous kisses had hardly been passionless or perfunctory, but Charlotte felt something stirring beneath the surface. Desperation was not quite the word. Eagerness? No. It hovered there just out of reach, whispering to her with the same tenderness as Matthew's touch. Love. Did she love Matthew? Having not expected such sentiments from this marriage, Charlotte was dumbfounded that such a question would arise. Moreover, a shiver ran down her spine that whispered that the answer was yes. Matthew Bixby, hard and unyielding, but thoughtful and gentle. The sort of blend that made Charlotte's heart thump an erratic beat. And as she lost herself in the feel of his lips and his hands, she felt his heart beating in time with hers. Her Matthew. Pulling back, she stared at her husband. His gaze was bright and fixed on her with such determination that her heart stuttered. "Why did I ignore you for so long?" he whispered. His gaze travelled over her features, studying each one as though they were precious. Charlotte's throat tightened, her eyes brightening as she shook her head. "There is no need to revisit that." "Thank you for defending me." Matthew lifted a hand to caress her cheek, and Charlotte leaned into the touch, reveling in the tenderness in his gaze. "And thank you for being my wife." And with that, Matthew pressed his lips to hers, filling Charlotte with such lightness that only his arms kept her anchored to this world. Chapter 21. Standing in the middle of the parlour, Charlotte stared at the trays of cakes and biscuits. The tea caddy stood open, ready for its mistress to blend the perfect mixture of leaves with which to tantalise her guests. Mother Belinda had not expended much effort to teach Charlotte the many things a lady ought, but amongst her few lessons was how to make a perfect cup of tea. The baronet's last wife had possessed impeccable taste when it came to tea service, and Charlotte had watched the lady host enough gatherings to glean the secrets. Everything was perfect. Charlotte grinned and turned to the window to stare out at the overcast sky. Brushing a touch to the flowers tucked into her hair, she revelled in their heavenly scent. She hadn't thought there was a florist in Greater Edgerton, but the bouquet Matthew had left for her on her dressing table this morning testified that there was. She straightened as she considered that. Or had Matthew sent for them from Preston or some other city? Although she hadn't anticipated finding love and romance in this marriage, Matthew was proving quite adept at playing the courting swain. Perhaps she might ask cook to prepare something special for him tonight. A treat was just the thing after an arduous day. Charlotte's cheeks heated as her thoughts wandered towards other indulgences, and her grin stretched wide. As there was no one present to see it, she didn't bother hiding the expression. The clock on the side table chimed, and she jerked her gaze from the window and frowned, and then shook her disquiet away. Fashionable people preferred tardiness, though Charlotte could not comprehend why. Starting times were set for a reason, and the thought of arriving even a few minutes late made her skin itch. But she knew it was yet another reason why she did not fit in with society. No doubt they would laugh at such ridiculous sentiments. Turning back to the window, she watched the sky, hoping the weather would hold. Surely the roads were in a good enough state for the ladies to make the journey. Charlotte's stomach sank as she thought through all the things she might say to Mrs. Culpepper and Mrs. Hamstall. Mrs. Anglesey was far easier to engage in conversation, but the other two were troublesome to say the least. And after that interlude with Mr. Hamstall a fortnight ago, she needed to heal the breach she had caused. Charlotte forced in a breath to calm her quickening pulse, but it did nothing to ease the strain in her muscles. Getting herself worked up before they arrived would do her no favours, so she cast her thoughts about for a distraction and retrieved Patricia's latest letter, which she'd hidden away in her writing desk for later. Sitting upon the sofa, Charlotte dove into Patricia's missive, though she didn't know why she expected it to calm her nerves. With each letter, her sister-in-law's attention fixated more and more on a single subject, ignoring the drama of her father-in-law's poor courting decisions, to focus on Charlotte's future children. With a sigh, she drifted over the same sentiments Patricia had already shared many times before. Thankfully, her sister-in-law avoided anything of an indelicate nature this time, though she couldn't help including instructions for a tisane guaranteed to help things along. Surely, receiving no letters was better than this. Yet, even as she moved to toss it aside, Charlotte couldn't help but recall what Patricia had said some weeks ago. It is folly to ignore the advice of those with more experience. Granted, there was much of Patricia's advice that Charlotte didn't wish to recall, but that did not mean all of it was without value. Despite not producing the all-important heir she and Headley craved, Patricia boasted 5 beautiful daughters after all. The clock chimed again, drawing her attention from the letter, and Charlotte glanced at the face and frowned. If not for the notes of acceptance the ladies had sent, she might think they were throwing her over. But surely that would be far too rude. Shaking her head, she tucked away Patricia's letter and rose to gaze out the window, her eyes tracing the edge of the river. If only the window faced the front drive, then she could see them arriving. But as it was, she contented herself with gazing at the first sprigs of spring flowers pushing up from the soil, and the faint haze of green that formed along the tree branches as buds sprouted, while ignoring the ticks of the clock echoing through the room. With each passing minute, her heart sank as delusion gave way to reality. They were not coming. The ladies of Greater Edgerton had snubbed her. Charlotte supposed it was a just punishment after her behaviour towards Mr. Hamstall, But it still stung. Doubly so, for she could easily imagine dinner tonight. Matthew would ask about her day, and she would have to admit her failure. After everything he'd done for her, and everything they'd shared of late, she was going to fail him. Pressing a hand to her middle, Charlotte sank onto a sofa. What more could she do? There was only so much acting one could do from day to day, and her patience for such duplicity was wearing thin. Feigning interest in insipid conversations that led nowhere, smiling whilst fending off barbs, disdaining exertions of any sort whilst going to great lengths to claw one's way to the top of the pile. Charlotte would rather pass the time with Matthew, discussing real things, important things, without the need to posture and manipulate, showing genuine delight and affection when desired, rather than hiding it behind ennui and mockery. A knock sounded at the parlour door, and Charlotte shot to her feet. Brushing her skirts, she gave her hair a cursory pat, though there was not a lock out of place. And that was when Mrs. Mary Ashbrook was announced. "Mrs. Bixby?" The lady curtsied, and her gaze travelled around the room, taking in the refreshments. "Am I intruding?" "Of course not," replied Charlotte, motioning for her guest to take a seat at the table while forcing herself not to fidget. It wasn't as though Mrs. Ashbrook would have expected an invitation. The lady clearly did not wish to further their acquaintance in any meaningful manner, and generally avoided Greater Egerton's society. Besides, Charlotte had intended this to be an intimate gathering, a select number of invites. No reason to feel like a child caught pilfering the pantry. Mrs. Ashbrook studied Charlotte, examining the spread around her, and though the lady had the goodness not to say a word concerning it, her gaze softened a touch, melting away some of that usual stiffness in her demeanour. Reaching for the tea-caddy, Charlotte prepared the leaves, taking pinches of this and that and placing them in the water to steep. As she readied the rest of the treats, she struggled for words. With her expectations for the day so upended, she didn't know how to proceed. "I understand Mrs. Hampstall is hosting a gathering this afternoon," said Mrs. Ashbrook. Charlotte's gaze darted to her unexpected guest, holding the lady's eyes. They were a blue-grey, with far more of the latter than the former, and they held the same pain that pricked at Charlotte's heart, leaving her wondering just how many others had been overlooked. She suspected that unenviable group consisted of only the two of them. Struggling to keep her expression impassive, Charlotte readied Mrs. Ashbrook's tea, giving it a dash of milk and sugar. The clock ticked in the silence, their spoons swirling about the cups without a single click against the porcelain, which made Charlotte think once again of her stepmother. Mother Belinda had always said that the greatest sign of ill-breeding was allowing one's spoon to clink against one's dishes, and it made Charlotte wonder if Mrs. Ashbrook's mother had been equally exacting. "How do you enjoy your vicar?" asked Charlotte, for it was the only thing she could think to ask. Mrs. Ashbrook glanced up from her cup, her brows arching. It was indeed an odd question, so Charlotte hurried to add, "Mr. Bixby and I have been attending our parish, but I fear I do not care for Mr. Snelling. He is—" Charlotte didn't know how to finish that statement without treading into very uncharitable territory. "Rude and condescending," supplied Mrs. Ashbrook with a hint of humour that drew a strangled laugh from Charlotte. "I hadn't intended to say that." "Though it is true enough," said Mrs. Ashbrook. "Our vicar, Mr. Rushworth, is a good man who has been of great assistance to my family. I would heartily recommend his services if you wish to attend elsewhere." Charlotte nodded, though she wasn't certain she would suggest such a course of action to Matthew. The Lord required attendance at church, but he did not require one to enjoy it, and it seemed petty to go to such lengths. But she put that thought aside for now as the silence returned. Glancing at Mrs. Ashbrook, Charlotte knew she ought to say something. She could not decipher the lady's motives, for Mrs. Ashbrook was amiable one moment and distant the next. And as much as Charlotte had hoped the lady might assist her in joining Greater Egerton's society, it was clear Mrs. Ashbrook boasted no better footing than she. But Charlotte's thoughts snapped to a halt when Mrs. Ashbrook set aside the teacup with a frown. I did not come here to partake in your hospitality, but to offer an apology. Shifting in her seat, Mrs. Ashbrook dropped her gaze. I know that I was aloof at the assembly, and it has tormented me. Charlotte held up her hands. You need not explain anything to me, madam. I understand. No, you do not. Mrs. Ashbrook's expression pinched, her hands clenching in her lap. I fear I am not comfortable amongst society, and too often I come off as cold or displeased. I had thought I was doing better, but... It was Charlotte's turn to interrupt. It is not easy to alter habits. Mrs. Ashbrook's shoulders loosened, her expression brightening. Though I was not brave enough to say so before, I suspected you might understand. Shaking her head at herself, the lady's gaze turned to her teacup. I leave the house intending to be at ease and reach out to others in friendship, but when it comes time to do so, I find myself hiding in the same corner, staring out at everyone, wishing I might join in, but unable to force myself to do so. And when I am out of sorts, I fear I tend to act defensively and keep others at arm's length. Charlotte listened, nodding and smiling at various times as the lady spoke, with such honesty and with feelings so closely aligned with her own that she couldn't help but view the lady in a sympathetic light. The more Mrs. Ashbrook spoke, the more that aloof demeanour melted away, drawing Charlotte in. I am comfortable in my quiet corner, and I married a fellow who prefers wading into the thick of things, said Mrs. Ashbrook with a scoff that might have sounded harsh, if not for the tender tone that preceded it. I am trying to do better, but I fear I am making slow progress, and I know my misstep caused you pain, and I am sorry for it. I had hoped... But when Mrs. Ashbrook's words petered off, Charlotte supplied them, for she felt the unspoken sentiment in her own heart. I had hoped we were becoming friends. Shaking her head at that, Charlotte let out a derisive chuckle. That does make me sound childish, doesn't it? But it is honest, and I ought to be more forthright like you, said Mrs. Ashbrook. I know others look at me with my plain features and boyish figure, and wonder how I caught the dashing and charming Mr. Ambrose Ashbrook. I have even heard whispered speculation that my family forced the union in some underhanded manner, or paid him handsomely, though it couldn't be further from the truth. Reaching forward, Charlotte squeezed her new friend on her forearm. Pay no heed to such maliciousness. Anyone with eyes can see your husband is smitten. Mrs. Ashbrook ducked her face, a blush rising to her cheeks, and when she met Charlotte's gaze once more, a warm smile graced her lips. I have been so blessed. But something dark flashed in her eyes, making the lady's expression strain. It was brief, there and gone in a moment, but drawing upon Mrs. Ashbrook's previous confession, Charlotte suspected she knew the source of this lady's discomfort. Habit told her to hold her tongue, but with Mrs. Ashbrook's praise of her honesty still ringing in her ears, Charlotte couldn't remain silent. I know precisely what you mean, replied Charlotte. I would far rather be hiding at home than at an assembly, though others seem to think that strange. But enjoying one's own company is not a disease that ought to be quarantined and treated. Mrs. Ashbrook stared at her with a furrowed brow. I cannot imagine you feeling awkward in company. At every event, you leap into the fray without fear. Charlotte huffed, shaking her head. I am quaking in my slippers, I assure you. Before I married Mr. Bixby, I was far more content to remain in a quiet corner. I hadn't expected to ever marry, because I was below anyone's notice. That earned her a few silent blinks in return. It can be quite the shift in situation, continued Charlotte, inching her way towards the proper words. To be overlooked and ignored, and then thrust into a marriage with a man who not only gravitates towards the centre of society, but needs you as his wife to step into that sphere alongside him. My husband is not as well suited for society as yours, but that only makes it all the more difficult for me, for I am the one who needs to be leading the charge, so to speak. You hide it well? Not well enough, murmured Charlotte. I have heard others say I am too desperate for their approval." Mrs. Ashbrook frowned at that. "Hardly. You are simply passionate about putting yourself forward. With all that is going on, everyone ought to be desperate to form alliances and band together. Alone, it will be far more difficult to weather the storm." "Which is not helping me keep my composure when facing them down," said Charlotte, before motioning to the teapot. "Do you wish for another cup?" With an absent nod, Mrs. Ashbrook helped herself to more cake, before casting another look at the gathered treats while Charlotte refreshed their tea. "You invited some of the harpies to visit, didn't you?" asked Mrs. Ashbrook, though the question required no answer. Shaking her head, she frowned before taking a sip. "That is a delicious blend, Mrs. Bixby. You must share your secret." Charlotte smiled. "Certainly, though only if you agree to call me Charlotte. If we are to be friends, we mustn't stand on ceremony." "Then we are to be friends?" asked Mrs. Ashbrook with an arched brow. "Of course, Mrs. Ashbrook." Charlotte gave a decisive nod. "Mary," the lady corrected. Raising her cup in salute, Charlotte drank deep before disclosing all the little secrets Mother Belinda had shared with her. That led to discussions concerning Charlotte's failed gathering, which earned Mary's ire as she cursed those wretched ladies in every fashion imaginable. Laughing, Charlotte revelled in the sudden camaraderie and wondered if she'd ever had a friend who understood such things. Heaven knew her half-sisters and sister-in-law didn't. Matthew gave no heed to such things, and thus couldn't understand why the bloody battles waged in the parlors and ballrooms bothered Charlotte so. Mr. Davies was sympathetic, but had never struggled with such things, and thus couldn't truly empathize. But now there was Mary. The clock ticked on, the minutes fleeing away as the two spoke, and the more Charlotte shared, the more Mary reciprocated, and they eased into their new roles quite naturally, even if the beginning hadn't been natural at all. Charlotte laughed, setting her teacup down so she didn't make a mess. "I cannot believe it. Please say you didn't." The window exploded. Glass shards flew across the room, scattering across the ladies and the table. Charlotte's body tensed, forcing out a strangled shriek as she turned away from it. Before either had a moment to think, the other window shattered, each break followed by a sharp smack of rock striking the far wall. Charlotte shook, staring at the mess of glass and the lines of red slicing across her bare arms. Droplets welled from the cuts, and all she could think to do was lift her arms away from her gown, though red spots already marred the yellow muslin. She stared at the jagged remnants clinging to the window frame and at the glass around them, but her thoughts could not link the two actions together. Taking her by the arm, Mary hurried them out of the room. Rational thought told Charlotte she ought to be taking charge of her guest, but the idea was buried beneath the surge of ice that flowed through her veins, freezing her through. Her hands shook, and she tried to pull herself free of the shock as Mary dabbed at their cuts with a handkerchief. Then Matthew appeared, shouting for someone to fetch the medicine chest, while herding the ladies towards the bedchamber. Sitting her on the chaise, Matthew took Charlotte's face in his hand, examining every scrape and nick. Her chin trembled, and her insides writhed at that bit of silliness. Rocks flying through the window were startling, but there was no reason to fall to pieces. Yet she couldn't help but wish to bury herself in his arms. "Hush now," he murmured, dabbing at her scrapes and tending to each one. With a few barked orders, he called for the servants to see to Mrs. Ashbrook and fetch a surgeon. "No, please," said Charlotte, grabbing Matthew's arm. "There is no need for that. I'm not seriously injured." Matthew crouched before her, studying her expression, and Charlotte tried to hold firm and show the certainty she felt in her words, as her wounds required no surgeon, but the concern in his gaze was her undoing. Surrendering to the impulse, she threw her arms around her husband. "You are safe now," he whispered, drawing her close. "There is nothing to fear." Matthew continued to murmur soft words, and despite all the warmth such tenderness should inspire, Charlotte's heart chilled as she realized how hollow those assurances were. The troubles in Greater Edgerton weren't blustering rhetoric and empty threats. This was no mere issue of money and business. Violence was not an abstract possibility. It was on their doorstep. Chapter 22. Matthew stared at the parlour shutters, which were closed tight against the spring air. A chill seeped through the cracks and crannies, and he tried to blame them for his shudder. Having spent so much of his life amongst the lower orders, he was quite familiar with scrabbles and scrapes. The world was too volatile for him to have reached his majority without being touched by it. But seeing Charlotte in peril was another thing altogether. His breath stilled as the image of her and Mrs. Ashbrook played through his thoughts. Truly, the ladies had hardly been touched by the violence, but it was luck that had saved them from any greater injury. The rocks alone could have done either lady serious harm, to say nothing of the flying glass. Charlotte's life before Greater Edgerton had been one of peace and quiet, where the greatest horror to be found was Mrs. So-and-so's garish gown, or the whispers about Miss So-and-so's failed courtship. And now he had dropped her in a powder keg, ready to blow. One man's tragedy was another man's gain, as the saying goes. No doubt the glaziers and repairmen were quite pleased with their recent windfall after so many properties were vandalised. But every instinct told Matthew this was not the last of it. He felt it in the air, slithering through their town and tainting everything it touched like pitch. Fingers tapping along his trouser seam, Matthew stared at the closed shutters, but all he saw were her startled eyes and the drops of blood seeping from her cuts. Truly, the wounds were minor, hardly worth noting. Yet possibilities played through his thoughts, painting gory images of what could have happened and what was to come. There was work to be done. There always was. No doubt there was a stack of missives awaiting him at his office, and then there were the ledgers to go through. The clerks managed the entries, but Matthew would be a fool not to check their work from time to time, and this was the appointed hour for the task. Then there were the shipments to oversee, both coming in and going out. Others could see to the minutiae, but it was the owner who connected the cogs, ensuring the whole machine operated properly. And the office was not so far from here. When the trees were bare and trimmed back, he could see the buildings from this very spot. Plenty close to the house, should anything go amiss, and Matthew was well aware of how quickly the journey could be made, for he had traversed it in a matter of moments once he had realised the sound of breaking glass was coming from their home. His feet were moving before he knew it, leading him through the hall and out the back door to see Charlotte kneeling before a flower bed, her hair swept up into a bandeau, with a dirt-smudged apron covering her work dress. With quick turns of the garden spade, she sliced through the earth, churning it until it was dark and fluffy. Sitting back on her heels, she rubbed her arm across her forehead. Though she avoided the majority of the mess on her hands, she added yet another streak of brown to her complexion. Charlotte was healthy and hale. Evidence of her scare was quickly fading, leaving her skin smooth and unmarred, but rather than giving him the comfort and assurance he required to return to his work, seeing her in this state planted Matthew's feet in place. Thoughts of the mill faded away at the sight of Charlotte stretching her back, turning her face up to the spring sun as she took in a deep breath and sighed. Tugging off her gloves, she rubbed at her neck as her lips pulled into a grimace, a low groan escaping. "Are you unwell?" asked Matthew, stepping closer. In true Charlotte fashion, she gave a start, though she had nothing in her hands to send flying this time. Pressing a hand to her heart, she gave a huffy laugh. "I didn't see you there." "So you have said," replied Matthew with a smile. "Many times." Charlotte winced, her nose wrinkling. "I suppose I get lost in my thoughts all too often." That she did, though Matthew wasn't about to criticize her for it. His Charlotte was a thinker, so often wandering about her mind to the point where the world around her faded from existence. It may mean he got occasionally smacked or soaked, but that was a small price to pay for such a pensive wife. Besides, she made such a picture when lost within herself, her gaze fixing on nothing as her brows pulled close together. It was no empty silence. but one filled with a whirlwind of unspoken thoughts, and, when she deigned to share them, they demonstrated far more insight and thoughtfulness than one was apt to find in the world. Picking up her gloves once more, she reached for a wide-brimmed hat on the ground beside her and plopped it on her head. "I didn't realize you were at home. You are usually at the mill this time of day." That he was, and even now all the many tasks called out to him, warning him not to dawdle any longer. One mustn't waste the day away. "I wanted to check on you," he said. Charlotte straightened, meeting his gaze with wide eyes. There was a brightness to those dark depths, and a hint of colour entered her cheeks. "You did?" Matthew's brows rose. "Is that so surprising?" Cocking her head to the side, Charlotte once more drifted into silent thoughts, but Matthew's curiosity was spared when she gave him a hesitant smile. "I cannot think how to answer. I suppose I should say no, as it is very much in your character to be concerned, but I know how busy you are. I am well enough, and you needn't fritter away the daylight hours here." Charlotte turned back to her work and frowned at the barren beds. "It is not as though I am doing anything of consequence." Waving a hand towards the table and chair standing just to her side, she added, "I've procrastinated long enough with my plans, and purchasing furniture does not a garden make. It is time to roll up my sleeves and dig in, figuratively and literally." With a wince, she stretched her back once more. "But I fear I may have underestimated just how much I dislike gardening." "Might I talk you into taking a rest?" asked Matthew, nodding towards the chair and holding out a hand. Charlotte sighed and studied her efforts. "Do not judge me too harshly for accepting. I ought to have accomplished more before stopping, but I have no willpower to say no when I wish for nothing more." Taking his hand, she rose to her feet, and he helped her to a seat as she groaned with delight. She reached up and rubbed at her neck, her eyes closing as she winced. Needing no further invitation, Matthew brushed away her hands and took up the work, kneading the spot that troubled her so. Charlotte sighed, leaning into his touch, the strain around her eyes easing away. "I love the idea of gardening, but the reality is a messy business that leaves me aching and sore. Nothing quite like it to make one feel aged and broken." Charlotte's voice was low, and though she winced when his finger pressed into a particularly sensitive spot, a smile played with the corner of her lips. "Yet it must be done." Matthew stared down at his wife, who continued to melt until she was certain to slip off the chair into a boneless heap. His smile echoed hers, though with her eyes closed, she seemed completely ignorant of anything around her. "If you tell me what you want done, I can do it for you." The offer was out of his mouth before he could think better of it. "That is kind of you," she said, her tone growing dreamy as he rubbed her neck. "But the seeds must be planted soon if we hope for any blossoms this season. And Patricia sent me a few pots from our garden, and I need to get them into the ground soon. We have an engagement tonight and tomorrow, so it would be several days before you could see to it." Then, slanting open an eye, Charlotte gave him a lazy smile. "Ignore my complaints. I'm only being peevish, and it will pass soon enough. I had thought to hire a gardener, but it seems a waste when I have the time to tend it myself." Matthew frowned as she straightened, pulling free of his hands as she babbled on about needing to return to work while trying to send him back to his. "Do you wish me to leave?" Matthew's heart sank low as Charlotte stared at him. "Certainly not," she replied with a puzzled frown, but it disappeared, a hint of humour colouring her tone as she continued. "But you are a man with many demands on your time. Surely you do not need to waste it by digging in the dirt simply because your wife is complaining, especially as it is her own fault she's doing it in the first place." Matthew's thoughts flew through the mountain of work that needed doing, and there was no denying the fact that it was more pressing than gardening. However, the last time such a decision had presented itself, Matthew had chosen work. Wasn't it only right that he choose Charlotte this time? The justification was sound, but it didn't account for the warmth that spread through him as he considered spending a few hours alone with his wife. "I have a manager and clerks who are all capable of overseeing the mill. There is no reason I cannot remain here for the afternoon." Charlotte's eyes brightened and her grin broadened, and Matthew knew it would take far more than a bit of unrest with his workers to pull him from her side. "Allow me a moment to change, and I will be at your disposal," he said, turning on his heel and moving to the back door. Taking the steps 2 at a time, he hurried to their bedchamber, casting off his finer day clothes and replacing them with plainer ones made of simple cotton. Leaving his tailcoat behind in the bedchamber, as such restrictions were unnecessary when he needed to move freely about the soil, Matthew hurried back to her, but with a quick stop by the servants' quarters to borrow an apron. Tying it about himself, he buttoned the top to his brown waistcoat as he stepped out into the afternoon sun. "Should I finish churning the dirt?" he asked as he stopped before the planting bed and rolled up his shirt sleeves. "I think that would be the proper order before I start planting anything. Perhaps I should call Joseph to fetch some more water. We will need plenty before the day is out." But Charlotte gave no response. Turning, he found her staring at him. Her gaze perused his person with a brightness he hadn't seen before. There was a hint of a smile on her lips, and Matthew couldn't help but grin in response, though she seemed not to notice his attention on her. Women had cast furtive glances in his direction before, and though he wasn't handsome by widely accepted standards, there were those who found him appealing, but such admiration had never made him preen before. And his smile only grew wider the longer his wife silently gazed upon him. "Charlotte," he prodded, but it wasn't until he repeated himself that her gaze finally met his. Spine snapping straight, she jerked her red face down, studying her hands as she smoothed her skirt and apron. Fanning at her cheeks, Charlotte gave a stuttering laugh. "It is shockingly warm this afternoon. It felt so crisp this morning, but it is positively sweltering now." But the breezes nipping at Matthew's forearms begged to differ, and they both knew the truth of the matter, even if Charlotte did not wish to speak it aloud. She shifted in her chair, moving to rise, but he held up a staying hand. "There is no need to stir yourself. Judging by how much you've done already, I'd wager you've been at this for a few hours. There's no reason you cannot enjoy a proper rest while I continue your work," said Matthew. "Simply tell me what you need, and I will do it." Charlotte cleared her throat and nodded, though she did not look at him directly, choosing instead to stare at the edge of her apron, which she smoothed and straightened. "The earth needs turning before we can do anything else." Nodding, Matthew knelt and got to work. Chapter 23. Ogling. There was no other word to describe it. Charlotte tried many times to convince herself she had merely been shocked to see her husband in such plain clothes, but they seemed as proper on him as any of the finer things he wore. No, it was the sight of his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, those solid forearms on full display, that had seized Charlotte's attention. Heavens knew she had seen him in far less clothing, but there was something about the sight of him standing there with those arms bared that set her heart all a-flutter. Forearms! Slanting him a look, she saw Matthew bent over the flower beds, his hands moving the spade through the rich earth, those arms of his turning it about with far more ease than she had managed, and she had to hide the responding smile that tickled her lips. Her husband was a fine sight. Matthew cast a look over his shoulder, his bright blue eyes catching hers and sparking with humour, as though he read every one of her thoughts. Charlotte fought back another blush and turned her attention back to her sore neck, though she knew it did little to conceal what she had been doing. "As much as I enjoy gardens and adored planning ours, I cannot see the appeal of gardening," she said, though even to her ears her voice was a touch too bright. Matthew's grin grew, and she knew she hadn't hidden what she'd been doing, or how much the sight of him discomposed her. "Then it is not one of your many pastimes?" he asked, turning back to the task at hand. "Not at all. I know many enjoy labouring amongst the plants. but the aches and pains it leaves in its wake is a misery. Charlotte rubbed once more at her back and fought a wince, which was followed by a flutter in her stomach at the memory of Matthew's hands touching her. Perhaps she might enlist him to do so again. Even with his ministrations, she was bound to have a rough night's sleep, for her muscles felt like twisted iron. "There is a simple solution to your problems. They are called gardeners," said Matthew, a hint of a laugh in his tone. "That is one of the joys of money. If there is a task you dislike, you can pay another to do it for you." Then, in a lower voice, as though speaking to himself, he added, "Though it is rather diverting to dig about in the dirt." "Then I might have to relegate you to that task." Casting another look at her from over his shoulder, Matthew said, "I've often wondered if I would ever find something at which you did not excel. You have quite the list of talents to your credit." Charlotte's brows rose, and she stretched her back once more. Perhaps she ought to call for a bath tonight. Soaking in some warm water might be just the thing. "I enjoy learning new things, but I hadn't thought myself unique in that. There are plenty of people who boast a variety of interests." But Matthew huffed. "I haven't a single one. There hasn't ever been time for me to indulge in such things." "And I have had far too much of it," replied Charlotte with a rueful smile. "My mother died when I was young, and my father's attention was reserved for his heir. My first stepmother doted on her own children, but cared little about anything else. And my second stepmother was a zealous believer that children should be neither seen nor heard, so I learned at a young age to keep myself from being underfoot, and entertained myself with sewing, music, art, reading, riding, gardening, and the like." Matthew paused in his work and turned to stare at her. "What did I say?" she asked with a laugh, but he continued to study her with that piercing gaze of his. "To keep you from being underfoot." Charlotte's brows rose at that. She thought through what she had said and waved it away. "It was nothing, truly, and it is entirely understandable. A person has only so many hours in the day, and they must focus on that which is of utmost importance." "A child is of utmost importance." "Yes." Charlotte's eyes dimmed and her brow furrowed. Phantom wounds itched in her heart, but they were merely memories that held no power beyond that which he gave them. "I will not claim to be unmoved by their disinterest, but with time I realized it was a reflection on them and not myself. I cannot change the choice they made, nor would I wish it different, for it shaped me into who I am and taught me valuable lessons." "Like how to keep from being underfoot?" Matthew's tone was cold, his eyes narrowing. With a huff, she wrinkled her nose. "A poor word choice, that is all. My family was not cruel by any means, and I was very blessed with a comfortable life." "But there is more to being a good parent than providing for your children's physical needs." Matthew gave that a shake of the head, pausing as if to consider that idea before adding, "I cannot say I'm pleased you were so neglected as a child, but I will admit I admire what you've made of yourself. You've turned your hardships into blessings." Charlotte's skin flushed redder. "The same could be said of you." Matthew straightened, turning to meet her gaze once more, and she was struck anew by how kindly fate had smiled upon her. Despite all her fears and worries in the past, she'd found a husband with strength and character, one who happened to look delightful in his shirt sleeves. Charlotte fought back the smile that thought elicited, and her husband's gaze warmed, holding hers as though it were a palpable thing. She swore she could feel his hands gently rubbing her neck once more. Turning back to his work, Matthew cleared his throat as he turned the soil. "Have you heard from Mrs. Ashbrook? How is she faring after that nasty business?" Charlotte touched a hand to her heated cheek. "She has a will of iron. I doubt she was shaken at all, thank heavens. You had your hands full with one hysterical lady, two would have been overwhelming." Matthew huffed, not deigning to send a censorious look, though it was rife in his tone. "As I have said before, you weren't hysterical. It was a shock, that is all." And Mrs. Ashbrook seems the aloof sort who isn't bothered by anything because she feels nothing. She and Mr. Ashbrook are an odd match." "I understand why you believe so, but they are, in fact, perfectly matched." Casting her thoughts back to her conversations with the two, Charlotte sorted through the various impressions her instincts had given her, struggling to explain it. "They are two sides to the same coin, for I believe both she and her husband hide behind public personas. The conversations I've had with Mr. Ashbrook show he's an intelligent man, just as Mary has displayed far more emotion and sentiment than she's apt to display in public." Pausing, Matthew considered that. "I do get glimpses of something more beneath Mr. Ashbrook's vapid exterior, but they are infrequent enough that I had thought them an anomaly. But if you say it is the other way round, then it must be true." Breath stilling, Charlotte stared at her husband. He'd spoken with such authority and certainty, as though there was no debating the fact. Yet she couldn't think of another person who put so much confidence in her opinion. Clearing her throat, she tried to stem the tide of tears brimming. It was silly to get overworked by such a thing, even if it was the greatest compliment anyone had ever given her. Rising to her feet, Charlotte brushed down her apron. "Do not move," said Matthew. "I've had enough of a rest. I cannot sit about while you do all the work." "Yes, you can. If you wish to do so because you enjoy the activity, you're free to join me. However, as you've already admitted your feelings, you should remain exactly where you are while I continue the work." Matthew punctuated his words with a firm look that had Charlotte lowering herself back onto the chair. Then he added, "Besides, I'm enjoying this, and will make short work of it." "Then it seems you do have a pastime." Matthew straightened. "Pardon?" "Gardening," she clarified. "You showed little interest in choosing flowers and planning the beds, but I have seen you smile more than once while you've been digging about, just as I have enjoyed the planning and detest the planting." The corner of his lips quirked upward as he considered that. Then, turning his gaze to her, he sent her another one of those warm looks that did all sorts of wondrous things to her. "It seems we are a good match, Charlotte." Dirt streaked his cheek, but it did nothing to undermine the earnestness of that statement. If anything, it made the moment all the more endearing. "I think we are, Matthew," she whispered. Chapter 24. Cards were a wretched way to spend an evening, for no other entertainment depended so heavily on the quality of one's companions. With concerts, one could sit and enjoy the music, depending on the performers, of course. The same was true of dances. Even if one wasn't fortunate enough to stand up, one could enjoy the lively tunes performed by professionals. But when an evening revolved around cards, conversation was as integral as the game itself, arguably more so. Until the game reached its conclusion, one was trapped with that set group, unable to free oneself from the dull or irritating. To say nothing of the added discomfort heaped upon a wallflower during such evenings. Breaching conversations was difficult enough without the clear divisions between each group of players. With parlor games, one could simply slip into the horde unnoticed, but there was no such luck when cards required small sets of players gathered round a table. One must be invited. As a whole, Charlotte detested card games. With the right people, it was a perfect way to pass an evening, but that was the exception to the rule. However, even as she found herself in the midst of a dreaded card party, she grinned at the gathering. A quiet inner voice warned that she ought not to be beaming so, for she was certain to look like a bedlamite. However, she couldn't force her features to soften. Especially when her gaze landed on her husband, standing with a circle of gentlemen. Dressed as he was, Matthew was the most handsome man in the room, though Charlotte longed to see him in his gardening uniform once more. Silk waistcoats and starched neckerchiefs were nothing compared to dirt smudges and tanned forearms. The garden was making slow progress, and Charlotte prayed it would take the entire summer. There was nothing finer than sitting at her table, reading or painting, while Matthew puttered about the flower beds. Breathe, Charlotte, or you are liable to swoon." Mary's sudden words, though laced with humour, had Charlotte jumping, her reticule swinging wide on her wrist as she spun to face the lady, though Mary was kind enough not to comment. Charlotte's cheeks heated as she forced herself to breathe, though there was no erasing her smile as she met her friend's gaze. "I see things are progressing nicely between you two," said Mary, coming to stand beside her as they surveyed the room. "Oh, Mary, I am so happy," she whispered in response, casting a furtive glance around, though no one paid them any heed. "I cannot believe how things have altered between us over the past few weeks. It's far better than I ever dreamt it would be." Charlotte couldn't help but revisit every conversation she'd shared with Matthew. Despite the chaos raging outside their home, it was heaven inside. Each day brought more moments, more tendernesses, more reasons to thank Providence that Matthew had decided to send for a bride and that Mr. Davies had chosen her. "Congratulations," said Mary, slipping her arm through Charlotte's and patting it. The lady's smile brightened, her eyes warming as her attention fixed on her Mr. Ashbrook. "To have found happiness after so many hopeless years is a joy that cannot be described." Charlotte gave her arm a responding squeeze, and the pair stood there in silence, each gazing out at the world while lost in the thoughts of what was, what had been, and what was to come. Newlyweds at the beginning of their journey, with partners they adored. Surely there was no greater felicity. "I fear it is time for us to wade into the fray," said Charlotte as she glanced at the grandfather clock standing off to one side. "I cannot waste the entire evening hiding in the corner." "Need we?" Mary grimaced, her eyes begging for them to remain safely apart for just a moment longer. And Charlotte wished to indulge her. That inner voice begged her to give in to the temptation, her heart sinking at the thought of attempting, once more, to approach those wretched women whose greatest enjoyment was found in sniping and belittling others. "There is little more good we can do, Charlotte. They have made up their minds about us, and I fear nothing we do will alter that." There was wisdom in those words, so much so that Charlotte nearly relaxed into her preferred position and settled in for a good coze with Mary. Her heart pulled her towards a pair of unoccupied chairs, whispering to her how much better that would be, and how little use it was to put herself in yet another situation where she was bound to be the focus of derision. It was so terribly exhausting. Shaking her head, Charlotte frowned. "Matthew asks so little of me, and this is the one thing I can do for him. I shan't shirk my duty." Mary sighed and nodded, though with all the joyful expression of a convict facing the gallows. "You are correct, of course. If we wish to aid our husbands, we must sally forth." Giving her friend a commiserating smile, Charlotte replied, "At least it is easier to do so with an ally." But that was met with a sceptical expression, one that Charlotte couldn't help mimicking. If she were to have her way, they would escape with their husbands to spend a quiet evening at home with far better food and conversation than was available at the Fowlers' card party. Thankfully, the tables were mostly neglected as the majority of guests were gathered up in conversation. Finding a game with 2 openings would be difficult, and though she may be a grown woman capable of managing alone, Charlotte wasn't about to abandon Mary, for both their sakes. Charlotte felt as though she were plodding across the room, each step dragging as they drew nearer to their chosen conversation. Where she'd anticipated a surge of anxious energy to carry her along, bone-deep weariness filled her, weighing her down as though her petticoats were made of stone. She knew too much of the world and her place in it to anticipate anything but disaster. But for Matthew, she would attempt it. Again. The ladies caught sight of the pair long before they approached, and though Charlotte hoped there was some alternative explanation, she was certain they were the cause of the ladies' increased tittering. Glancing at Mary, Charlotte sent her a raised eyebrow, but her friend only gave a subtle shake of the head. Neither of them knew what to make of that development, so there was no use but to delve in. "Good evening, ladies," said Charlotte, as she forced the exhaustion from her expression. "And good evening to you," replied Mrs. Culpepper, giving the pair a smile that reminded Charlotte of something she had read long ago, which said that many venomous animals were arrayed in bright colours to warn others away, and if ever there was a sign that she and Mary ought to beat a hasty retreat, it was that sly grin. "And how is your family, Mrs. Bixby?" asked Mrs. Hampstall. Though she lacked Mrs. Culpepper's coquetry, her expression mirrored her partner's maliciousness. Mrs. Pelham stifled a laugh. "I understand you have a new addition." Charlotte's brows rose, and though she tried to hide her surprise, there was nothing she could do to keep her muscles from tensing. "Yes, I just received word my father remarried to an old family friend. I hope he and his new bride are quite content." Charlotte was rather pleased she managed to speak the words so evenly. Not that she begrudged her father seeking out yet another wife, but a man of his age married a young girl of her beauty for one reason, and Charlotte's stomach couldn't help but churn at the thought. Ophelia was nearly young enough to be his granddaughter, for goodness' sake. The ladies laughed, feigning attempts to stifle them behind their fans. "I heard your new stepmother wasn't even out before they wed," Mrs. Pelham managed to say between titters. "But she is 16, is she not?" asked Mrs. Hampstall, with a tone that said that the question was rhetorical, for she knew the answer. "My Louisa is that age, and she is quite old enough to be out in company, though I would not countenance her marrying so young, and so quickly. I hadn't even heard they were engaged, and then they were married. Your father certainly seems eager." Mary held fast to Charlotte's arm, attempting to give her comfort, but there was nothing the lady could do to rectify the situation. Having reread Matthew's proposal letter many times in the months since she had received it, Charlotte knew his words by heart, and they taunted her. Matthew didn't want a scandal, and this situation was most certainly scandalous. How arrogant she had been. To have married the man, believing her pathetic social skills outshone his, when it was the Fordyce-Whittakers who had made the Bixbys the laughingstock of Greater Egerton. "Now, ladies," said Mrs. Culpepper with a false frown, "we mustn't laugh at poor Mrs. Bixby. It is not her fault her father is a lech, stealing brides straight out of the nursery and marrying them in such a havey-cavey fashion, though I suppose it is understandable, as his wives expire at such a young age. It is a curious pattern, is it not?" Mrs. Hampstall linked her arm with Mrs. Culpepper's and sent Charlotte a wicked grin. "But marrying such a young lady is quite efficient, for he can keep his children and his wife in the nursery together." Mrs. Pelham barked out a laugh, her eyes sparkling with glee as the ladies joined in. Tugging Charlotte away, Mary leaned close and whispered, "Pay them no heed. They only delight in mocking others. And they have ample reasons to laugh at me. I have done nothing but cause trouble since arriving. Matthew wanted a helpmate, not another burden." Mary's brows furrowed. "Charlotte, you cannot think." "How can I not? I am failing my husband in every manner possible. He is happy now, but how long before I become too great a burden for him?" She tried to swallow, but her throat tightened, refusing to work as it ought. With so many eyes on her, Charlotte forced herself to remain calm and hold fast to all the many lessons on deportment she had learned. There was no need to add to the fodder. Sucking in a deep breath, she cleared her mind. She was Charlotte Bixby, a woman with too many years to her credit to be undone by a few malicious titters. This was not the first time she had endured such effrontery, and that exposure had given her an immunity to such poisonous words. She was stronger than this. Yet her heart stuttered at the realization that her husband would eventually tire of her. Dear Matthew, who had taken her on to ease his burden, hadn't known she was little more than a pretender. Even if she could be forgiven for the overestimation of her social skills, which was the only reason he had married her in the first place, there was a vast difference between being inept and actively bringing scandal to his name. The man didn't need another nuisance in his life. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for Matthew. Had he heard the news yet? What would he say to it? What could they do to stem the gossip and mockery? "Pardon me, Mary," she whispered, releasing her friend's arm and weaving through the crowd, her gaze never wavering from her husband. Sweeping in, she took Matthew's arm and gave the others a bright smile. Casting a glance at her husband, Charlotte found him watching her with furrowed brows. "Is something amiss?" he whispered. Charlotte's grin widened, though it felt so brittle it was liable to break. With a coy tone, she replied, "Why would anything be amiss? I am with you." Though not the entire truth, Charlotte felt it settle into her. One way or another, she would set things to rights. The fates had blessed her with Matthew Bixby, and she was going to do everything in her power to ensure he would never come to regret it. She was no one's burden. Chapter 25. Cursing the crowd around them, Matthew wanted to scowl and demand answers. Charlotte clung to his arm with such ferocity that only a fool would overlook her distress, and though she beamed out at the world around her, deftly inserting herself into the conversation with the other men, her tone was too exuberant, forced. Yet Matthew could do nothing more than muse about the subject as they stood there amongst Greater Edgerton's elite. "Surely they ought to understand they have no power," said Mr. Anglesey. "For all that they long to rise up and take what isn't theirs, they have been shown again and again it will not work." Mr. Knott nodded. "And this latest nonsense in Scotland only serves to prove the point. The cavalry charged in and set things to right in a trice. These radicals cannot stand up to the might of the British army." "Insurrection? Bah!" added Mr. Hampstill, throwing back his drink with a smile. "It lasted only a sennight before the fools had the sense to leave things be." Matthew's jaw clenched tight. "This is precisely the sort of talk that has our town up in arms. Such dismissiveness does not serve you well, gentlemen." "Ah, our local radical," laughed Mr. Anglesey. "We can always rely on you, Mr. Bixby, to make us see the error of our ways with all your dark predictions of strikes and riots." Charlotte's grip on his arm tightened, and though she tried to hide it, Matthew saw the tension around her lips. Her eyes met his, and the strain shining through them sliced through his heart. Turning to the others, he gave them a curt bow. "Please excuse us." The others hardly gave them a second glance as he led Charlotte away from the jackals. Searching the room, Matthew longed for a ball. He never thought he would wish for such a thing, but with music in the air, it was relatively easy to have a private discussion. Though the buzz of conversations offered some solace, eavesdropping was simple enough in this setting, and he needed to speak with his wife. Drawing her to one side, several feet away from the nearest group, he leaned close. But before he could say a word, Charlotte interrupted him. "Is it truly as dire as all that, Matthew? Will there be more violence?" He frowned. "Is that what is upsetting you?" Charlotte dipped her head and fiddled with the edge of her glove. "Despite our efforts, the situation is escalating. Have I done any good?" Cocking his head to one side, Matthew drew his brows tight together. Despite his best efforts, he could not comprehend what her words had to do with their conversation. No one person is the catalyst or cure for any of this. But things are growing dire. Charlotte seemed to shrink into herself, her gaze becoming unfocused as she lost herself in her thoughts. Squeezing her hand, Matthew forced her back to the present. "Hush now, all will be well." Charlotte frowned, her eyes darkening, and he longed to kiss those lips. Perhaps that might bring a smile to them once more. Matthew wished for a talent with words, or a more jovial disposition. Perhaps if he were like Mr. Ashbrook, he would know what to say to clear all fretful thoughts and leave her happy once more. "I give you my word that I have everything in hand, dearest," he whispered, taking her hand in his. "You needn't fret about a single thing. I will manage it all." But Charlotte's frown only deepened. "Mr. Bixby, Mrs. Bixby, there you are," called Mr. Nightingale. Matthew sighed and turned to face the fellow and his wife, slipping Charlotte's hand through his arm and resting his atop it. The ladies exchanged pleasantries, and Matthew was free to simply nod at proper intervals while his thoughts drifted. Even if he had wanted to deny his feelings, he couldn't now. He didn't know when the shift had occurred, but he loved Charlotte, and with each day, that sentiment took greater hold over him. Every moment they passed in one another's company strengthened it, until he was certain it was a permanent part of who he was, as necessary as the blood in his veins and the air in his lungs. Matthew Bixby was not ignorant of love, for he had grown up enveloped in it. Though trying at times, his feelings for his family were not some fleeting thing, a whim or a fancy. That love was the driving force of his life. Charlotte had asked him about his goal, and the answer had been simple enough. He wanted to give his family a good life, and a man did not pursue such a goal with dogged determination without a heaping portion of love to fuel the fire. Yet for all the strength of feeling he had for his mother and siblings, and the subsequent spouses and children that followed, Matthew knew it was not a particle of what burned in him when he thought of Charlotte. His Charlotte, his wife, the family he had created, the family he would grow. What was he building towards? That answer now encompassed so much more. Mrs. Nightingale gave a ridiculous titter, and Matthew fought the urge to roll his eyes. It was such a ridiculous sound. Why not give a proper laugh? Was there something unseemly about showing genuine enjoyment? But such musings halted the moment he spied Charlotte's expression. That strained look had returned, her smile turning into that wretched one she used in public, but there was a hint of anguish to it that had Matthew cursing his wandering thoughts for overlooking his wife's distress. Yet the conversation had seemed innocuous enough. Her family was a comfortable subject, after all. Giving the pair a nod, he tried to lead Charlotte away from the harpy, but Mrs. Hubbard drew up, blocking their escape as the Snellings hedged them in. "How is your dear father?" asked Mrs. Hubbard, her smile showing more glee than warmth. "I understand the baronet is to be congratulated." Mrs. Snelling gave an amused huff before Mr. Snelling added, "I hear he is quite active for a man of his years." That set the others laughing, and though they gave a show of stifling it, there was no doubt to anyone listening that it was as false as this show of friendship. Matthew scowled, his brows pinching as he glowered at them. He cast a quick look at Charlotte, and though she feigned indifference, he saw the strain beneath it. "Enough!" Matthew barked out the word, drawing the others' wide gazes to him as they gaped. "No doubt you have heard of my father-in-law's nuptials and are in a dither about it." Before they could say a word, he nodded at the men in the party and said, "You gentlemen are simply jealous because you'd like to trade in your wives for pretty young chits and haven't the power to do so." Then, turning his gaze to the women, he added, "And you are bitter because you know it." With a tone that brooked no refusal, he concluded, "In the future, if you have nothing kind to say to my wife, do not speak to her at all." The room stilled as every eye turned towards them, and Matthew knew his words had carried to every corner of the drawing-room. Charlotte clung to him, and he held firm to her as well, giving the Gawkers a challenging look. If they thought his words hollow, they were sorely mistaken. Their gazes were wide and startled, with varying shades of mortification and anger colouring many of their cheeks. Mr. and Mrs. Ashbrook stood to one side, and the fellow lifted a glass to Matthew in salute. Turning from the gathering, Matthew led Charlotte away, his thumb brushing gently across the back of her hand as they strode to the front door, while the footman rushed to send for their carriage. Luckily, it was close enough to their planned departure time that their groom should have it there in a trice. The moment they were alone in the entryway, Charlotte turned to him. "I apologise, Matthew. I didn't think my father's marriage would cause such an uproar. I tried to stem the gossip." "There is nothing to apologise for, and nothing for us to do. The gossip-mongers always find fresh morsels with which to gorge themselves." She grasped his arm, her eyes dimming as her brows pinched together. "But our standing in the town—" "It is what it is." With a sigh, she shook her head and tugged at him, pulling him back down the hall. "Do not be so cavalier, Matthew. If we apologise now, we might undo some of the damage I've done."
"Apologise?" Matthew's brows rose at that. "If you think I'm apologising to those ninnies, you are sorely mistaken."
Charlotte's expression crumpled. "But Matthew—" Stepping closer, he brushed a touch along the edge of her jaw, silencing any protests. Only once her attention was fixed fully on him did he speak.
"Do you think you are the only one who cannot bear to hear the other disparaged? I do not care one jot if this has damaged our standing or has ruined our reputation. I will not stand idly by as others belittle and mock you, Charlotte," he whispered. "You are my wife. I will always defend you, no matter the cost."
Her gaze brightened and her lips trembled, drawing Matthew's eyes and begging him to close the distance. Footsteps sounded behind them, and though Charlotte's cheeks pinked, there were so many unspoken things glowing in those brown depths that he longed to ignore the interruption and sweep her into his embrace. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his head enough to nod at the footman before leading Charlotte down the front steps and into their carriage, though her gaze drifted back to the card party. Once the door was closed and they set off, Matthew settled into the squabs and pulled Charlotte into the crook of his arm. Melting into his embrace, she rested a hand on his chest, her fingers running along the lines of his waistcoat. "Thank you, Matthew." Her voice was so quiet that he nearly missed the words, but they sent a surge of warmth through him, filling him to the brim. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before, and Matthew closed his eyes and revelled in the joy of it as he pressed a kiss to her head. Chapter 26. Leaning back in his armchair, Matthew stared off at the wall opposite. Until the last few weeks, his office had been a utilitarian haven. When he had purchased the building, Walsworth Mill had been in such dire straits that it was a miracle the walls were standing and intact, and Matthew certainly hadn't put any effort into making it hospitable in the intervening years. A desk, sturdy seats, and a few bookshelves were the only things he required, but of late the space had taken on a decidedly different feel. The two chairs that faced his desk had been replaced, and though he hadn't sat in either of them, if they were anything like the one that had taken the place of his own, they were a vast improvement with their leather upholstery and ample cushioning. And a throw pillow had found its way onto one of them, though Matthew couldn't see the reason for such a useless article, which merely got in the way of anyone wishing to use the seat. Then there were the walls. Matthew's limited education hadn't included art, but even his uneducated eye thought the paintings and sketches adorning the previously blank spaces had been done by the same artist, whose handiwork permeated both his mill and home. A mirror stood in the place of honour above the fireplace, which had seemed entirely unnecessary, as he wasn't some dandy preening in front of every reflective surface. However, he was quite ready to admit that it brightened the space. Charlotte's touch was seen in every inch of the office. Only his desk remained from before, serving as the focal point, but even that had been shifted and turned. His right hand rested upon it, drumming a beat across the polished wood as a stack of papers and books pricked at him, warning of the work yet to be done. Yet he longed to return home and spend the afternoon digging through the dirt with Charlotte painting or sewing or doing anything else she wished, as long as she sat outside with him. Matthew smiled to himself, letting his lips pull into a wide grin that filled his face. Heaven knew it was near impossible to hide it any more. Too often he found himself sitting in that precise spot, hunched over his work as the sun dipped lower beneath the horizon, the shift between light and dark occurring so gently that he didn't notice the shadows until someone lit a candle. Matthew's life before Charlotte was not shrouded in black, but it had been a vast deal dimmer compared to the glorious sunshine that filled it now. Blinking, Matthew considered that realization, but as he compared the man he'd been with who he'd become, he couldn't help but see the vast difference, or acknowledge its source. Charlotte had woven herself into his life, making so many changes until the very focus had shifted. When she had asked him about his goals, Matthew had spoken true. Providing for his mother and siblings had been his sole purpose. But now Charlotte brought forth a whole new world of possibilities. Of course, he had wanted children. That was the natural order of things, and Matthew had liked the idea of raising the next generation of Bixbys. But that was not the same as having a proper family. Though those among their class might view sterile marriages and perfunctory affection as family, to Matthew the word meant so much more. Children, family, a proper home. Yes, he could see all those things looming before him, teasing him with all the joyful things to be. And he couldn't stop smiling. What if Charlotte were with child already? His brows rose at the thought. The door to his office burst open, making him jerk upright as Davies swept into the room with Mr. Ashbrook close on his heels. "They've brought in the militia." Davies dropped into a chair with a huff, his eyes wide. "Mr. Ashbrook and I were chatting in the street when we saw them arrive. They're quartering in Rochester, but the Lackwits were parading about Greater Edgerton for all and sundry to see." "Trying to intimidate the workers, no doubt," murmured Mr. Ashbrook with a grim expression as he took the other seat. "What short-sighted fool thought they would do any good?" Matthew hardly waited a beat before answering, though Mr. Ashbrook supplied his own at the same time. "Hampstall." Davies nodded. "He has the connections to do so." "I spoke with one of the captains," added Mr. Ashbrook, "and he said they're moving to arrest those responsible for the radical newspaper that's been circulating, and any other leaders they might discover. And that might just be the spark to set off this powder keg." Matthew leaned forward, scrubbing at his face. "I doubt there's anything that can stop what's coming, and at this juncture, my foremost concern is my wife," said Mr. Ashbrook. Matthew straightened and met the man's gaze, seeing a mirror of his fear shining in Mr. Ashbrook's eyes. At the same time, Mr. Davies arose once more. "I fear I cannot stay. Others need to know what is happening." And with that, Mr. Davies bowed and hurried out the door to spread the news, though it was likely that most of Greater Edgerton already knew. Mr. Ashbrook remained in place. He shifted in his seat and cleared his throat. "Might I speak with you a moment, Mr. Bixby?" Matthew frowned. "I thought that was what we were doing, Mr. Ashbrook." The fellow gave a weak smile in response and nodded, though he remained perched on the edge of his chair. "If I cannot save my mill, I will simply try again, here or somewhere else. However, I could never recover from losing my wife." Mr. Ashbrook's jaw tensed, his hands rubbing against his trousers as he shifted in his seat, his gaze unfocused. Matthew was certain the fellow was seeing the inevitable darkness that would shroud his life, just as it would for Matthew, should anything happen to Charlotte. Shaking away those thoughts, Mr. Ashbrook focused on Matthew once more and leaned forward in his seat. "She is too stubborn to take Dotty and go to safety, and I cannot bear the thought of abandoning my home and workers while I can still be of assistance, even if it is only offering shelter in the coming storm. I came here, hoping you might convince your wife to join mine on a journey. If I say it is to keep Mrs. Bixby company, she might agree to it." Matthew stiffened. Surely it was better than keeping her in harm's way, but his insides twisted at the thought of returning home without Charlotte there to greet him, or sitting in bed without her curled up beside him as they discussed their days, or the long, lonely meals with nothing but his cutlery to break up the silence. For all that he'd kept his distance a few weeks ago, his life had become so entangled with Charlotte's that he couldn't separate himself from her. "I detest the thought of it too," said Mr. Ashbrook with a sympathetic smile. "But it is for the best." "I know," said Matthew. "Charlotte has yet to meet my mother and my sister's family, and that might be reason enough to convince her to go. And having a companion would make the journey easier, especially as I cannot accompany her." "That is just the thing, even if it is wretched for us." Mr. Ashbrook's tone was dire enough for the both of them, testifying how miserable they found that prospect. After a moment, Matthew shook his head. "It is bound to fail.
How long would it take for our wives to sort out the truth of the matter and arrive back on our doorsteps? At least we can try. That truth settled heavily in his stomach, but Matthew nodded. I will speak to my wife. Perhaps together we might be able to keep them away long enough to protect them from this mess. Mr. Ashbrook nodded. He said nothing, nor did he make a move to leave. The fellow fidgeted in his seat for a moment before adding, I don't think I've ever thanked you properly for watching over Mrs. Ashbrook during that window-breaking business. With brows raised, Matthew shrugged. It is of little consequence. I wasn't there to protect them, and only did what I could after the fact. You ensured her injuries were minor and saw her safely home, and I appreciate that, said Mr. Ashbrook. And now you are assisting me once more. There was no sign of the Mr. Ashbrook who so often graced society. That fribble was firmly tucked away, leaving behind a gentleman who showed a good portion of sense and discernment. Casting his thoughts back to Charlotte's words about the fellow, Matthew studied him. If you weren't so insistent on playing the fool in public, I might like you, Ashbrook. The fellow's brows rose, and he let out a bark of a laugh. There is the Bixby honesty. I cannot help myself. That is why I married someone with far more social acumen. Ashbrook laughed in earnest, though his smile turned a touch chagrined. And that is why I married a woman who cannot stand my foolishness. It is difficult to drop habits, but I am learning to do so, if slowly. Cocking his head to the side, Matthew studied the fellow. There is a story behind that. His office door swung open for the second time that day, and James burst through the doorway, a letter in his hand. With wide eyes, he hurried in as though the militia were at his heels, and shoved the missive at Matthew. Ashbrook's gaze darted between the pair, and he rose to his feet. I do not wish to take any more of your time, he said in apology. Matthew gave Ashbrook a word of farewell, with a promise to discuss the particulars of their plans the next day. All the while James stood to one side, bursting with the fretful energy of a puppy whose master had left him behind. Peace, James, said Matthew, holding back the sigh that was on the tip of his lips. Motioning for the seat Ashbrook had abandoned, he tried to get James to sit, but it took a firm prod before his brother finally did so. Then, turning to the letter, Matthew read through their mother's writing, though it was quite difficult, as James insisted on interrupting at varying intervals. She cannot remain with Betsy, but she cannot live with Eliza and me. We haven't the room for her above the shop. But what can we do? Mother needs a new home. Mother isn't asking a thing of you, replied Matthew, glancing at the stack of posts sitting where his clerk had deposited it a few hours ago. No doubt there was a similar missive from her there, but with less abstract fretting and more direct petitions. Matthew looked up from the letters and allowed the sigh out. Surely the situation wasn't so dire that James needed to burst into his office like a madman, babbling his dire predictions for the future. At least it was only family drama that had him in a state today, and not the militia, for Matthew had no more assurances to give regarding that trouble. But any relief he felt evaporated when James continued. And with everything going on in Greater Edgerton, I couldn't countenance moving her here, he said, rubbing a hand through his hair. Did you know they've brought in the militia? It's quartered in Rochester, actually, said Matthew, setting down the letter. They've only made a show of strength here in a bid to quell the discontent. James's eyes widened. I had thought it a silly rumour, but if that is true, what will we do? My bookshop is in the middle of town. If things get heated, I could be bankrupted, and then where would we be? I cannot risk adding to my household at present. You needn't worry. I will manage it. But that wasn't the end. It never was. There were always more concerns, more reasons to fret and fluster. James travelled down all those familiar roads again and again, until his metaphorical feet were blistered and cracked. Each new problem forced his old fears to resurface, and James could not leave things be until he had revisited each. Matthew rubbed at his temple, hoping to ease the pain pricking at his head. Another piece to move about the board, another question to be answered, another problem to be solved. without an ounce of assistance to be granted in return. "Believe me, James, I understand your concerns. I have taken it all into consideration, and I will sort it out," said Matthew. "But—" Such a horrid word. Those 3 little letters were the portent of more worries and issues. Of course, James never bothered to offer assistance. No, he simply heaped all his troubles onto Matthew's back, and then wrung his hands over whether or not his brother would manage the load, and doubting any assurances offered or plans made. "Please, James," said Matthew, holding up a staying hand. "I need to get everything sorted." Letting out a low breath, James relaxed his shoulders, his expression softening. "Of course, you always know what to do, Matthew. You are heaven sent." Holding firm to the last of his strength, Matthew gave his brother a responding smile. "I'm happy to be of assistance." Rising to his feet, James gave all the usual words of gratitude and confidence and moved towards the door. He paused on the threshold and turned to Matthew with a furrowed brow. "Are you certain?" Matthew held up a hand before his brother could tug at that metaphorical string and unravel the work he had done. "All will be well, James. I will manage everything. I give you my word." James sighed, his shoulders relaxing, and then he left with a firm nod of his head, content that the world was set to rights once more, until the next upset inevitably arrived. Setting aside James's letter, Matthew picked through the post and found the one intended for him from Mother. Perusing the contents, he found precisely what he had expected. His sister's household was in dire straits, as Leonard's investments were failing, and surely they would weather the storm well enough if they had one less mouth to feed. Like James, Mother rarely saw beyond the first solution that presented itself. However, it was rarely the godsend they believed it to be. She adored her current situation, and to remove her from Dorset would only trade one heartache for another. Matthew dug into his drawer, removing the letter Betsy had written a se'nnight ago, and refreshed his memory. There were troubles aplenty, but none so wretched as to force Mother from the home she adored. A bit of financial aid was all it required, and any problem that could be solved with money was not so great a problem. Granted, that presupposed one had the funds on hand, and luckily, Matthew did. Picking up his pen, he wrote out a litany of instructions for Leonard, Betsy, and Mother. Then there were funds to free up and investments to check, each of which brought with it a series of tiny alterations that required his attention. Ever shifting, ever fluctuating. His world was like one of the mill's machines. So many moving parts working together in harmony, if maintained properly. But heaven save him from a bit of grit in the gears or a loose coil, which required the thing to be dismantled, repaired, and put back together. Matthew's pen flew across the page, jumping between his letters and notes to himself. His chest tightened, and he forced himself to relax. One way or another, he would manage the mill, his siblings, his mother, Charlotte, Mrs. Ashbrook, the workers, and all the rest. The list continued to grow, but he refused to allow himself to think about that. He would sort it out. He always did. Chapter 27. "Dearest?" Arm-jerking, Matthew splattered ink across his page and shot upright to find Charlotte standing in his office, a candle in hand. Her other hand flew to her mouth, her eyes widening, though there was a hint of laughter in her gaze. "Oh dear, I am sorry, Matthew. I knocked." But he waved away her apologies as he reached for a handkerchief to mop up the droplets scattered across his desk. His current letter was ruined, but at least the others remained unscathed. "You didn't return home for supper, and I was concerned," she said. He blinked at Charlotte's words, his thoughts sluggish as they shifted from the task at hand to the reality around him. Having been so lost in his work, his mind groaned and creaked as he tried to change tack. The mill was silent, that ever-present thrum of machinery gone, and only the dying embers of his fire kept the darkness from swallowing his office entirely. "What time is it?" he asked, rubbing his forehead, but then he waved off her answer, for it was a silly question.
If she had come searching for him, then it was quite late. Writing each letter took so wretchedly long, but it was not a task he could hand to his clerks or Davies, capable though they were. Gravity pulled at him with such weight that Matthew wasn't certain he could move from this seat. His thoughts pressed down on him, tethering him to that spot, and his muscles failed him, leaving him trapped in the office, unable to move. The ticking seconds stretched out, and at that moment Matthew saw the truth. He was alone. There was no one else to manage his family and his mill. "What is the matter? You look done in," said Charlotte, as she came round to his side of the desk and took his hand in hers. That touch sent a jolt through him. He stared at her hands wrapped around his and revelled in the feel of her thumbs brushing across his skin. Such a simple thing, yet it called to him like the sirens of old, bewitching his senses. His eyes drifted to hers and found those lovely features marred by distress. Had he any doubt, and he had none, Matthew would have known in that instant that he loved Charlotte. Like the candle on his desk, she shone in the darkness, filling him with light and warmth. A partner, that was the word he had used when searching for the proper wife, and Charlotte was everything he had hoped for. She was an aid and a helpmate, and Matthew's heart ached for someone with whom he might share this burden. That was the entire point of a partner, was it not? He needed someone to lift with him, rather than place more weight upon his back. But a chill chased that idea away as thoughts of riots and militia filled his mind, and his chest squeezed, shrinking until he was certain he couldn't breathe. The look in Charlotte's eyes when he had found her amongst the broken glass haunted him. Though quiet, his wife was a lively creature, animated, with a bright disposition that attempted to make the best of a situation. But at that moment all the light had drained from her, leaving her shaking and frightened. Charlotte ought never to look like that. "I am sending you to Dorset," he said. Charlotte leaned back, blinking, though she did not release her hold on his hand. "I am trying to comprehend this leap in conversation, but I fear I cannot. Why are we visiting Dorset?" "You are visiting. I am not." Matthew reached with his free hand for the papers and attempted to straighten them, though it was difficult to do so with only one, and he refused to relinquish Charlotte's. Forcing himself to focus on the words, he swallowed past the tightness in his throat that tried to keep him from speaking the necessary lie. "Mother longs to meet you, but she cannot make the trip at present. I thought it best that you go to her. And Ashbrook spoke to me just this afternoon about his wife making a journey to the seaside. The two of you could travel together and stay with my sister's family." Straightening, Charlotte pulled away, the warmth of her touch fading, and Matthew stared at his hand. There was heat enough in the office, yet the skin felt cold, and he rose to his feet, following as she moved to the far corner. He reached for her, but she stiffened. "I've secured you seats on the coach leaving in 2 days, and I shall be sending one of my clerks with you to aid in the journey. No doubt Ashbrook will do the same. And Jane is readying your trunks, so you needn't trouble yourself with preparations." Charlotte's back remained turned toward him. Matthew frowned and ticked off the rest of the details, reciting the list of instructions he'd sent to the servants, his mother, his sister and her husband, the inns they were to stop at, and all else that he'd done to ensure a comfortable journey. Yet still, Charlotte did not face him. Matthew was sending her away. The words rang through Charlotte like the strike of a church bell, tolling out the mournful news of someone's passing. He continued to ramble about the many details of the trip she was apparently incapable of managing herself. Like everything else, Matthew took it in hand, even down to the packing of her gowns. Was that what he thought of her? Simple? Helpless? Her insides churned, wrenching and twisting with each silent question that pulsed through her thoughts. They buzzed beneath her skin, working their way through her until there was nothing left but the realization that Matthew did not want her here. "Is this because of my father's scandal?" The question was weak, even to her ears, and Charlotte rubbed at her forehead.
What does that have to do with anything? Matthew tossed out the words like an afterthought, before continuing to expound on his great plans for her, but his words were all too casual, too simple and thrown aside. Was that it? Had she finally done enough damage that his affection had run dry, and now he would send her to the other side of the country, rather than allow her to ruin his standing even further? Her lungs struggled for air as her ribs constricted like a tightly laced corset, and Charlotte's thoughts filled with memories of her father's lukewarm attentions, her stepmother's apathy, and her half-siblings' disinterest. She ought not to be underfoot, ought not to be in the way, ought to sit quietly to the side while others took centre stage. True, she enjoyed the shadows, but at that moment Charlotte wondered how much of that was because she'd been relegated there by her own family, forced to embrace her lot or go mad. Wrapping her arms around herself, Charlotte nodded and inched towards the door. And then stopped. Dropping her arms, she blinked at the wall. Matthew stood at her back, speaking more nonsense, but she couldn't hear him. She straightened and closed her eyes, growling at herself. Why was she allowing this situation to discompose her so? Value came not from seeking out the approval of others, but from seeking it within oneself, and not allowing the former to sway the latter. But that was the trouble, wasn't it? She cared deeply about Matthew's good opinion, more so than she had for anyone else's in quite some time, and such a thing was not easily cast aside. Matthew continued to ramble at her back while Charlotte's world shifted beneath her feet. She could not allow this to happen once more, to revert to that cowardly young lady who would never dream of speaking her mind for fear of upsetting others, treading ever so carefully simply to curry their good opinion. Whirling about, Charlotte met his gaze and hoped he did not notice her hands shaking. Good heavens, she was such a ninny. Her cheeks blazed pink, heating her through as she saw just how much of a coward she had become. "Are you sending me to Dorset because of anything I have done?" Matthew's brows rose, his expression twisting into such a strong mixture of confusion and disbelief that it was impossible to think it was feigned. "Certainly not. I am not your father to chastise you like a wayward child and send you to bed without supper." Some of the strain eased from her chest, allowing Charlotte to take in a shaky breath. Though there was still much to learn about her husband, she knew he wouldn't lie. Gathering that certainty close, she followed that by asking, "Then why are you sending me away?" "I have already given my reasons," he said with a frown. "Mother wishes you to visit her. And there is the matter of Mrs. Ashbrook going to the seaside." "Something she has not bothered to mention, despite speaking to me yesterday?" Tucking his hands behind him, Matthew nodded before mumbling more nonsense about the Ashbrooks and how fine the weather was in Dorset this time of year. Not a single false word left his lips, but Charlotte knew it wasn't the truth either. Prevarication, misdirection. "What aren't you telling me, Matthew?" "Nothing, my dear." With a wave of his hand, he stepped away, moving to his desk before sifting through the papers. "Do not worry yourself. I will manage it all. You needn't fret about a single detail." "Why must you do that?" Charlotte tried to keep her tone even, but weeks of hearing such assurances echoed in her voice. Drawing close, she wrenched the papers out of his reach, forcing him to face her. "Again and again I ask you to confide in me, and you simply brush me aside, pretending nothing is amiss. I am your wife, Matthew. Speak to me." His jaw tensed, and he crossed the room as though to escape, though he did not move to the door. "You have nothing to fear, Charlotte. I give you my word that all will be well." Charlotte felt like shouting at that ridiculous refrain. If ever there was a Bixby family motto, it was that same deflection. Do not bother yourself. Do not fret. All will be well. I will manage. "You can attempt to hide it, Matthew, but I see the truth. Something has been bothering you for some time, and you refuse to tell me anything about it. Why won't you confide in me?" "There is no reason to bother you with it all. I will manage." Charlotte huffed and threw her arms wide.
Certainly you will. You always know what to do, Matthew. But if that is true, then desist in harping at me about the details and demanding explanations while questioning my methods. I will manage it, Charlotte, so leave me be and stop bothering me about this. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The low tone was firm and unwavering, with a finality that demanded the subject be dropped. Matthew's expression shuttered, leaving behind that aloof man she had lived with for the first month of their marriage, and Charlotte felt the chill that followed it. Her heart shrank back, fleeing to the familiar shadows. Charlotte Fordyce-Whittaker, the unwanted daughter, the burden to the family fortunes. Not a single one in the household had needed to say such things, but the unspoken criticisms lay beneath their frigid smiles. A husband and wife aided each other. That was the role she had accepted when she'd spoken her marriage vows, yet now she was burdening Matthew with her harping. Dropping her gaze, she nodded as the strength ebbed from her. She pulled her arms tight around her, but that did not stave off the chill, and her traitorous heart could only think of how comforting Matthew's arms were. Perhaps they might make her feel warm once more. "Charlotte, dear, I did not mean," Matthew mumbled, reaching forward, but she stepped away with a shake of her head. "You have made your feelings clear," she whispered, inching towards the door. "I apologize for being such a bother. I shan't intrude further. Charlotte, But turning on her heels, she fled his office. Chapter 28. A marriage of convenience. The phrase presupposed marriage could be a convenience. Matthew had thought it would be when he had exchanged vows with Miss Charlotte Fordyce-Whittaker, someone to help with the work, to manage that which he could not, to free his days and nights for more important matters. Yet of late, this arrangement was commandeering more and more of his time. Staring up at the bedchamber ceiling, Matthew watched the first rays of morning light filter through the slits in the curtains, making the texture of the plaster stand out all the more. Though many grand houses had perfectly smooth surfaces, with ornate scrollwork pasted atop them, he preferred the rustic look. It was welcoming rather than imposing, inviting one to relax in bed and hide away from the cares of the world. But his bedchamber did not feel like a refuge at present. Matthew turned to his side and studied his wife. Wisps of hair had pulled free of her braid and drifted up and down her cheeks with each rise and fall of her breath. Curled up on her side, she had tucked herself into a tight ball, leaving quite the distance between them in the bed. Could a woman be angry even in sleep? Matthew hadn't thought it possible, but that space proved it was. The bed wasn't some hulking thing that allowed them to remain entirely separate, and his wife was forever moving in her sleep, whether twining her feet with his or burrowing into his back until her breath tickled his neck. Charlotte rarely remained in one position for long, until last night. A few subtle, quiet shifts, but otherwise she had remained fixed in place, close enough to the mattress edge that she was liable to fall to the floor at any moment. A low buzz rattled in her throat, and Matthew reached forward to brush back a lock of hair that was trying desperately to lodge itself in her nose. One touch of his finger, and her eyes snapped open. They settled on his face, unfocused and blinking for a long moment, and Matthew gave her a cautious smile. The knots in his stomach eased as she gave him a lazy grin and yawned before arching her back in a full body stretch. And then her gaze focused, shaking off the last remnants of sleep, and Charlotte stiffened, pulling the covers up to her chin with a frown. "Did I wake you?" More than the physical distance, that tone pierced Matthew through. It was like a child hoping to avoid a scolding, but expecting one nonetheless. "It wouldn't matter if you had," he replied, but Charlotte did not relax. Remaining huddled in her sheets, she neither looked at him nor made any move to speak, reminding him too much of their first wretched weeks of silence. Finally, she slipped from bed and fetched her dressing gown, pulling it tight around her. Moving about the room, she began her morning rituals, yet he felt her attention fixed on him. "Are we going to continue on in such a fashion?" he asked with a hint of false humour in his tone.
"I doubt I have ever had a worse night's rest than that, and I do not wish to repeat it."
Whipping about, Charlotte turned from her dressing table, her fingers fiddling with the edge of her wrapper. "Did I disturb your sleep? I know I toss and turn when I am restless, and I tried to remain in place so as not to cause you any more trouble." Matthew stared at her. Was that why she'd been so unnaturally still?
"What would it matter if you had disturbed my sleep? It is nothing."
She nodded, but the manner in which her fingers worried the fabric spoke of one ill at ease. Matthew rose from their bed and came to stand before her, taking her hands in his. That stilled the fretful energy, though her muscles remained tight beneath his touch. Blast that wretched Ashbrook and his terrible ideas! Matthew's only comfort was knowing the fellow was likely having an equally poor morning, if the note Ashbrook had sent the previous evening were any indication. Mrs. Ashbrook had been as keen as Charlotte to travel to Dorset. And blast his wretched brother for putting him in such a foul mood before his conversation with Charlotte.
"I ought to have said so last night, but I must apologize for the way I spoke to you," he said, his thumbs brushing over the backs of her hands. "I was frustrated with others and unleashed it on you, which is entirely unfair of me. Would you please forgive me?"
"What made you so upset?" she asked. Matthew waved that aside.
"It is of no consequence."
Charlotte nodded, though her gaze remained lowered to the ground. "I understand."
"And you forgive me?"
Matthew's breath held fast in his lungs as he stared at the top of her head. He longed to see her gaze, but it remained fixed on the floor. She nodded, but the movement felt more resigned than genuine, which did little to set him at ease.
"What other apologies ought I to make?" he asked, putting a touch of melodrama in his voice as he added, "Should I prostrate myself before you in sackcloth and ashes? I cannot bear to pass another hour with you so distant."
But that drew forth no smile or laugh from Charlotte. Nudging her chin upwards, Matthew found no understanding there, for she stared back at him with a blankness that was entirely unnatural on his beloved wife's face.
"Will you tell me what is the matter?" he asked.
"It is of no significance," she replied, giving him a brittle smile. "I forgive you, Matthew, and I apologize for pestering you. I ought not to bother you so."
"Charlotte, you are not a bother," he said, slipping his arms around her, but though she nodded in reply to his statement, she made no move to accept his embrace.
His heart squeezed tight enough to wring every drop of juice from a lemon, and Matthew searched her gaze, finding nothing but silence there.
"Please speak to me, Charlotte. How can I set things to rights once more?"
Her smile was more convincing this time, but the warmth was absent from her gaze as she spoke. "Everything is well, dearest. I understand the burdens you bear, and I will not add to them again." Matthew nodded, as he knew she wished him to do, but his brows pulled tight together, for he could not comprehend what she said, despite speaking clear English. There was something more beneath the surface, and for the life of him, he could not sort out what it was. The Charlotte he knew was forthcoming, and he could not discover the source of her reticence. She accepted a kiss on her cheek and returned to her morning ministrations. Matthew stepped backward and slumped onto the bed as he watched her, and she pretended not to notice. What more could he do? Matthew could hardly recall why they'd argued, but clearly his words had done more damage than a mere apology could atone for. He needed to do something, anything, that might show just how much he regretted his hasty words. As much as he had been jesting about sackcloth and ashes, perhaps that was precisely what he needed. His mind sifted through dozens of options, searching for anything that might be the proper olive branch. And when he alighted on the right one, Matthew blurted it before he could rethink his words.
"Would you go riding with me today?"
Charlotte paused, placed her hairbrush on the table, and turned to face him. "You wish to go riding?" Though many thought him incapable of gallantry and civility, Matthew knew enough to avoid abject honesty at this moment, as he had no desire to sit atop a smelly beast and gallop about the countryside like some milksop.
Instead, he gave her an entirely truthful, though incomplete, answer. "I wish to spend the day with my lovely wife, who has long desired to take me riding." Charlotte rose to her feet and stared at him. "Surely you have something far more pressing and important to do today." Never one to surrender an opportunity, Matthew stood as well and drew her close, slipping his arms about her waist. Though it was not as cosy as their usual embraces, Charlotte leaned into him as his hands rubbed her back. "There is nothing more important than you," he replied. Charlotte rested her hands against his chest, her fingertips brushing the edge of his nightshirt collar. Her eyes brightened, filling with such sweetness that Matthew couldn't help stealing a kiss. Lips so close that they brushed, Matthew smiled and repeated his invitation. "Will you go riding with me, my lovely Charlotte?" A smile stretched across her face, and she nodded. That little movement allowed him to breathe once more, his muscles loosening as he pulled her into another kiss. Chapter 29. The wind grabbed at Charlotte's hat and skirts, tugging and batting them about as her horse tore across the field, whilst her thoughts flew with the speed of Empress's hooves. She wished they would stay far away from the memories of last night, but they often did as they pleased, dragging her down paths that were best left unexplored. But what more could she dissect? No good would come from wallowing in that argument. Besides, with more effort, Charlotte was certain she could keep Matthew's affection from turning cold. Throwing herself into the moment, she urged her horse ahead, and Empress covered the distance with ease, stretching her legs with the same zeal and feverish glee her rider felt as the spring air nipped at her cheeks. Leaning low, Charlotte gave the beast her head, and the pair lost themselves in the fury of pounding hooves. With a shout of joy, she cast a look over her shoulder and found Matthew trailing behind them. Though by no means a strong rider, he was steady in his seat, and the distance was more a matter of his mount's inability to keep pace than his skill in the saddle. Matthew was nowhere near as exuberant, but his expression showed so much pleasure that Charlotte urged Empress faster. Ahead, she spied a felled tree at the edge of a copse, the hulking thing strewn across the grass with its branches already stripped in preparation for it to be cut and cleared, and Charlotte turned her steed toward it. The impediment was not high, and Empress was a skilled jumper, taking it with ease. Dancer whinnied, and Charlotte turned to see her husband's horse living up to his name as he pranced back and forth on the other side. With hardly a command, Empress turned and raced back the way she came, taking the jump with as much ease as before. "Please, do not do that again," said Matthew, pulling up beside her. "Skilled though you may be, my heart stopped when you took flight, and I fear it cannot take any more." "I cannot help myself," she said, leaning forward to rub Empress's neck. "It has been far too long since I was able to partake in such a hardy ride. For the sake of my nerves, do not attempt another leap," he said, nudging his horse forward. Charlotte cast a glance at the tree as she followed. "I have managed much higher jumps before." Matthew's complexion grew ashen, and she couldn't help but smile. For all his bluster, he was behaving like a fretful nursemaid, and it was impossible not to preen a touch when someone cared so deeply about her well-being. Their horses matched their paces, meandering along a course Matthew chose, while Charlotte turned her face to the sun. In the full light, the temperature was quite warm, staving off the bite of the wind. The sounds of sheep echoed in the distance, though, thankfully, the wind favoured the riders, keeping the smell from reaching them and leaving only the scent of freshly turned soil and the bright smell of new leaves and growing things. Sheep and cows were delightful creatures that added to the bucolic atmosphere of a place, but their scent left much to be desired, spreading far further afield than their pastures. "And where are we going?" she asked, jerking Matthew from wherever his thoughts had wandered. "You are leading us with purpose, so I assume you have a destination in mind." "It is a surprise." Though Matthew attempted nonchalance, there was too much mirth in his gaze to be ignored, which brought a corresponding smile to Charlotte's lips.
They rode along, the silence descending once more, though neither seemed disquieted by that fact. It was natural, full of unspoken thoughts as their minds meandered as readily as their mounts, enjoying the company without needing to fill the quiet with useless words. Sliding a glance in his direction, she wondered about the man she had married. The fellow that had greeted her in the church all those weeks ago had seemed a hard, unyielding sort of person, a fact that was not helped by the many weeks he'd spent ignoring her. But the more she came to know Matthew Bixby, the more that hard exterior peeled away to show a soft heart beneath. And the more she came to love him. Charlotte sighed to herself. Yes, love. There was no point in denying it, for the truth was written in her heart. Despite all that had passed between them, Matthew's good qualities far outnumbered the bad, and Charlotte would be forever grateful for Mr. Davies' discerning taste which had brought them together. Lost in those thoughts, Charlotte hardly noticed Matthew pulling Dancer to a stop, but he stilled Empress and dismounted before helping Charlotte from her seat. She gave a bit of a start, fearing that she might send him toppling to the ground, but he held her firmly, his hands guiding her as though she weighed nothing. The movement drew them together, and she stared into his eyes, and oh, how she adored them. So many of the novels she read described handsome eyes as dark and brooding, but they missed the mark. Far better were those bright blues. They stood out against his dark hair like flickering lights, and Charlotte was like a moth, inching ever closer. But the crack of a stick behind her had Charlotte stepping away and patting at her burning cheeks as she finally noticed her surroundings and the crumbling walls and columns hidden amongst the thicket of trees. Turning, she asked, "Is this Pomeroy Abbey?" "You said you wished to visit," he said, offering his arm. "Matthew," she began, though she could not finish that thought as he led her into the heart of the ruins. There was little left of the building, and it hadn't been a grand abbey even at its best, but they walked the length of the walls, looking up at the remaining window frames and doorways. Lichen and moss covered the grey stones, smattering them in white and green, and the grass and ivy intruded on the once holy ground, reaching up over the foot of the walls, slowly reclaiming them. Charlotte had seen intact buildings with far more gravitas and stature, but Pomeroy Abbey had a beauty all its own. Humanity and nature blended into one, becoming something new and unique. Light filtered through the canopy above and struck the edge of an opening that must have housed a great stained-glass window long ago, and the light caught the edge of the stalks of purple foxglove that had made a home amongst the cracks and crags. Stepping through the opening that had served as the main door, Matthew led her into the nave, where a large blanket was spread out with an array of pies and treats sitting atop it. "A picnic?" she asked with a grin, though the question was entirely unnecessary. "I thought it might be nice to spend the afternoon here," he said, nodding at her box of paints and brushes that had been set up beside it, waiting for her to choose one of the many gorgeous views to capture. One of Matthew's books sat beside it, and there were pillows aplenty for him to recline comfortably whilst she worked. As she took the whole scene in, Charlotte's heart filled to bursting, and she turned to her husband. She didn't know what to say, for there weren't words enough to describe the joy coursing through her at the prospect. Holding his gaze, she seized upon an impulse and threw her arms around his neck, pressing her lips to his. His brows shot upwards for the briefest moment before he closed his eyes and settled his arms around her. She didn't know how to explain her feelings, she could hardly comprehend them herself, so she poured them all into her touch, expressing everything she felt at that moment. That he had listened to her, that he was sacrificing his time for her enjoyment, that he desired her company above all else. Charlotte didn't know how to convey it all, but it didn't stop her from trying. Leaning back, she wanted to say something to punctuate those sentiments, but found her husband staring at her with quite the puzzled expression, which was hardly what she wanted to see at such a moment. "Is something the matter? Did I do something wrong?" Charlotte stiffened in his arms, but he shook his head, his hands travelling along her spine to rest at the small of her back. "Not at all," he murmured with a lazy grin.
I'm simply surprised. You rarely kiss me.
Charlotte's brows shot upwards, though her cheeks turned a pale shade of pink. We kiss quite often, Matthew. If you cannot recall that, then I worry about your faculties.
Trust me when I say that I recall our embraces quite vividly, he replied with a smile. But you do not usually initiate it.
A quick denial came to her lips, but Charlotte paused, giving his words proper consideration. The longer she thought, the more she realized just how true that was. A frown tugged at her lips and brow, and Matthew leaned closer, feathering a kiss along her jaw.
That was not a condemnation, my darling, he whispered.
But her blush only deepened as she realized the truth of the matter. I suppose I was afraid you would think me forward. Matthew's chest rumbled with quiet laughter.
I assure you, I wholeheartedly approve of your forwardness, as long as it is with me.
And as much as she wished to smile, a weight settled in her heart as she studied her feelings. Was she truly too fearful to kiss her husband? Was she denying him those displays of affection he so willingly gave her?
Charlotte?
His voice was low and gentle, sweeping through her thoughts and replacing that weight with a lightness she hadn't known herself capable of feeling. Tugging off her riding glove, Charlotte brushed a touch across his cheek, reveling in the feel of his skin and the accompanying flush it sent through her. When she met his gaze once more, she found those blue eyes sparkling with humour and more than a touch of pleasure at her forward behaviour. Perhaps I do not kiss you first because I am never allowed the opportunity. Laughter laced her voice as she drew near, allowing her lips to linger a breath away from his, her eyes sparking with a challenge.
I am a greedy man.
And with that, Matthew proved just how greedy he could be, seizing her in an embrace that had her feeling more than a little light-headed. Chapter 30. Seeing his wife so upended after being thoroughly kissed did quite a lot for Matthew's pride. Likely Charlotte would say his pride required no assistance, but that was why he kept his own counsel on the matter. He simply revelled in the brightening sunshine and lightness of step that accompanied them as he led his wife to their picnic. Cook had arranged quite the feast for them, far more than any two people needed, and much of it consisted of the treats and sweets they both enjoyed. Quite impressive for an impromptu outing, but then Matthew supposed that indomitable woman kept the larder filled with all the things her master and mistress loved best. He made a note to send the extras home with Joseph. The manservant had done such a fine job laying it all out that he and his family deserved a treat as well. With a hand, Matthew helped Charlotte to the blanket, where she immediately pulled out her paintbrushes and pencils before affixing a bit of paper to her board. Taking a seat beside her, he filled her a plate before availing himself, and she sent him a saucy wink before turning her attention to the world about her, studying every angle for the proper subject. With one hand, she absently munched on a sandwich, while setting pencil to paper and beginning a faint outline of the Abbey entrance. Matthew glanced at his book, but felt no interest in delving into those pages. A treatise on the American cotton industry was interesting enough, but the curve of Charlotte's neck was far more appealing. She squinted at the walls and her paper, her gaze darting between the two as her pencil made confident strokes. In no time, she had a paintbrush in hand and began laying streaks of colour across the page. Charlotte slipped into her thoughts, losing herself in them and her task, as though the very world around her had disintegrated, leaving her entirely alone and apart from it all. Her lips quirked up in a smile, and Matthew wondered what amused her so. The minutes ticked by, and he found himself unable to turn away from her. Was there ever such a perfect day? He smiled to himself at that silly thought. Before his marriage, he'd rarely noticed such things, but now he noticed the little joys in life and the pleasure they wove throughout his day. It was so much more than surviving. Life for young Matthew Bixby had afforded little more than that. Now, Charlotte had shown him a world far beyond that. Sitting beside her, he saw what more days like this would bring. It was unlike anything from his past, and unlike anything he had thought he wanted.
"I have thought a lot about what you asked me," he said, though he had to repeat the statement before she heard him.
Charlotte glanced up from her painting. "Concerning?"
"What I am building towards."
Brows pulled low, Charlotte set aside her brush and turned her gaze fully to him. She remained silent, waiting for him to continue, and Matthew sifted through his thoughts, wondering how to explain it all.
"My life has been about securing my family's future."
Charlotte nodded. "And you've done a wonderful job. Few men can claim such success." Matthew shifted in his seat as he wondered what to say to such a thing. Her tone was so certain, and that faith of hers settled in his heart, making it draw even nearer to hers. Clearing his throat, he continued,
"It has been my sole focus for so long that I didn't realize just what little else there was in my life."
Pausing, he took her hand in his.
"Until you asked me that simple question, what are you building towards?"
Charlotte ducked her head. "I did not realize it meant so much to you. I hadn't intended—"
"Do not apologize, Charlotte. Do not," he said, squeezing her hand. "It may have been a little question to you, but I have spent much time pondering it. And watching you."
"Me?" Charlotte's brows rose.
"Your life is so full."
She barked out a laugh. "I will admit I live a blessed life, but I hardly think it worthy of such scrutiny."
"You have so many talents and interests. Your days are filled with a variety of things and with such contentment."
Charlotte blinked at that, but before she could say a word, Matthew moved a few pillows to the wall beside her and reclined against it, and without needing any prompting, she joined him and nestled into the crook of his arm. Their feet entwined as they stared out at the dappled sunshine peeking through the trees, the wind rustling the leaves in a shimmering dance.
"You have made me think of my future as I have never done before," he whispered, pressing a kiss to her head. "Not just about existing, but truly enjoying it. What would that entail? Spending every free moment at the mill? That is a worthy pursuit, but I'm beginning to see it is not enough. Surely I can manage my responsibilities without them commandeering all my time. And though I do not know what my plans are precisely, I have come to some conclusions about what I wish my future to be."
"Such as?"
"I want a wife I adore beyond all reason, preferably one who feels the same."
"I believe you have found that already," she replied with a chuckle. Matthew held her close for several quiet heartbeats before pressing another kiss to her head.
"That is true, but I want more. I want to spend quiet days with my wife, whether that is riding or reading, or simply sitting in silence and enjoying each other's company."
"I'd like that as well," she whispered, with a hint of a smile in her tone.
"And children."
"Children?"
"A passel of them. Ones who will enjoy their childhood. Taught the value of work, yes, but not pressed into the workforce before they've had time to appreciate the joys of lazy afternoons and simple games."
Each word brought with it more images. Little ones with Charlotte's beauty and good nature running about the garden, with their mamma and papa close on their heels, sitting about fires roasting apples and chestnuts, playing spillikins, learning their reading and arithmetic at their parents' knees. Though he was no wordsmith, Matthew tried to explain it all, describing everything as it flashed through his thoughts. "It sounds lovely," she whispered. "Heavenly, in fact."
"But impossible if their papa is a curmudgeon who spends all his time at his ledgers."
"What about a papa who spends his time digging about their garden, growing all sorts of beautiful blooms and blossoms for them to enjoy as they spend the days running about?" Charlotte lifted her head to meet his eyes. Matthew considered that. Certainly, he was finding himself drawn more and more to the flower beds and soil, and they had passed more than a few glorious days in such a fashion.
"That sounds lovely," he said, echoing Charlotte's words. "Do you know you may have introduced me to my first pastime?"
Charlotte huffed, nestling into his hold once more. "No matter how many times you say such a thing, I find it impossible to believe."
"Certainly, I found ways to pass an hour or two here and there, but a genuine interest that I cultivate?" Matthew shook his head. "My work occupies my entire life. Even the books I read tend towards furthering my monetary goals. I am a miser with my time and happiness."
"You are no miser, Matthew Bixby, and you seem quite happy," she replied.
"Only because of your influence."
He spoke the words in a teasing tone, but they settled in his heart, testifying with unwavering certainty to just how true they were. Had Mr. Davies followed his instructions to the letter, the apathetic, solitary woman Matthew had intended to marry would have kept him on that lonely path. Charlotte propped her head up once more and held his gaze, and Matthew brushed a touch along her cheek.
"You have helped to open my eyes," he said. "Will you continue to do so, to enjoy the beautiful life we have been given, to expand my world beyond its narrow scope?"
Her eyes brightened, her tremulous lips pulling into a smile as she leaned up and drew closer. "Certainly, my love." She paused, a hair's breadth from him, and, with a laugh in her voice, she whispered, "I am going to kiss you now, Mr. Bixby." But Matthew beat her to it, pulling her into his embrace as a chuckle swept through her. His wife, his Charlotte. Matthew Bixby had 33 years to his credit, yet he felt as though he was only just now stumbling into the world. Everything about his life had been overturned by this dear lady, and he had never been happier for the chaos. He didn't know what his life from now on would look like, but as long as he had Charlotte by his side, it was bound to be better than his previous one. His pulse raced and his heart threatened to beat right out of his chest as he kissed his dear Charlotte. But more than that individual pleasure, it was her responding eagerness that drove him to distraction. She loved him as he loved her, and though Matthew would not question such a thing, he thanked the heavens he'd won her precious heart. Pulling back, he held her gaze and brushed back a lock of hair that had pulled free of her hairpins. Such amusement and adoration shone in her eyes that he felt himself inching closer yet again. "Greedy man," she whispered, laying her head against his chest.
"Always."
And for all that Matthew had intended to allow Charlotte time to paint, he found himself unable to leave her be, though she made no move to free herself as they lay there together. They spoke of so many things, the grand moments they longed for and the small insignificant details of their days, sharing all of it. If asked what he enjoyed most about his marriage, Matthew would certainly say the amorous aspects were notable, but it was these moments that occupied his thoughts when he was apart from her. He had not thought himself a talker, but with Charlotte, he found himself wanting to know more. Her opinions, her past, her hopes. Each was a brushstroke, fleshing out the image of her heart, and Matthew was a greedy man, forever wanting more. It was not as though he demanded such of Mr. Davies or other fellows he'd known. He didn't spend hours expounding on everything and nothing with his mother or siblings. But when snuggled close to Charlotte, he couldn't help but ramble on about everything and nothing. Chapter 31. At present, picnics featured high on Matthew's list of preferred pastimes. Riding remained stricken from his personal list, but he would never banish any activity that allowed him to see his wife in such a happy state, and, being forever at her heels, afforded him a fine view, quite lovely, in fact. Matthew smiled at that, and Charlotte poked him in the ribs. "What are you laughing about?"
"Nothing."
Charlotte propped herself up and gave him a narrowed look. "It doesn't sound like nothing."
"I found a reason to enjoy riding."
And with that, he explained his thinking. At first, Charlotte's brows pulled low as she puzzled out his meaning, and then Matthew saw the precise moment she grasped it, for her cheeks turned that lovely shade of pink.
"Speaking of which," he added, "I fear it is time we returned home."
Charlotte dropped back down onto his chest and groaned. I do not wish to leave, not yet." With his wife wrapped so snugly around him, Matthew couldn't think of a justifiable reason to disrupt them. "But I suppose we ought to," she mumbled. "I planned on writing Patricia this afternoon, as I've put it off for far too long. And then there are the charity baskets I promised Mr. Rushworth I would prepare. I still have 3 baby blankets to knit and a gown to finish." "Need we?" Though it was he who had broached the subject, the prospect of leaving their little sanctuary was utterly unappealing. Charlotte leaned up to give him an amused look. "I don't think I have ever heard you complain about returning to work." Pressing a quick kiss to her cheek, Matthew whispered, "I've never had reason to." But before he gave in to temptation, he rose to his feet and held out a hand to help Charlotte to hers. Sliding her arm through his, he led her to where the horses waited beside a stall the servants had left. Charlotte was more than capable of using the makeshift mounting block on her own, but Matthew wasn't about to turn down the excuse to touch her, and he dutifully helped her into her seat, his smile growing as Charlotte's cheeks pinked once more. Soon they were on their way, and despite the break in their conversation, it returned to its previous path, meandering as easily as it had before. This time there was no galloping race across the fields. They allowed their mounts to take their time, savouring every stolen minute. In all honesty, Matthew thought it far better to drive than ride, and he rather wished they had the curricle, for then he could cuddle up next to his wife. Perhaps he could talk Charlotte into more afternoons out in a carriage. Judging from the coy looks she gave him, it wouldn't be difficult to convince her if he showed her just how wonderfully situated they could be. Despite their best efforts to delay, Greater Egerton inched closer, and, casting a look at that familiar town, Matthew found himself asking, "Would you like to travel?" Charlotte's brows rose. "I haven't given it much thought. Papa rarely did except for sport, and I was never invited on such trips. And you made it clear you didn't wish to, so I haven't allowed myself to consider it." Matthew blinked at that, his thoughts trying to recall just what he had said on the subject before. It did not take long for him to recall that ridiculous letter he'd written her. "Ignore whatever witless things I've said before. Do you wish to travel?" "Do you wish to?" she asked. Frowning, Matthew thought through that reply. "That is not what I asked. I wish to know if you desire it." Charlotte waved an airy hand about and mumbled some nonsense about wishing to know his opinion on the matter, though he couldn't comprehend what she meant by it. Clearly he wished to, or he wouldn't have asked. But no matter how he prodded her, Charlotte seemed reluctant to speak her thoughts on the matter, unless he divulged his first. But something in the road troubled him. His attention jumped between the lady at his side and the world around them, and though he longed to focus on the former, instinct had him turning towards the latter. Matthew scanned the street, looking for anything out of the ordinary, but it appeared the same as it always did. Carts and horses moved about the lanes, while people skittered along the pavement, hurrying about their busy lives. However, it felt emptier. Certainly not what one expected during the late afternoon in the heart of Greater Egerton. "Is something the matter?" asked Charlotte. Matthew shook his head, though his attention remained fixed on the street. Fireplaces and stoves belched out smoke, but there was something thicker in the air. Nudging Dancer forward, he led their mounts further into the town, and though he gave Charlotte a comforting smile, he kept a weather eye on the passing scene. "You did not answer my question," he said. "Do you wish to travel?" "And you did not answer mine," came the quick retort. "Something is amiss. What is it?" Turning a corner, they found themselves on an empty street. Not a living soul was out and about, and the windows were shuttered tight, despite the sun sitting high in the sky. Matthew shifted in his seat, studying the odd stillness. Though he'd rather turn back the way they'd come, this was the most direct route home, and he did not like the idea of remaining out here any longer than necessary. "Matthew?" He gave Charlotte an assuring smile and nudged Dancer into a trot. "Perhaps we should pick up the pace." Charlotte gave no response to that, simply following his lead as she studied the empty street with wide eyes. Matthew moved his mount closer to hers, while keeping just a few steps ahead, his gaze sweeping about them. A clamour of noise grew as they drew farther down the lane, and his horse slowed, prancing in place. He couldn't blame the beast. Matthew found himself shifting in his saddle, searching for the source and an escape route, whilst warnings itched at his skin. There was no single sound to help identify the cacophony, merely a blending of sounds that made his heart sit heavy in his chest. "Steady," whispered Charlotte, giving her horse a rub of the neck. Turning Dancer about, Matthew motioned for Charlotte to follow, and she did so without hesitation. Other routes may be longer, but he couldn't hold back his instincts any longer, and the horse's quick steps only reinforced his decision. The tightness in his chest eased, if only slightly, and his gaze swept the streets, searching for any sign of danger as the noise at their backs grew. "Matthew!" Charlotte's shout drew his gaze behind them as a mob rounded the corner. They marched along at a steady pace, shouting and screaming, but when the front line spied the two, they let out a great bellow, throwing their fists into the air as the crowd lunged forward. Bottles and rocks flew from their hands, shattering at Empress's feet. The horse reared up, and Matthew's lungs seized as Charlotte clung to her mount. He grabbed for her reins, but she pulled away. "I have it, Matthew. Go!" With another hopping jump, Empress tried to unseat her mistress, but Charlotte held firm and got her mount focused enough to gallop away from the frenzied mob. Matthew spurred Dancer forward as the noise grew, the sounds of shattered glass and screams following after them. Charlotte rounded the corner, and Matthew followed, but their mounts shrieked and skittered at the sight of the cavalry rushing towards them, sabres drawn high as the soldiers bellowed warning calls. The wall of mounted men moved towards them at breakneck speed, bearing down before Matthew could think what to do. Yanking at Dancer's reins, he tried to pull them out of the path, but there was little to be done. His horse stumbled as a soldier grazed him, and it was luck more than skill that kept the beast from falling and crushing him. "Charlotte!" Matthew fought against his mount, struggling to get the beast in hand as he searched about for her. Empress was intact, though nearly as frantic as Dancer, and Charlotte kept rubbing her mount's neck, whispering soothing things, but her mare's eyes were wide as she fought the reins and bit. The cavalry continued as though nothing had happened, barreling past as they sped towards the mob with weapons raised high. Matthew had only a moment to realize just what that meant for the people and why so many of the cavalry sabres were already stained red. "Matthew!" Charlotte's call pulled him from such thoughts, and he turned Dancer away from the chaos. The horse needed no more prompting to surge forward, galloping through the streets with far more speed than Matthew would normally employ in the town. But there was nothing to get in their way as they reached the edge of the River Fenwick. "Good heavens!" Charlotte reined in Empress, and when Matthew drew up next to her, he couldn't help the whispered expletive that slipped from his lips. The other side of the river was ablaze. Great swaths of the town were burning, the timbered roofs already crumbling and gone as the walls started to collapse. It was hard to distinguish one building from another as the flames engulfed them, the heat pouring across the water. Crowds gathered in an unscathed portion. Wielding whatever makeshift weapons they could find, they shouted and charged at the militia. Clubs met against swords, and though they managed to slow the soldiers, it was the workers' blood that painted the pavement. "Lord, please be with them," whispered Charlotte. Matthew didn't know if the prayer was for the mob, the soldiers, or the innocent people swept up in the fight. Likely all three. "Come," he said, motioning her down the street. It would take some doing, but with a few creative routes, they should be able to avoid the majority of the trouble and arrive home. "We cannot go to the mill, Matthew. Even if it is still standing, it is likely a target." "But where?" Shifting in his seat, Matthew tried to think of any place in town that might provide some safety. But James's shop sat in the middle of the inferno before him, and the people he knew and trusted lived among the carnage at their backs. Matthew fought to keep his grip from strangling the reins, But with his wife at his side and his brother's family hidden somewhere on this battlefield, he couldn't keep his pulse in check. His chest squeezed as images of Charlotte lying among the wreckage filled his thoughts. He tried to push them away, but fear seized him, whispering of all the terrible things that would befall her if they did not find shelter. Ice flowed through his veins, freezing him through. No, Matthew seized control once more, forcing his thoughts toward the problem at hand. "St. Mary's," he said. Charlotte's gaze jerked away from the fires, her wide eyes blinking at him for a brief moment before his words registered. Snapping back to herself, she nodded and kicked Empress forward, leaving Matthew to follow after. They wove through the streets, and he tried to ignore the carnage around them. James would be safe. He was a fretter, but not a fool. At the first sign of trouble, he would have packed his family up and gotten them to safety. But Matthew's breathing grew shallow as he hoped, more than knew, that to be true. Chapter 32. A church spire stuck up above the buildings, and Charlotte pointed Empress towards it with unmistakable determination, with Matthew close at her heels. The gates were flung open, and the pair did not slow until they were safely on the grounds. Leaping off Dancer, he hurried to his wife while others emerged from the doors, taking the reins as he helped Charlotte from the saddle. Putting his arm around her, Matthew led them into the crowd huddled inside the church. Mr. Rushworth stood to one side, swarmed by others who had sought refuge here, his gaze darting from person to person as they spoke at once. Seated on one of the benches were two familiar faces with a small child huddled between them. "Ashbrook," called Matthew. In quick succession, they greeted each other, as did the ladies, though little Miss Ashbrook did not let go of her mamma long enough to allow the lady to embrace Charlotte. "Thank heavens you made it," said Ashbrook, his arm coming around his wife the moment he released Matthew's hand. "Mr. Rushworth and I stockpiled supplies in the church for just such a situation, so we should have food and blankets enough to care for anyone seeking refuge." "Do you know what is happening?" asked Charlotte. "Bits and pieces, but not enough to be of any use," replied Ashbrook. "What of Newland Mill?" asked Matthew. But that received a shrug in reply as Ashbrook held his wife and daughter closer. "Once it was clear this was no skirmish, I brought my family here." Mrs. Ashbrook leaned into her husband's hold. "If we must rebuild, we will, but at least we are safe." Matthew's hand moved of its own accord, drawing Charlotte closer to him. The feel of her pressed close helped to ease the pressure in his chest, though the world was too uncertain at present for him to find much peace, even with Charlotte's miraculous touch. "Do you know of my brother?" asked Matthew. Ashbrook shook his head, and though Matthew hadn't expected an answer, he struggled to force air into his lungs. James was no fool. That thought allowed him to clear his head a touch, but the pressure in his chest did not ease. He felt like snatching Charlotte up and escaping town. Perhaps they could simply disappear to Pomeroy Abbey once more and forget this world existed. "What did you see out there?" asked Ashbrook, but Matthew struggled to focus on the question when Charlotte gave his hand a quick squeeze and stepped away. He tried not to feel a growl of jealousy as Mrs. Ashbrook remained while his own wife slipped away to speak to Mr. Rushworth. Forcing himself to focus on the question at hand, Matthew relayed what had happened, but his attention never wavered from Charlotte, who held a whispered conference with the vicar. "Come, man, you look ready to collapse," said Ashbrook, motioning Matthew towards a pew, but he shook his head. "There is much to do if we are to hold up here for any length of time. There may be injuries to treat, supplies to sort, and all the rest. And it looks as though the vicar needs rescuing." The more Matthew thought about it, the longer the list grew, which helped to clear his thoughts and calm his racing heartbeat. The questions surrounding the future were not worth considering when there was work to be done. "Of course," said Ashbrook with a nod as the pair moved to where Mr. Rushworth stood, joining him in the midst of the throng. "The horses and wagons require tending," said Matthew, calling out the most pressing need. "The poor creatures cannot stand about all day in their harnesses, and the vehicles have been abandoned haphazardly." The vicar and Charlotte paused in their conversation, and Mr. Rushworth nodded. Of course, but the vicarage doesn't have the facilities to house them all. They will simply have to manage out of doors for now, replied Matthew. In the meantime, we must organise meals and sort out what to do with the injured. Oh, you needn't worry on that score, said Mr. Rushworth. Your wife and I were just discussing it, and I am confident she will have everything organised in a trice. Matthew straightened and blinked at Charlotte, but before he could say a word, she turned to the throng around her and called out for their attention. The vicarage kitchen can fit 3 or 4 women comfortably, she said. I'm certain Mrs. Beetles will manage it quite nicely if we can get her another few volunteers. Certainly, my dear, said Mrs. Beetles as another few stepped forward to join her. People will need repast soon, and Mr. Rushworth assures me there is enough to make a hearty stew. That should do us for a meal or 2. Charlotte gave them a firm nod, sending the women scurrying about their business. With all the authority of a commander, she turned to another, who snapped to attention when Charlotte called out to her. Mrs. Chorley, we have a few injuries that require tending, and likely more will come before this wretched business is over. Will you and Mrs. Faxon prepare bandages and water? Mrs. Heber? And with that, Charlotte slung orders and commands about, breaking down the chaos into manageable tasks. The women followed without question, and the men hesitated only a moment, but her tone brooked no refusal as she set them to work. Matthew watched her for only a moment longer before calling out to the able-bodied men to join him in the churchyard. Horses, including his and Charlotte's mounts, meandered around the headstones, nibbling on the grass. In quick succession, he had the men assigned to tasks, relieving the poor animals of their harnesses and tack, and finding the proper location for them to rest. Then there were the carriages and wagons to see to, and it took most of their manpower to get the vehicles properly stowed out of the way. Casting off his jacket, Matthew wiped his sopping brow. Around him, the men sagged onto the ground or against the wall separating the churchyard from the street. Calling them up, he led them back into the church. There is still much to be done, he began as they stepped through the church doors, but the refugees they'd left behind were no longer huddled haphazardly. The church was a bustle of activity, and the pall of fear and agitation had been replaced with determination. Charlotte had been busy indeed. Matthew, she called, hurrying towards them. We are gathering the injured in the crossing, but there are a few that require assistance, and I fear we haven't the strength to move them without causing more harm. With a nod and a few quick words, she and Matthew had the men assigned to tasks, moving through all that needed to be done to house, heal, and feed those within. But as the day wore on, he found less and less for him to do. Charlotte threw herself into the work, anticipating complications and concerns before they came, approaching them with an efficiency and creativity that dumbfounded Matthew. Not that he thought his wife simple or incapable of such work. Quite the opposite. But Matthew had never felt so superfluous. When the very last of his list was finished, and Matthew found himself standing about with nothing to do, he turned to Charlotte and asked a question he had never thought to ask. What do you require? Goodness, that was a novel sensation, and Matthew stood there as she considered his petition. Scouring his thoughts for something of value, he offered, Perhaps I might go out with a few of the men to search— No! Charlotte's reply was sharp, and Matthew blinked at her tone. Stepping closer, she continued, Do not go out there. I cannot bear the thought of it. Please, you are needed here. As much as she claimed that was true, he saw little for him to do at present. However, the look in Charlotte's gaze held such pleading and desperation that he couldn't deny her. What else ought I to do? Charlotte's shoulders loosened, and she gave him a grateful smile. Give aid where you can, but otherwise, rest for now, Matthew. I have everything in hand. I will manage it. And with that, he and Ashbrook found themselves relegated to the role of entertainer for the children. Though Matthew had no skill in such things, his partner had enough for the both of them, utilising all his ridiculousness to occupy them with games and stories as their mothers went about their business. which left Matthew with far too much on his mind and not enough distractions. Yes, he had aided and assisted when necessary, but it was Charlotte who had taken the lead and managed the majority of this mess. With Mrs. Ashbrook at her side, she had her soldiers working, providing the growing group of people with food, blankets, and comfort as needed, and Matthew was little more than a bystander. Watching her move about with such purpose, Matthew was dumbfounded at the picture she presented. Charlotte had so many aspects to her, and with each passing day, he was coming to know more about the complex creature to whom he was married. His wife, his partner. Matthew Bixby had married for the latter and discovered Charlotte was the former. But were the terms incongruous? Need they be entirely separate? He had entrusted her with such a narrow purview, but surely one treated a partner as an equal with a fair division of labour and not as a separate entity working apart from each other. Folding his arms, Matthew settled into the pew, which was even more uncomfortable now than it was on the Sabbath, when one knew how long one was expected to sit there. There was no knowing how long they would remain at St. Mary's, and when this was all over, he may not have a chair upon which to sit, though it was best not to dwell on that yet. Was Charlotte his wife or his partner? If both, what did that mean? Matthew considered that, uncertain how to answer either of those questions, but he couldn't help watching Charlotte and realize he'd vastly underestimated her. The door to the church burst open, and another bedraggled group spilled through the opening, sending the nave into a dither once more. Rising to his feet, Matthew hurried over and stepped under a man's arm, taking his weight as the fellow hobbled in. Blood ran from a cut on the man's head, and Charlotte appeared with the designated nurses. The new children burst into tears, and Ashbrook swooped in with a few others to distract the little ones, as their parents were bandaged and wrapped in blankets, while Matthew helped the solid man towards a pew. "Mrs. Bixby," called another voice from the other end of the church. Charlotte glanced over her shoulder at the woman, but her hands were occupied with blotting away the blood from the long gash on her patient's arm. Her gaze darted between the two, and Matthew took the linen from her hand. "Go, I will see to this lot," he said, nodding towards the latest issue requiring her attention. With a quick word of thanks, she scurried away, leaving Matthew to organise their new additions. Chapter 33. At times, life was topsy-turvy, churning and spinning in a chaotic gale. New problems cropped up the moment one was resolved, or a heap of them erupted all at once, leaving one ready to scream or collapse. Then a moment of calm when there was nothing required, no demands, no urgent business, simply peace. Charlotte studied the nave, her gaze drifting from the different groups huddled around the church, each seeing to their business. Though the nip in the air ought to have her shivering, she felt like a stove, though that might be as much from her exertions as it was the knowledge that her efforts had brought about this order and organisation. Despite the missteps she had made at times, the people were fed, warm, and as comfortable as the situation could afford. "Now, dear, you must have a rest," said Mrs. Beetles, bustling forward with a steaming bowl of stew and a slice of bread. "Don't think I haven't noticed you've not had a bite to eat. It'll do none of us any good if you run yourself ragged." Charlotte's growling stomach demanded she take the proffered meal, but she cast one more look about the church as she fought away the itch along her spine that warned she had forgotten something important. "Everything is well in order, Mrs. Bixby," added Mrs. Beetles, forcing the bowl into Charlotte's hand while herding her towards the choir seats. Plunking her down, the woman placed her hands on her hips and gave Charlotte a narrowed look. "We can manage things while you take a meal." And even if Charlotte had wished to object, Mrs. Beetle's posture and expression brooked no refusal, and she remained thusly until Charlotte lifted the spoon to her lips. Then, with a curt nod, the woman hurried away to some other business. Good heavens! Charlotte had never tasted such a delicious stew. Despite the scant portion of beef, the vegetables were plentiful and expertly cooked, blending into the perfect bite. Charlotte fought not to groan, and then doubly so when she bit into the bread. She didn't know why she had so harshly judged bannock breads, but she knew she had not given them a fair shake. Dipping it into the stew only enhanced both, leaving her eating in a manner that would shock her papa. When her hunger ebbed, Charlotte finally realized precisely where she sat. Gazing out at the sanctuary with the ornate carvings that set apart these special benches from the lowly pews, she was certain that eating one's supper beside the church's altar was not only inappropriate, but verging on sacrilegious. But before her stomach could give more than a single churn, her gaze fell on Mr. Rushworth, who sat opposite with a bowl of his own. Surely, if the vicar condoned it, then she ought not to work herself into a dither. It wasn't as though they had turned it into the children's play area, though many of the little ones had attempted to climb the pulpit. Taking another bite of her dinner, Charlotte allowed her eyes to travel to where the children had gathered. With the makeshift hospital occupying the open area around the baptismal font at the back of the church, and the sanctuary occupying the front, where even the most lackadaisical would not wish the children to play, that left only the aisles and pews, and the little ones were making good use of the space. Using the existing stone pavers as the squares, someone had drawn numbers atop with a bit of charcoal and procured a rock with which several of the girls had organised a hopscotch tournament. A few toys were scattered amongst the others, but several of the dolls had been commandeered by Mr. Ashbrook, who squatted behind a pew, using it as a makeshift stage, as the puppets acted out a pantomime. Seated on the ground before the pulpit, the children squealed with laughter and shouted at the actors, spurring their master to greater bouts of silliness, while Dotty tried to climb over the top of the pew to join her papa. But it was the man seated on the far side of the group that held Charlotte's attention. Matthew had a babe on his knee and was bouncing the little fellow while his elder sister cuddled up to Matthew's side, holding up her doll for his inspection. Giving her a broad smile and a nod, he sat patiently as the girl quietly chattered on about her little friend. Charlotte could not hear the conversation, but his attention never wavered, responding in kind when prompted. The other children erupted in laughter, which echoed throughout the church. "Keep it down," came the response from several of the other men gathered off to the side. "Apologies," replied Mr. Ashbrook as he popped up from the pew and winced at the children, motioning for them to be quiet. That was followed by more giggles, and several of the children held their hands to their mouths, trying to stifle it. "If you wish to keep the children quiet, you can help us entertain them, rather than lazing about gossiping," replied Matthew, giving the men a narrowed look. Those who had voiced their objection quickly returned to their conversation, whilst Matthew turned his attention to the child on his knee as he bounced the little lad. Goosebumps swept across her arms, and Charlotte felt as though her heart was pressing against her ribs. While she knew it was not in every father's nature to step forward and manage things when his wife was occupied, it was ridiculous that the large group ignored their children whilst the womenfolk attended to everything else. Yet Matthew stepped forward to assist those who weren't his own, finding great favour amongst the quieter ones who preferred his comfort to Mr. Ashbrook's lively jests. And he welcomed each child. Charlotte easily imagined their little ones snuggled there as their papa lavished them with his quiet affection. Could she already be with child? She finished her stew as she considered that. While they had not been married long, there were plenty who conceived within the first weeks of marriage, and Charlotte had drunk enough of Patricia's wretched tisanes to drown a man. Surely that ought to do the trick. As Matthew bounced the little one on his knee, his lips stretched into a broad smile that matched the lad's, and Charlotte's heart flipped like acrobats at a circus. This was a man who ought to have children of his own. His words at Pomeroy Abbey returned to her thoughts, painting once more the picture he had of their future together, their family. What had she done to earn her place as Mrs. Bixby? Matthew had married to secure his footing in society and help stave off the threat of upheaval, and even the most generous assessment deemed her a failure on both counts. Surely she would not fail him on this score too. Charlotte tried to force air into her lungs, but they would not work. It was far too early for her to fret about such things. Their marriage could still be measured in weeks, and it would be many months before such wretched terms like barren could be tossed around. But the threat of it hung there in the back of her thoughts, taunting her with the possibility. Seated in this holy place, she sent these hopes and prayers into the heavens. She couldn't bear to fail Matthew again. "Mrs. Bixby," called Mrs. Chorley, and Charlotte popped to her feet, abandoning her dishes while giving thanks for the distraction. It was no good to allow such wretched thoughts to bog her down, especially when there were more important things to do. Chapter 34. And so the day continued, slowly fading into night. The long hours were punctuated by those seeking refuge, and luckily for all of them, none were injured beyond that which their volunteer nurses could manage for now. Matthew glanced at a few of the red-soaked bandages and knew some required a surgeon's care, but if they could avoid putrefaction, there was every chance of a full recovery. Those most needing aid and attention were unlikely to find their way past the fighting and fires to find them. It was some hours before Matthew saw Charlotte again. There were glimpses from afar and quick snatches when she sped by on some important task, but in most instances she was hardly more than a blur before flying off to some other corner of the church. Slipping through the growing crowd, Charlotte ducked towards the north transept and outer door that led to the churchyard. Knowing there was nothing that needed her attention out there, Matthew left his post and followed. Only the last dying rays of sunlight remained, and the candles were blazing in the church, casting the surrounding tombstones in a pale golden light. Without the warmth of the sun, the air nipped at his nose and fingers, but he followed the footsteps out into the graveyard. Someone had placed a bench in the far corner, and though faint, the moonlight showed Charlotte sitting upon it, bent over with her hand to her forehead. At the sound of his approach, she straightened, rising to her feet once more. Even in the faint light, the strain was clear in the tightness of her lips and eyes. "Is something amiss? I needed a bit of air, that is all." "Peace, Charlotte," he said, taking her by the hand and forcing her back onto the bench. "You've been running yourself ragged and need a moment. There is no harm in that." Sitting beside her, Matthew drew his arm around her as Charlotte rested her head on his shoulder, taking that comfortable position without hesitation. He leaned his cheek against her hair, and they sat there in silence for a long moment before she spoke. "I ought not to be lazing about," she murmured. "If anyone deserves a moment to laze about, it is you." "I fear Mr. Rushworth is willing but unable to manage it all. Mrs. Heber is sniping at Mrs. Milton, and then Mr. Peters insists on calling out orders, yet he hasn't the slightest idea how to manage all the required food and bedding. Thank the heavens none of my nemesis are here to fight me at every turn. The ladies here are far too intimidated to challenge me." Charlotte gave a weak chuckle. Haltingly at first, and with more than a small dose of good-humoured derision, she described all she'd done and the many missteps she had taken. Of course, they were far less than she had made them out to be, simple little things that anyone might do when handed such a large task. There was the infighting and stepping on toes that often came when working with others, and was one of the largest reasons Matthew did not wish for partners in his business. Charlotte was by far the best Bixby for this work. "What do you require?" It was becoming a familiar refrain. Matthew longed to do something, but Charlotte was managing it all so brilliantly that he found himself without anything of significance to occupy himself. "Can you cook stew?" she asked with a laugh. Matthew shook his head. "Or stitch a wound?" Another shake. Charlotte gave him a quick kiss and then rested her head back upon his shoulder. "And I doubt you would wish to mediate the arguments that inevitably crop up when you throw together several dozen people in a confined space whilst under incredible turmoil." "Certainly not," replied Matthew with a laugh. "I thought not," she said with a smile in her voice. Then, nuzzling closer, she whispered, "This is all I require. A few moments of quiet while you listen to me complain. You cannot sort it out for me, but everyone needs a listening ear at times. However, I wouldn't say no to an embrace or two." Putting both his arms around her, Matthew encircled her and pressed a gentle kiss to her lips.
"I can do all that and more."
Charlotte sighed, and they sat in that perfect situation for several long moments, but when she stiffened, Matthew knew precisely what it was that had caught her attention. As the minutes ticked on, the glow he'd thought to be sunlight was not fading as it ought. With their view blocked, there was no telling what burned in the town or how much was ablaze, but the scent of char and smoke clung to the air.
"Do you think our home still stands?"
Charlotte's question was quiet, the words broken by a faint quiver in her voice. Matthew clung to her, holding her as close as he dared without hurting her.
"It is far enough out of town that it might have been spared."
Charlotte nodded, though they both knew the likelihood wasn't great. But there was no use in fretting when it would be hours before they would know for certain. Even when reports claimed the cavalry and militia had quelled the riot, there was nothing to be done. The town was in disarray and unable to stop the fires burning a path through the buildings. The only thing they could do was send a litany of grateful prayers heavenwards when it sent a deluge to drown the last of the embers. Sleeping on pews made for a miserable night, but the floor was far worse. Without any fireplaces in the nave and the stone leaching the heat, those unfortunate few forced to the ground were chilled to the bone. Only the warmth of his wife staved off the cold, though he knew he ought to insist she return to the more comfortable pew she'd abandoned. Matthew pulled the worn blankets tighter around them, whilst wondering when he'd grown so complacent. Such difficult sleeping arrangements hadn't bothered him as a child. But then, little Matthew hadn't had worries enough to plague his sleep. What would they do if they lost it all? There was money enough in other investments and banks to keep them from ruin, but to rebuild was quite the undertaking, and Matthew's thoughts spun with the possibilities. Morning came soon enough, and the crowd dispersed, leaving Charlotte and Matthew to make their way home, after exchanging promises with the Ashbrooks to seek them out if the worst had happened to their homes. As Matthew helped Charlotte into her saddle, her gaze held his with so many unspoken questions and worries. He could do little to alleviate them, but lifting her hand to his lips, he pressed a kiss to her palm.
"We will sort this out," he whispered, and a spark of light shone there once more as Charlotte smiled down on him.
Their path circumvented much of the town. There was time enough to explore the remains, and Matthew had no interest in digging through it at present. He needed to be home, whatever that entailed. To know the truth was better than imagining how terrible it was. His gaze fell to Charlotte more often than the road ahead, and her muscles tightened with each passing minute, but Matthew had nothing to say to ease her tension. The familiar bend came into view, and he heard Charlotte's intake of breath, even as his own lungs stopped working. Their horses plodded forward, and his eyes didn't leave the line of trees as they shifted and parted. Woolsworth Mill still stood, but the great front doors leading inside were splintered and the windows smashed. The glimpses afforded them through the broken bits showed that the interior had been ransacked. Matthew kicked Dancer into a trot, and he and Charlotte hurried towards their home, which had not been overlooked by the mobs. Even the progress on their garden had been undone, the plants ripped from the ground and tossed about. Swinging off, Matthew rushed to Charlotte's side, helping her from the saddle as they quickly tied off the horses and stepped through the open doorway. Papers scattered across the floor, blowing about with each burst of wind that came through the gaping windows. Books were pulled from the shelves and tossed about. The trinkets decorating the surfaces were missing, either stolen or smashed against the floor. The furniture that remained had been slashed, as though those who had invaded the house hadn't been content with merely robbing them blind, but destroying that which they couldn't carry away. The pair of them stood amongst the debris, staring at the mess. Matthew's gaze rose and met Charlotte's, her dark eyes widened, and his heart sank. He was supposed to protect her from this. Stepping closer, she seized his hands and placed them around her. Then, holding his gaze, she brushed a touch across his cheek.
"We are safe and whole.
Our home and business are standing. The rest is simply details," she said, giving him a tremulous smile. Letting out a heavy breath, Matthew nodded and drew her close. "I suppose it will allow me to begin again with the garden. I made a few mistakes, and I was dreading pulling it out and starting over." Charlotte huffed, burrowing into his hold. "And I have wished for an excuse to redecorate the house." Matthew's hands rubbed along her back, holding firm to this anchor in the storm. "I understand riots are rather like rickets. They are the bringer of unforeseen blessings." That drew forth a chuckle from Charlotte as she straightened to look him in the eye. "Just like marrying a stranger." Holding his wife close, Matthew felt the world and all its darkness melting away as her light grew. There were things he wished to say to her, but how could one express such gratitude at receiving such unexpected joy? And even if he spent his life working to repay fate for its generosity, Matthew knew he could never repay the debt. "Yes, my love," he whispered, pressing his lips to hers. Chapter 35. Greater Edgerton was by no means a city, but with so much industry at its heart, the town was busier than most. During the day, the labourers and men of commerce hurried about their work, the streets filled with carts and horses carrying goods and merchandise from one corner to the other. At night, industry gave way to society, as the well-to-do climbed into their carriages and gigs to go about their soirees and delights. Only in the wee hours of the morning did Greater Edgerton finally sleep for a short period before dawn's rays began the cycle once more. But the upset of the past se'nnight had left the town feeling more empty than full. There were those out and about, but few crossed Matthew's path. Once the rubble was cleared, there would be work aplenty for the builders, but there was no need of moving goods back and forth with so many of the businesses shuttered. Glaziers and carpenters were hard at work, though they were too often stymied by the lack of materials due to the high demand. Meanwhile, others scrubbed at the pavers and bricks, though the stains of the soldiers' and mob's work would not be erased so quickly. Shoving his hands in his pockets, Matthew trudged down the lane that led home. There was little more to do in town, and he could not think of a better place to be than there. The mill was silent at present as he struggled to find replacements for the damaged machinery, and the same issue that halted the repairman's progress kept Matthew from doing much with the garden, leaving him with little to occupy his time. No doubt Charlotte would have grand ideas for new adventures until it was time to reopen the business once more. After the horrors of town, Walsworth House was an oasis in the desert. Matthew's heart lightened, sloughing off the sad scenes he'd witnessed during his exploration and making his steps quicken as he slipped through the front door. With a quick word to the maid, he took the stairs and tugged off his tailcoat, striding into their bedchamber to find Charlotte perched on the edge of their mattress. Matthew placed a kiss on her cheek before dropping down beside her with a sigh, though she gave no sign that she had noticed him. He reached for her hand, which was planted on the bed beside her, but she did little more than glance at his touch before returning her gaze to the far wall. "Charlotte?" A vague noise was her only reply. Leaning against the pillow, Matthew scrubbed at his face. For all that he wanted to see the hope rife in their situation, it was impossible to ignore all the horror. Beyond the broken families and destroyed livelihoods, this had crushed the heart and soul of so many, including those wishing to better their situation. Too many losses, too much suffering. What could he possibly tell Charlotte that would not pain her? "I paid a call on the Ashbrooks, and you'll be pleased to know that Newland Mills is intact. Not much different than what we suffered, and compared to the devastation of the other businesses and mills surrounding them, it is a miracle." They were in very good spirits, considering. Matthew shifted closer, his fingers brushing against the edges of her skirts. He tugged at the fabric, but Charlotte did not look at him. With a frown, he studied her profile, but she turned her face away. Sitting up, he rubbed her back.
Mrs. Ashbrook was asking after you. She said she might call on you tomorrow or the next day and bring Dotty to play in the garden, or what is left of it at any rate. But Charlotte gave no sign she heard him, simply sitting there like a statue with her gaze turned towards the wall. Matthew stared at her. It was little wonder she was so out of sorts, but he didn't know what else might ease her worries. James's shop is intact. Matthew paused, thinking through what he could say on the subject, for the state in which the mobs had left it was hardly uplifting. The place had been thoroughly ransacked and looted, leaving his brother with no business to speak of. Getting it back in order was merely a matter of replacing his stock, but with the town in such disarray at present, Matthew didn't know when they might do so. His chest tightened, and he forced himself to focus on all the good. The damage they'd suffered would cost some funds to repair or replace, but it was minor compared to so many others. Their family and friends were unharmed, and they all had a roof over their heads. I told James they could come to stay with us if they did not feel comfortable in their home, but he and Eliza assured me they preferred to remain in their own beds. Still, no response. Matthew frowned, his jaw tightening as he stared at her silent back. Charlotte? That is all wonderful news, she said, but her tone was far too empty to match her words. Matthew frowned. Is something the matter? Charlotte shook her head. Rising, he came around to her side of the bed and crouched before her. What is troubling you? There was no reason to ask if something was troubling her, for it was easy enough to see. Matthew was rather proud of the fact that his tone remained fairly even, or at least it wasn't a shout, for whatever tact he possessed was in short supply at present. Glancing at her other hand, he noticed a letter clutched in her fist. Is something amiss with your family? He asked, but when that received no reply, he added, Charlotte, speak to me. There is nothing amiss, Matthew, she replied, giving him a bright smile and turning her gaze towards him, though her expression was too brittle for her words to be believed, and her eyes did not meet his. It will be some time before we can replace all the furniture, she continued, but Mrs. Thompson can patch the fabric in the meantime. I have quite a few paintings in the attic that can replace the ones damaged in the house and your office. Most of my gowns were taken, but I can manage for the time being, and thankfully I hid my valuables, so they were overlooked. Even if Matthew had believed her rapid speech, he'd have been a fool to ignore the tears gathering in her eyes, even if Charlotte was batting them away as though they were nothing. Everything shall be set to rights in no time. Charlotte rose and stepped around him, moving towards the door. I will have everything in order, and you shan't have to worry about anything, I promise. Matthew frowned at that statement, for her tone sounded like a vow, and he stared at his wife, hoping for some insight that might allow him to grasp her inscrutable train of thought. I promise you, Matthew, she repeated, and before he could say a word, Charlotte gave him another overly bright smile and fled the room. Useless woman, making an utter fool of herself. Charlotte had so few responsibilities, and she couldn't even manage this one thing. And to compound her sin by blubbering like a ninny when Matthew had so much on his shoulders already, there he was, speaking of his brother and the Ashbrooks, trying to sort out their troubles as well, and she sat there like a lump on the verge of tears. Can't you do this simple thing? A baby was not a hard thing to make. For all that people called it a miracle, it was the most commonplace miracle in the world. People made them without thinking. The foundling hospitals and streets were full of accidental children, forced into this world by their parents, and she could not even give Matthew one to help him achieve his dream. Crushing Patricia's letter, Charlotte cast it aside and paced the length of her sitting room, wringing her hands as a litany of derision flowed through her thoughts. Tears filled her eyes, and she rubbed at them, all while those awful voices mocked her for that weakness. Patricia's own words haunted her steps, telling her not to delay. Provide Matthew with an heir. Papa's voice joined in, repeating the words he'd so often say to her stepmothers. Foolish girl. Halting in place,
Charlotte dropped her hands and stared into the distance. Her lungs heaved as though she had run a race, but she could not calm her breath. She knew those voices, recognized them all too readily, those horrid, evil things. Turning to the fireplace, she stared at the mirror hanging over it. Her muscles clenched, her teeth grinding together as she stared into her own eyes. There were so many things she wished to say to that woman, and to the echoes of all those vile things she had heard throughout the years. "I am not this person, not any more," Charlotte hissed those words at herself. "I am not." The door to her sanctuary opened, and Matthew strode in, his eyes already storming. "Speak to me, Charlotte. You cannot keep running away." Turning her back, Charlotte pulled her arms tight around her and closed her eyes. Her jaw ached, and she tried to breathe, but her lungs squeezed tight against her efforts. No amount of logic allowed her to seize control of her good sense, for her heart was wound too tight to remain silent. "You would dare to lecture me about speaking up?" She did not turn to look at him, but in her mind's eye she saw Matthew crossing his arms as he was wont to do when faced with a particularly vexing puzzle, his brow all furrowed. "I have only ever been honest with you," he replied. With a scoff, Charlotte whirled about to face him. "Every time something is troubling you, I am given only a few trite words." Puffing out her chest and lowering her voice, she mimicked him. "I am managing it. I have everything in hand. You needn't worry." Raising a finger at him, she narrowed her gaze. "For all that you prize honesty, you have spouted those lies too many times for me to count. So do not come in here, demanding I spill forth my secrets when you will not do the same." With those words released into the world, Charlotte's senses returned just enough for her to realize what she was saying and to whom. Her stomach sank, and she pressed a hand to her mouth. With a shake of her head, she turned her back to him once more. "Do not do that. I have made you angry, so tell me." Matthew planted himself before her, demanding her attention. "Why do you insist on hiding away from me?" But she shook her head and turned away once more. Before she could take more than one step towards the door, Matthew was there, his arms encircling her. And traitor that it was, her heart would not allow her to push against him. He was so solid, so strong, and his scent. Matthew was not one to douse himself in cologne, but he used it from time to time, leaving behind a hint of cinnamon and cloves, putting Charlotte in mind of fresh-baked cakes and biscuits. It was as warm and inviting as his embrace. "You are correct," he whispered, his lips feathering a kiss along her temple. "I have kept you at arm's length. I wish I had a proper excuse, but all I can say is that I've been a fool." He did not release her, but Matthew leaned back enough to hold her gaze, his bright eyes brimming with regret. "I have always been the one to solve others' problems, and it is not in my nature to rely on others. So often I am the only one who can sort out such matters." "But that doesn't mean you must keep them from me entirely. Everyone needs a listening ear from time to time." Matthew nodded, his chest heaving with a sigh. "I am learning that very slowly, Charlotte. For weeks I have struggled with my fears for what was coming, for my family, and for the fact that I brought you into the middle of this mess. But to speak of such things only makes others fret more, which adds to my own burdens. So I taught myself to remain silent. But I underestimated you, dearest Charlotte." Her brows shot upwards, her thoughts swimming as he surrounded her so thoroughly. "You are capable and strong, and I have not trusted you as I ought to." Matthew's brows pulled low, his expression falling. "When you cannot aid me directly, you lift and comfort me. You fill my life with purpose and joy. I wish you to be my wife and partner in every way, and I know that is not possible if we do not share everything." Charlotte's breath caught for a new reason, and it felt as though a vice were tightening around her chest. Matthew's arms surrounded her, but they were gentle, making his presence known without adding to the weight crushing her ribs. The words hovered on the tip of her tongue, but the voices of the past whispered insidious things, promising that his patience would run out, as had the patience of so many others. "Please, speak to me, Charlotte. Can you not see how much it hurts me to see you struggling? I wish to share my burden with you. Can you not share yours with me?" Matthew's gaze held her with such strength that Charlotte could not turn away. She didn't wish to, especially when he whispered, "I love you." Her breathing hitched, and she tried to speak, but her voice quivered. Closing her eyes, she forced the words out. "Will you still love me, even if I never bear you a child?" Chapter 36. Though Matthew stared at her, Charlotte did not open her eyes. He blinked in rapid succession as his mind sifted through that question and the reasons she would ask such a thing. "Pardon?" was all he could think to say. Charlotte's breath caught, and she lowered her head, burrowing deeper into his hold as she mumbled against his cravat. "I discovered I am not with child." Silence stretched out, and Matthew was certain she was waiting for a response, though he couldn't think what to say to such a confession. "We haven't been married long," he finally said. "There are plenty who manage such things in the same length of time. My brother and his wife have been married only 6 years, and they have 5 daughters with another child on the way. And I can list many others who've had the same good fortune. Yet I am still without child. What if it is a sign of our future? My mother bore only one, though she and my father were married for a number of years, and she was far younger than I. What if I am too old?" Shaking her head, Charlotte whispered, "I cannot bear to be the one who keeps you from your dreams and that lovely future you long for." Matthew barked out a laugh, and like a valve, it released the tension that had slowly been building throughout their conversation. "Is that all?" Stiffening, Charlotte pushed herself free of his embrace, but he took hold of her hand and tried to lure her back into his arms. "Do not mock me, Matthew." "I do not mean to do so," he said, fighting against the relief that demanded he smile. "But this is all quite ridiculous." Charlotte yanked her hand away and turned her back once more. "I do not find it humorous." Stepping closer, Matthew glanced down the line of her neck and brushed a hand along her forearm, which sent her scurrying to the other side of the room. With a sigh, he rubbed his forehead. "I will remind you, dear Charlotte, that you are the main focus of those dreams, so you cannot spoil them in any fashion, except if you insist on flying into a dither. It is you who inspired any thoughts of my lovely future in the first place." Charlotte whirled about, that forceful finger raised and pointing at him like a fencer with her foil. But as quickly as that spark of temper came, she doused it, burying it beneath that tremulous fear that set Matthew's teeth on edge. "Do not hide away again, Charlotte." Matthew couldn't stop his voice from rising. This whole conversation was beyond confusing, and he was worn too thin to manage any more politeness. "You are angry, so show it. Apparently I've been an insensitive cad, so let me have it." Charlotte shook her head, wrapping her arms tight around her once more, as though she expected the world about her to crumble and fall. "Is it because I have the audacity to care not one whit if we cannot have children of our own?" he asked. "The Ashbrooks dote on that little girl of theirs, though she was not born of them. What makes you think I cannot be happy with a similar situation?" Turning about, Charlotte faced the fireplace once more, her gaze fixed on her reflection. Matthew came up behind her, and though her eyes did not move, he felt her attention shift towards him. "I love you, Charlotte. Whether that future includes children you bear is immaterial." She flinched. It was faint, but Matthew saw the quick flash of pain that registered before she could hide it away, and he stared at her reflection, studying her expression. "Are you angry because I love you?" The words seemed so ridiculous, yet Matthew spoke them. Whirling around, Charlotte fairly shouted, "I am angry at myself, Matthew. I am furious that I am once more this frightened little girl who skitters about her life. I have fought so hard to make myself into someone I respect and love, and in a matter of weeks I have reverted into someone I despise." Matthew let out a heavy breath, his cheeks puffing out. Rubbing his forehead once more, he tried to sort through this new bit of information and decipher precisely what it meant and what it had to do with this conversation. It was like trying to translate a coded message, but with the wrong cipher. "So, you are angry at yourself for—" Matthew didn't know how to summarize her confession, so he waved a hand at her. "All that? And you are angry you cannot bear me a child, despite the fact that we have been married far too short a time for anyone to expect such a thing. And you are angry with me because I love you." Holding up a staying hand, he added, "And do not deny it, for I saw your expression when I said it. You are clearly upset about that as well." Charlotte spun around, her feet carrying her the length of the room. "No." She paused and let out a sharp breath and continued pacing. "Yes." Sucking in a deep breath, she stopped and faced him, wringing her hands together as her brows twisted. "I am not this person, Matthew, not any more. I am not this skittish woman, but I cannot seem to stop myself of late. I am trying so hard to be the strong and firm wife you require." Matthew opened his mouth to rebut that, but the pain in her expression stopped him from interrupting. "But I am so very afraid," she whispered. Silence followed that, and Matthew reined in every impulse that pushed him to demand clear answers. Summoning the meagre remnants of his patience, he waited for a long moment before prodding her. "What are you afraid of?" Charlotte closed her eyes, holding her hand over them as though that might hide her from the world. Shaking her head, she whispered, "That you will stop loving me." Straightening, Matthew stared at her. "Pardon?" Covering her face entirely, Charlotte turned away, and all Matthew could do was blink as she began to babble. "You say you love me, and I believe it with all my heart, but I am failing you at every turn. How long will it take before I do something that snuffs out your affection? I thought I could live in a loveless marriage, but now I cannot bear the thought of it. I cannot go back to such a lonely life." "You cannot be serious." The words drew Charlotte's attention, her hands lowering enough to show the sheen of tears and the redness of her eyes. "Pardon?" Instinct told him he needed to tread carefully, but Charlotte's words bounced about Matthew's mind, building strength as they collided together, mixing into one great mess. "Do you think me so inconsistent, so fickle?" he demanded. "Do you truly believe I would stop loving you because of some misstep?" "Yes!" Charlotte dropped her hands, fairly shouting the word. Her expression crumpled, and she covered her mouth, attempting to keep the tears inside. Swiping at her face, she shook her head as though casting off those feelings. "That is what always occurs. I have had a good many friends over the years who enjoy my company well enough until I do something that angers or irritates them, and suddenly I am below their notice. My stepmothers only showed any pleasure in my company as long as I was silent and stayed out of their way. The moment I took attention away from them or their children, I was a burden to be cast aside. My own father couldn't bother to care about me because I was not a son. They say love is unconditional, but I have never seen it in my life. So why are you any different?" "Because you married me to further your career, Matthew Bixby. Do not go about pretending any differently now," she said, a flash of anger burning in her gaze once more. "I thank the heavens you see me in a new light, but that doesn't alter the fact that you need a wife who is far more capable than I, someone who is an aid and not a burden." Matthew stared at her, his lips pulled into an incredulous frown. "For all that you are an intelligent lady, you are making no sense whatsoever. I have never heard such tripe." Her anger sputtered once more, her shoulders drooping as though bearing a physical weight. Charlotte held his gaze, but her spark was snuffed out, leaving her eyes devoid of that brightness of spirit that was so utterly hers. The hopelessness hung like a dark storm cloud, and Matthew didn't know whether to shake her or pull her into his arms once more. "You need a wife who can help you in society, and I am failing miserably," she whispered. "You require a wife who will not bring scandal to your name, and I have made you a laughingstock. You want a family, and with each passing month, I am failing to provide you with children." One by one, she listed out each shortcoming, and though Matthew knew he was a fool of the highest order, he was not enough of a lackwit to miss his own words being recited back to him. He had written that proposal so long ago that it felt like another life, for it had certainly been penned by another man. Unable to hold back the impulse, Matthew scooped her into his arms, and the floodgates opened. Charlotte tried to stifle it, but her breaths hitched, and soon the sobs shook her. Leading her to the sofa, he sat with her, keeping her nestled into his shoulder as she soaked his collar and cravat.
"Why do you see only the trouble and ignore the good you've done?" he asked as her cries softened. "This marriage has not been what I wanted, but I assure you it is precisely what I need. It is far better than any expectation I had, and not once have I felt as though you failed me."
Charlotte's breathing hitched, but her tears did not begin again. Resting against his shoulder, she remained silent, and so he continued.
"Our standing in society may not be any better than before, but you forged a bond with the Ashbrooks that I was unwilling to consider, and they shall be formidable allies. You established that you are a force in society, refusing to bow to expectation and standing up for what is right, no matter the cost. You proved yourself capable of managing things I have not the desire or talent to do."
Matthew huffed. Such logical arguments were well and good for business agreements, but this was hardly the time or place for such staid sentiment.
"But all of that pales in comparison to the good you do for me. Recall the stoic man you married. You helped me to become something far better and made me happier than I've ever been. You are not a burden, Charlotte. You never could be, for you are the greatest blessing I have ever received."
Shifting their positions, Matthew faced her, though he kept their hands woven together. Having never been a wordsmith, he didn't know what to say to his dearest Charlotte, though there were not words enough to express all the sentiments filling his heart at that moment. They flowed through him, filling him to bursting and then some. How different his life was from the one he'd imagined. How much grander, brighter. Left to his own devices, Matthew's future would have been a shadow of what it could be, but his Charlotte had shed light into every corner of his world.
"I cannot say I regret writing that letter to you, for it was part of the journey that led you to me. But I do regret penning those wretched requirements, Charlotte. If I had to write it again, I would give only one requirement, for you to be your wonderful self. That is all I have ever needed."
Charlotte cursed her silly heart. Between the tears it threatened to dredge up, and the fact that they were in this precarious position because of that fickle organ, she was quite ready to be done with it altogether. But hearing Matthew say such wonderful things while she was in such a delicate state was bound to turn her into a weepy mess again, and she was finished with such ridiculousness. "Matthew, I am so very sorry." He silenced that with a shake of his head.
"We both need to atone for our sins of the past few weeks. We have made a muck of things and have completely overlooked one of the most important tenets of being married."
Charlotte's brows furrowed. "Honesty?" Matthew gave her a pensive look, his head cocking to the side as he considered that.
"It is partly that, but not the whole of it."
His thumbs brushed idly across the backs of her hands in that combination of firm and gentle that epitomized her dear husband.
"First and foremost, we are partners. Partners are not separate entities, but a cohesive unit working together. Neither of us is alone anymore, left to manage our troubles and problems on our own."
Charlotte ducked her face with a shake of her head. "I fear I am not very good at such things. I have spent too much of my life relying on myself." But a brush of his hand across the edge of her jaw drew her gaze to his once more. Though they had shared so many intimate moments, there was something in that touch and the look in his eyes that felt so much more than all those combined, as though he saw her, truly saw her, the whole of her, the good, the bad, and everything between, and loved her still.
Life has made us both tremendously independent, but perhaps with a little effort and patience, we might both do better, he said with a faint smile. You know well enough that relying on others is not a strength of mine. Will you help me, Charlotte?
Matthew was as different to her as night to day, but at that moment she felt his heart align with hers, beating in perfect unison. Different, yes, but alike in so many ways.
Only if you promise to help me, she whispered.
A grin stretched across his face, and Matthew inched closer, his lips hovering above hers. His hand drifted from her face as his arms settled around her, his gaze shining with unrestrained joy. In a low voice he whispered,
I love you.
But Charlotte could not wait a moment longer and pressed her lips to his. It was no mere touch of skin or flush of passion, but a declaration as true and solid as any yet spoken, conveying far better than any words the depth of her love, giving to him all her hopes for the future, their future. Having seen others marry and build a life together, she was well aware that the giddy feelings of fledgling love eventually faded, but Charlotte hoped she would never grow bored of Matthew's embraces. In those moments, she felt so many things, her heart filled with more sentiments than any single person could possibly feel. It was as though she felt Matthew's love with each tender touch, his heart reaching out to hers, and she was desperate for more.
You are a greedy woman.
His voice was low, but there was a smile woven through it.
And entirely too forward, she added.
Matthew's eyes sparked with laughter.
I am rather fond of greedy and forward women.
A quick retort was on her lips, but Charlotte's words evaporated as she lost herself in his gaze once more. This was her husband, her partner. As was becoming a daily habit, Charlotte sent out a silent prayer of gratitude for this man, her dearest Matthew. Epilogue, 1 month later. Straightening his coat, Matthew gave his person one more perusal in the mirror before turning to face the parlour. Never in his life had Matthew Bixby thought to fancy a party, but there was no denying the eagerness that swept through him, making his footsteps all the lighter as he turned about the room. Matthew tucked his hands behind him and glanced out the window at the sight of all his efforts over the past month. Shrubs and trees encased the garden. Though the new additions were too young to provide much cover, with time they would come to block the garden from the prying eyes of the world. Getting the statues placed had taken far more effort than it ought, but they had paid the labourers handsomely enough that they did not grumble when Charlotte requested they move them to yet another location, and the end result was well worth the cost. The blossoms and vines were taking nicely to their new home, growing with enough speed to make the area look far more established than it was. Matthew could only imagine just how lush it would all be next summer when the roots had had proper time to take hold and spread. And hidden in every corner and nook were benches or tables, all of which he and Charlotte had put to good use, either reclining with a book and her paints, or in more diverting reposes. "What has you grinning?" asked Charlotte, bustling through the door as she straightened her skirts and gloves. When she came within arm's reach, Matthew snatched her into his embrace and placed a kiss on her lips.
I was thinking about how much I enjoy our garden.
Charlotte's cheeks coloured, and she gave him a prim raise of her brows. "I see, Mr. Bixby." The focus in her gaze shifted, and she straightened, though she did not pull free of his hold. Not that he was going to give her up so easily. "And how did your meeting with Mr. Culpepper go?"
"Well enough."
The assurance slipped from his mouth before Matthew had the chance to recall it. Pausing, he changed tack.
"It was a wretched business, Charlotte. I am done with all this social politics nonsense. I have no knack for it, and fools like Mr. Culpepper and his ilk will only ever serve their interests while ignoring the truth staring them in the face. Things may not have changed at present, but they will one day, and it does no good to pretend otherwise." Her brows pulled tight together, and though his initial instinct wished the words unspoken, when Charlotte focused on his gaze once more, she met it with a nod of her head and a confident, "And we will face it when it comes." "Yes, we will," he whispered, though she did not seem to hear him as she busied herself by straightening his lapels. Matthew wondered if she knew that whenever she was deep in thought, her brows creased together in a most fetching manner. His heart thumped, pushing him closer to her, and his eyes lingered on the hollow of her throat. "Perhaps we ought to cancel tonight," he murmured, inching closer. Her hands paused, her muscles tightening. Matthew saw that flash of panic shine in her eyes for the briefest moment, and his own breath stilled in response. He made no move to assure her, though he knew full well she was making assumptions concerning his statement. He knew even better just how capable she was of managing her demons, and he watched as that impulse faded between one heartbeat and the next. "You ought not to tease me," she said, relaxing once more in his embrace. Using more than a touch of jest in her tone, she added, "And we both know you have been anticipating tonight as much as I have." Matthew had thought himself fully in love with his wife. Of course, he'd thought the same many weeks ago when he'd first realized he was under her spell. However, each day brought new moments such as these, which strengthened that sentiment, expanding and deepening it in new ways. He had earned the trust of so many over the years, both in his personal and professional life, but seeing this lady, who had so many reasons to distrust, set aside her fears and embrace him fully was by far his crowning achievement. Drawing close, he gave his dear wife a wicked smile. "You have discovered my secret. Please do not breathe a word of it to anyone else." Charlotte chuckled and Matthew leaned close, his lips brushing hers as the parlour door opened. "You ought to be more afraid of your guests discovering you and your wife in a scandalous embrace," said Ashbrook with a laugh, as he and his wife swept into the room. As the Fordyce-Whittakers' eldest daughter, Charlotte had attended more than her share of events, and each one had found her hidden in a corner, enjoying her own company while waiting out the long hours. During those empty moments, she'd often found herself fantasizing about what her perfect evening would be, and though she had imagined many scenarios, even her grandest dreams had not been able to conjure up tonight. Her husband at her side, a man whom she adored beyond all reason and seemed equally afflicted, her home all cosily situated, her dearest friend in attendance with her equally charming husband. There was no need for pomp and circumstance, though Charlotte enjoyed dressing in her favourite evening gown and the sapphire necklace Matthew had gifted her. A small gathering with people free to express their opinions and laugh without the sour-faced shrews casting aspersions or jealousies. Glancing at Mr. Ashbrook, Charlotte laughed as he told the story of how he and his wife had met, painting what likely had been several horrid days of travel into quite the amusing tale. But Charlotte's attention was fixed more on her own husband. Matthew laughed and smiled, and though she had done so many times before, she couldn't help but marvel at the difference between the stern-faced man she'd met at that church and the true Matthew Bixby who lay beneath that facade. An evening with those she loved, with good food and conversation. Perfection. Even if Mr. Ashbrook trounced them in every game. "I ought to know better than to invite you for cards, Ashbrook," said Matthew as the fellow collected yet another trick. "I heard you were a card sharp." "You mustn't believe rumours, Bixby," replied Mr. Ashbrook with a rascally waggle of his brows. "Or in my husband's case, you ought to believe them all," countered Mary with a smirk. "You wound me, my lady," Mr. Ashbrook replied, placing a dramatic hand over his heart. "Out with it," said Matthew with a laugh. "Who is in second place? That is the only position any of us can hope to gain."
"That would be Mary, with your wife in third," said Mr. Ashbrook, without needing to consult the scorecard his wife was keeping. "I fear that the only position you are going to take is last. A miracle is required for anything else." Mr. Ashbrook's hands moved quickly as they shuffled the deck, flipping the cards about with such speed and dexterity that Charlotte found herself staring at them. "I understand you met with Culpepper," said Mr. Ashbrook. That earned him a curt grunt from Matthew in response. "And it did not fare well, I see," he replied, as the cards floated across the table to each of the players. "Perhaps we ought to meet him together. He and his allies are not wholly unreasonable, simply mule-headed and uninspired." "I'm finished courting their favour, Ashbrook," said Matthew, "and if you had any sense, you wouldn't bother with them." "I have been called a fool many times before." That response earned Mr. Ashbrook a scowl from his wife, but he gave her a saucy wink in return, which made her cheeks pinken. Then, turning his attention back to Matthew, Mr. Ashbrook gave him a rueful smile. "But in truth, I cannot surrender. Even if we can sway only a few of them to our way of thinking, we might do some good for Greater Egerton." Lifting his glass, Matthew gave him a salute. "You are welcome to it, but I am done. I have not the skill, and I will not put my wife through it any more." Charlotte didn't bother to hide her smile. In truth, they were becoming hermits, but she was quite happy to spend every evening alone with Matthew, as long as they might spend the occasional one with the Ashbrooks. "I understand Mr. Pelham and Mr. Anglesey and a few others sold their property along the river," said Mr. Ashbrook as he organised his hand. "Their mills were burned beyond repair in the riots, and they have no interest in rebuilding. I've heard builders are looking to install new houses along that side of the river." "Not mills?" asked Charlotte, shifting her cards and sorting them out. Her hand wasn't strong, but she might be able to grab a few more tricks before the end of this round. Matthew huffed. "The river is at capacity when it comes to water power. Over capacity in many ways. Unless they want to resort to using a lot of coal, they're better off settling elsewhere. But housing is something we require. It'll be a good investment." "Perhaps we might look into it," said Mr. Ashbrook in an off-handed manner, though Charlotte suspected the fellow had been considering the possibility for some time. "Perhaps we ought to," replied Matthew with an equally casual air, and Charlotte snuck a laughing glance at Mary, who barely managed to stifle her own laugh at the menfolk. "Is it true the instigators are to be transported?" asked Charlotte, frowning at her cards, for she knew full well what the answer likely was. "Far better than death, which is what they would have faced if the judge hadn't been lenient," said Mr. Ashbrook. "It is monstrous," muttered Mary with a frown and a shake of her head. "All accounts say the gathering was peaceful until the soldiers arrived. Nothing might have happened if they hadn't instigated the violence, and I cannot believe they were found innocent of all wrongdoing." Mr. Ashbrook reached over and took his wife's free hand. "The world is far from a fair place, as you well know." Mary frowned again, her countenance falling, and Charlotte stiffened at the sight of tears gathering in her friend's eyes. Mr. Ashbrook noticed as well and cleared his throat. "Perhaps a bit of good news might cheer us all up after such wretched business." Stiffening, Mary shook her head. "Ambrose, please." But before she could voice another concern, he beamed that broad smile of his. "We are anticipating a joyous event." Charlotte gasped, her hands flying to her mouth as she stared at her friend, but Matthew frowned. Rising quickly to her feet, Charlotte pulled Mary into an embrace, babbling all the usual happy things that such an announcement deserved. "Well, what are you anticipating?" asked Matthew, glancing at the ladies with a furrowed brow. Keeping hold of Mary's hand, Charlotte turned and gave him a significant look, but when he seemed no nearer to comprehending, she continued with raised brows and more than a dash of insinuation in her tone. "A joyous event." But her husband merely nodded and awaited further explanation. "She is expecting a child," said Charlotte with an exacerbated sigh. Matthew dropped his cards on the table and rose to his feet, giving Mr. Ashbrook a handshake and clapping him on the shoulder while calling for the maid to bring celebratory drinks. "I didn't want him to say a thing," whispered Mary as the two men continued to give all the usual manly and boisterous congratulations. "What with your disappointments? Do not say another word, Mary Ashbrook. My life has been blessed so many times that I have no right to begrudge another's joy," said Charlotte with a good-natured shake of her head. Then, borrowing Matthew's wisdom, she added, "You have been married far longer than I, so it is only right that this unfolded as it has, and it is far too early for me to be fretting about such things. Even if the worst happens, Matthew and I will grow our family one way or another." Mary gave her another quick embrace before moving to her husband's side. Drinks were quickly procured, and they toasted the mother and child, speaking of all the many grand and happy things that awaited the Ashbrooks as their family expanded. Sneaking over to Matthew's side, Charlotte wove her arm through his, her gaze meeting his with such joy that she was certain she would float right off the ground. With the Ashbrooks' attention fixed on each other, Matthew lifted her hand to his lips and pressed a kiss to her palm. Her breath caught at the warmth in his gaze, and the strength of his feelings flooded through her. They added to her own, growing them exponentially. This dear, dear man. There was nothing to fear from the future as long as he was at her side. One way or another, they would manage it, together. A marriage of convenience. Charlotte wanted to laugh at her past self for fearing those 4 little words, and the man who had proposed such a thing, for the life she was living outshone even the grandest of her dreams as a young lady. Matthew was not the dashing romantic hero she had envisioned. He was far better. This has been To Have and to Hold, written by M.A. Nichols, narrated by Madeline Brolly. Copyright 2022 by M.A. Nichols. Production copyright 2024 by M.A. Nichols.
If you enjoyed this video, check out M.A. Nichols' channel for more romance audiobooks and behind-the-scenes information. And don't forget to click subscribe to be notified when more become available. All of M.A. Nichols' romances take place in the Generations of Love universe. Each book is a standalone story and can be read in any order, with the titles being grouped together into family sagas, which span the Regency and Victorian eras. For more information about the rest of the series, check out the links below. All her books are available to purchase on Amazon and Audible.